This is Audible.
Blackstone Publishing presents Biggest Brother, The Life of Major Dick Winters, the man who led the Band of Brothers, by Larry Alexander. This book is read by Traber Burns. This book is dedicated to the memory of Israel and Dorothy Gockley and Adam and Cora Burkholder, and to all other Americans who either served their country during a time of war or awaited the return of a loved one. Author's note. An author probably should not admit this, but the idea for this book was not my own. It resulted from a suggestion by my boss, Charles Raymond Shaw, which might be only fair, since he is the one who had me get in touch with Dick Winters in the first place. It all began in September of 2001, when Shaw, editor of the Lancaster Intelligencer Journal in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, where I work as a reporter and weekly humor columnist, approached my desk. The miniseries Band of Brothers had been airing for several weeks on HBO, and Shaw, who knew I had a Bachelor of Arts degree in history and was very knowledgeable on World War II, had an assignment for me. He asked if I had been watching the miniseries. I told him I had, a fact which I am sure came as no revelation. "You know, according to the book, Dick Winters lives in Hershey," Shaw told me. "Why don't you try to look him up? It'd make a good story." Good hell, it'd be a great story. So I hurried over to a shelf in the newsroom where we kept phone books. You'd think a newspaper would keep current phone books, but that is not the case. Our collection was so old that one book still had a listing for Thomas Edison. So it came as no surprise when I picked up the Hershey phone book, dialed the number, and found it was not the Winters residence as the book indicated. The veteran had wisely changed his number. I don't know who the poor soul is who had it reassigned to him, but I'm sure he has since gone mad. I wasn't sure where to go next when fate intervened. Stopping at a bookstore next day, I stumbled across a special Band of Brothers edition of World War II magazine, and lo and behold, inside was contact information for the 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment Association. I called the number in Michigan, and after identifying myself, was told by the gentleman on the other end of the line that he had no information on Winters to give me. However, he did have the phone number of one of Winters' men, William Wild Bill Garnier, who was still living in Philadelphia. I dialed the number. Garnier was the same type of guy depicted in the film, gruff, with a South Philly twang and salty as hell. I loved it. Garnier told me he could not hand out Winters' phone number, but did give me his post office box address. Then he added some advice. "One more thing," Garnier told me. "He won't talk to you if you haven't read the book. So if you haven't read the goddamn thing, don't bother." No problem there. I had read the book once and listened to the audio version at least twice. I wrote Winters that same evening, but didn't mail the letter until next day, so when I addressed the envelope, I used my home address in Ephrata, Pennsylvania, for my return address rather than my Lancaster work address. 3 days later, my work phone rang. The conversation went something like this. "Newsroom, Larry Alexander." "Hello," a quiet voice said on the other end of the line. "This is Dick Winters from Hershey." Excitement coursed through me. "Oh, my," I stammered. "Thank you for calling. This is an honor." What he said next puzzled me. "Where in Ephrata do you live?" I told him. Then he added, "I lived in Ephrata, too, on East Fulton Street." "My God," I replied. "I grew up on East Fulton Street. Where did you live?" "Next to the stockyard," he said. "That big wood frame house? I know it," I said, thoroughly amazed. "I lived on the other end of the block, at the corner of Fulton and Lake. I saw your house every day of my life." "I lived there in the 20s, he said. "We later moved to Lancaster." Somehow I had missed the reference to Lancaster near the end of episode 2 of the HBO series Day of Days. "Did you know Lottie Gardner?" "Sure I knew Lottie," I told him. That was our favorite place to go trick-or-treating when I was a kid. She gave dimes instead of candy. A dime bought 2 plain Hershey bars back then." Winters chuckled. "It's a small world." Our first interview and meeting was a few days later. I took along my colleague, photographer Dan Marshka, who was almost as excited as I was to meet Winters. We met in the second-floor office at his home, and I sat in the same creaky leather chair once used by author Stephen E. Ambrose and actor Damian Lewis, although not at the same time. Our interview lasted about an hour, but Dan and I spent another 2 hours there, enthralled by the man, his stories, indeed his very presence. The article ran next day, and was entitled "Biggest Brother," a phrase I used in my first paragraph, where I wrote, "If the men of Easy Company, 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment of the 101st Airborne, are a band of brothers, then Dick Winters is the biggest brother." The editor loved it. Unfortunately, he pulled it for the title and changed my reference to "Winters is the big brother." Editors, you gotta love 'em. Later, when I told people about this book and its title, some thought I swiped it from Steven Spielberg, who used the same term to describe Winters at the Emmys in September 2002, when actually I had used it a year earlier. Winters called me that day. "I have been interviewed by a lot of newspapers and magazines," he said, "but that was the best article about me I've ever seen. You did a hell of a job, and the picture was terrific." Although that made me happy, what thrilled me even more was when he reproduced copies of the article, including photos, and sent them along in replies to any fan who requested an autograph. Better yet, I quickly became Winters' favorite reporter, and Dan became his favorite photographer. That meeting sparked a long and happy friendship with Winters. Over the next few months, we spoke often, and I visited him when I had the chance. In April 2002, HBO re-released the series, and I again interviewed Winters on how it feels to be an 84-year-old media celebrity. For this article, I also interviewed Forrest Guth and Bill Garnier. Dan again went along as my photographer, and his picture of Winters sifting through a stack of mail with a whole box of other letters sitting beside him became one of Winters' favorites. That photo appears in this book. This book came about in the spring of 2003. I had been in Ray Shaw's office talking about Winters' hectic public appearance schedule. "You and he have become pretty close," Shaw said. "Have you thought about writing his biography? I'm sure there's a market out there for it." Actually, I hadn't thought about it, and even if I had, it is unlikely I would have suggested it to Winters, as I felt it would have been imposing on our friendship. Also, I was very busy myself, and a book is a major undertaking. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that someone was going to write a book about him someday. So why not me? Someone who knew him and had a deep and abiding respect for the man and his deeds. So the next time I was at Dick's home, I broached the idea, adding that if he did not like it, all he had to do was say no, and that'd be that. "Let me think about it," he said. A few days later, he called me. "I've been thinking about that project we talked about," he told me. "Let's do it." We got together a few days later, and Winters had prepared for me a plastic crate containing 4 loose-leaf binders bulging with reports, diary entries, letters, photographs, maps, and so forth. "This is the same material I gave to Hanks and Ambrose," he told me. That was good, but my idea was not to rewrite Band of Brothers, which Ambrose had already so eloquently done, but to look at Winters' life, not just during the war years, but both before and after. Winters knew what I wanted, and added to the crate his collection of Letters to Dieta, a binder with over 100 letters written between 1942 and 1945 to Dieta Ullman, a woman he met while in training at Camp Croft. Dieta became his pen pal throughout the war, and the letters gave deep insight to what was going on inside the young man's head and heart while he was dodging German bullets in Europe. These letters proved especially valuable because of what they said not about the other men he served with. He seldom discussed them to any depth, but what the letters revealed about himself. Dick and I began a series of interviews that eventually totaled between 25 and 30 hours. Sometimes we'd break and go out for lunch, particularly to one deli where everyone seemed to know Dick and would say, "Hello, Major," when he entered. Other treasures supplied to me during this research and writing phase included actual transcripts of his first meetings with Ambrose, a copy of that author's first draft of Chapter 1 of Band of Brothers, and some of Ambrose's handwritten notes on the men of Easy. But what Winters gave me most of all was encouragement and confidence. Initially, I had begun writing in the first person, wanting the reader to see what Winters saw and feel what Winters felt. The last thing I wanted was a dry biography. Having written rough drafts of the first 2 chapters, I sent them to Dick for his input. He loved them at first, but in November 2003 had second thoughts. He was uncomfortable with the first-person use of I and me. But even more, he feared that associating himself that closely with the book would open a new floodgate of fan mail and media attention that he said he would be unable to cope with. So I changed the tense, but not the style. My goal was to still make the action come alive. I wanted the reader to see his life through his eyes, to feel as though they were in the jump seat beside Winters on June 6, 1944. I wanted them to feel the thrill of launching themselves from the bucking airplane into a night sky filled with whizzing tracers. It was my goal to have the reader run alongside of Winters as he crossed the open field at the crossroad in Holland, to hear the pounding of feet on the ground, the puffing of their breath, and the rustle of grass crushed down by jump boots. The incidents in this book are all true, and the dialogue, if not words actually spoken, is based on Dick Winters' own writings and thoughts. Dick liked my treatment of his story. As my first chapters were finished, I sent them to him for commentary to make sure I was presenting his story in a way that pleased him. Using a red felt-tip pen, he made some adjustments, but his overall remarks were complimentary. Words like excellent and takes my breath away were scrawled on the tops of the first pages of these chapters. Dick Winters is an American success story. A humble man, coming as he did from humble beginnings. Like many of his generation, he went off to war, did his duty in the service of his country, and was one of the lucky ones to come home relatively unscathed. Back in the States, he got a job, found a wonderful woman to share his life, raised 2 fine children, and ran a successful business. By a quirk of fate, he rose to national prominence, and on one fine, glittering evening, received a standing ovation from the biggest names in Hollywood at the 2002 Emmy Awards. This book, written out of respect and admiration, is a tribute to Major Richard D. Winters, an exceptional leader, a good man, and my friend. Larry Alexander, May 2005. Preface. Who's playing Winters? Who's playing Winters? This whisper was caught on the wind and ricocheted off the barrack walls of Longmoor Camp. It was March 2000. Myself and 49 other men were at boot camp, in training for what was to become one of the most successful TV series of all time, Band of Brothers. It followed Easy Company of the 506th Regiment of the 101st Airborne Division from the jump into Normandy on D-Day, 6 June 1944, until VE Day almost a year later. This band of brothers had a leader, a man whose skills as a soldier were second to none, a hero to his men and to subsequent generations, and the boys in the barracks that day we all first met were keen to know who was going to play him. Well, it was me. Every young actor wanted to be in Band of Brothers. Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks were producing for HBO, and it quickly became the project that everyone had to be seen for. But it wasn't just the high profile of the producers that excited everyone. It was the story. A true story about real people and the extraordinarily heroic things they did in the Second World War. And we'd been asked to tell it. I remember as I arrived at Longmoor Camp for training that first day, I still wasn't fully aware of the enormity of what I was being asked to do. Everyone had been telling me, "You're the guy. He is the main guy." But I hadn't seen all the scripts. They weren't all written yet, and was equally being told it was an ensemble piece. It was, but Winters was its spine. Two things then happened that made me sit up. I discovered that the actors living in the States, as opposed to those cast out of the UK, had made contact with the veterans they were going to portray and had already formed considerable friendships. They'd had a few whiskeys, depends on your definition of a few, shared many stories, laughed, and cried. The actors were ready to tell the vets' stories and ready to do justice to the achievements of their new friends. It was infectious. The second thing that shook me was a conversation I had with Donnie Wahlberg, who was playing Sergeant Carwood Lipton, a man also decorated for his bravery. We'd been yelled at and driven relentlessly on our first day's training out in the field. No concessions were made to us being actors. In fact, the opposite was true, and we were exhausted. It was nighttime, a few minutes before lights out, and I found myself and Donnie in the first moment of peace we'd had since arriving, leaning out of the top-floor windows of our barracks, facing each other across the concrete of the parade ground, discussing our fears and anxieties about doing these men justice in the 9 long months ahead of us. The night was still, and Donnie said in a calm voice, "I don't know you, but the fact they've asked you to portray this man means you have my respect already." And in that moment, I knew. I knew what Dick Winters meant to people. He was a hero, an icon. Dick kept diaries in the war. He wrote letters home. He had several folders of memories, and I had them all for research. But I had never met him. At boot camp, I called him for the first time, and through a series of phone calls, I set about slowly trying to earn his trust. What emerged as I got to know him was a man not given to late nights in bars, reminiscing, not given to romanticizing his past glories. He was a man whose recollections were analytical, pragmatically ordered, not emotional. A man who was much happier answering questions on technical maneuvers or what boot he wore his knife on, the left, by the way, than what he felt as he found himself isolated from his men, staring at a whole company of Germans on top of that dike in Holland, for example. "I was always just concentrating on getting the job done," would be his typical reply. It dawned on me what a happy coincidence it was that I had felt slightly removed from the hype at the beginning of the job, a little detached. For it was precisely this ability to distance himself from any hysteria and to remain calm and lucid in moments of danger that made Dick Winters a natural leader of men. But not only that. Once I had his trust, I found a warmth, a wickedly dry sense of humor, and a willingness to listen that is not often found in men of power. After the series had been filmed, I went and visited Dick and Ethel at home in Hershey, Pennsylvania. We chatted and joked as he showed me some of his mementos and walked me around their beautiful farm, another major achievement in his life. He treated me like a son and told me that he thought I'd done a pretty good job portraying him, although he was unsure at first. I thought, yep, that's him. Authoritative, nurturing, and honest, all at once. I felt immensely proud that I'd had the opportunity to portray this man, a decorated war hero whose story I'd been entrusted with. It had needed a precision and an unfailing commitment to the truth. It's what Dick always demanded of himself and others. And as I sit in my trailer on another film set writing this now, the big band sound of Chattanooga choo-choos swinging in the background of my stereo, I'm reminded of what Dick used to say to me during filming. Just hang tough, but always with a twinkle in his eye. Damian Lewis, September 22nd, 2004. Prologue. Shrine Auditorium, Hollywood, September 22nd, 2002. Actor Martin Sheen stepped up to the microphone, looking out through the hot stage and TV lights at the tuxedoed and evening-gowned audience. The envelope clutched in Sheen's hand held the name of the winner in the Best Miniseries category here at the 54th Annual Emmy Awards ceremony. This was the moment the 84-year-old man seated uneasily in the third row had been awaiting for the past several hours. Up until this point, Dick Winters felt he and his wife Ethel, seated to his right, were out of place in Hollywood's Shrine Auditorium, surrounded by filmdom's finest and brightest. Directly in front of him were cast members of the hit TV series Friends, including David Schwimmer, who portrayed Captain Herbert Sobel in Band of Brothers. Directly to Winters' left was actress Rita Wilson, and, next to her husband Tom Hanks. Directly behind Hanks sat Steven Spielberg, one of the finest, if not the finest, directors in Hollywood. Beside Spielberg was his wife, actress Kate Capshaw. What in the hell was a retired, high-nutritional animal feed salesman from Hershey, Pennsylvania, doing here? In another life, Dick Winters had been Major Richard D. Winters, commander of Company E, and later of 2nd Battalion of the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 101st Airborne Division, which, through a combination of hard training, firm discipline, superb leadership, and a good deal of luck, fought through and survived some of the most hellish battles of World War II in Europe. He had led his men into Normandy on D-Day, fought beside them in Holland, held them together during the harsh winter outside Bastogne, and celebrated the end of the war with them on the balcony of Adolf Hitler's mountaintop hideaway, the Eagle's Nest. During those 11 months, they had fought and suffered together through terrible hardships. They had witnessed horrible destruction and human atrocities, seen their friends killed and maimed, and had taken the lives of other young men. After the guns had ceased firing, they came home, married, took jobs, raised families, and tried to blend back into everyday life. In the decades that followed, their bodies aged, their hair grayed, their quick, youthful movements slowed, and the memories of their war years, tucked back into the recesses of their minds, began to fade. Some of the men passed on, while the rest slipped quietly into retirement. Then, in the late 1980s, author-historian Stephen E. Ambrose, researching a book on D-Day, was introduced to the men of Easy Company. After hearing their stories, he astutely recognized the unit for what it was, a microcosm of the entire last year of the war in Europe, a story every soldier who served in the ETO would recognize and identify with, and one that future generations of Americans should know. From that, in 1992, came Ambrose's World War II classic work, Band of Brothers, and the lives of Winters and his men would never be the same. In 1999, around the same time Spielberg's landmark World War II film, Saving Private Ryan, in which Hanks starred, was making a sensation in theaters across the country, Winters received a phone call from Ambrose. Hanks wanted to buy the film rights to Band of Brothers. A collaboration between Hanks' production company, Playtone, and Spielberg's DreamWorks, the project was envisioned as a 12-part miniseries for home box office. The final production was pared down to 10 parts and cost $125 million, making it the most expensive miniseries ever produced. It debuted on HBO in September 2001 and was watched by some 9 million viewers. Not only did the series prove a stunning success, but it propelled Winters and the men of Easy Company from a set of obscure retirees with their quietly shared memories to international celebrities, with incessant demands for autographs, personal appearances, and interviews. In 2002, Band of Brothers was nominated for 19 Emmys, including Best Miniseries, which is how Winters found himself being flown to Hollywood, fitted for a tuxedo, courtesy of HBO, and sitting amid a veritable galaxy of stars. Now that the moment for the announcement had arrived, however, Winters was uneasy. Band of Brothers was up against some stiff competition in the form of Dinotopia, The Mists of Avalon, and Shackleton. Winters held his breath as he watched Sheen open the envelope. "The Emmy goes to Band of Brothers," Sheen announced. The auditorium erupted in applause as Hanks and Spielberg rose from their seats, turned to face each other, and shook hands. Winters also rose, leaning on his cane. Hanks extended a hand and helped the aging veteran out into the aisle, then steadied him as they walked toward the stage. Unsteady on a pair of legs that once were powerful enough to run 6 miles up and down a Georgia mountain and propel him out of airplanes, Winters had originally hoped to be able to walk onto the stage from the wings and not have to negotiate the tricky steps now looming before him. However, buoyed by Hanks and his own decisive willpower, the few steps proved no challenge. Now on stage, Winters, Hanks, and Spielberg, along with a growing mass of the film's writers, directors, and cast members, walked to the podium. Hanks had planned to speak, but with Winters on his right arm, the emotion of the moment left the actor speechless. Spielberg accepted the golden statuette and stepped up to the microphone. "Thank you very much, members of the Academy," he said. "Thank you very much for this wonderful appreciation. But we didn't win this. The men of Easy Company won this in 1944. This drew the entire audience to its feet in a rousing standing ovation. The applause increased as cameras cut away to the grand ballroom of the St. Regis Hotel. There, surviving members of Easy Company, now elderly men in various degrees of health and flown to Hollywood at HBO's expense, as well as the widows and children of men no longer living, watched the proceedings on a closed-circuit TV hookup. The faces of the men radiated the same joy Winters felt as he accepted the crowd's gratitude. "These are the real men who were the boys of Easy Company," Spielberg announced by way of introduction. When the applause died away and the audience had resumed their seats, Spielberg continued. He thanked the great historian Stephen Ambrose, who, suffering from the lung cancer that would take his life 21 days later, was unable to attend. Then Spielberg said, "May I now introduce our biggest brother of Band of Brothers, Major Dick Winters." The auditorium again exploded in applause as Hanks led Winters forward to the microphone, so the first soldier of Easy Company could address not just Hollywood's finest gathered before him, but millions of viewers on TV. "Thank you very much," Winters began in his quiet, slow Pennsylvania Dutch drawl. "I want to represent myself here as representing all the men of Company E that are present and accounted for, and on behalf of all the men who have passed before us." The camera cut back to the St. Regis to pan the faces of the veterans as they listened to their commander speak. "We want to thank Steve Ambrose for listening to our stories and our memories." He stopped briefly to choke back emotion. "And for telling the story of Band of Brothers. We don't want to forget Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg and their entire crew who did such a wonderful job in telling our memories. And I want to thank every one of you," he told the audience, "for your support." He snapped his right hand to his forehead. "I salute you," he said. Hanks reclaimed Winter's arm, and with the entire hall ringing with applause, the old soldier faded from the stage to resume a life that would never be quiet and peaceful again. Chapter 1. The $10,000 Jump. June 6, 1944, 0100 to 2200. The sudden, deafening crack of the anti-aircraft shell bursting outside caused First Lieutenant Richard D. Winters to flinch as he stood poised in the doorway of the C-47 transport plane. Shrapnel from the exploded shell rattled off the fuselage like hailstones. Outside in the night sky, Winters could see other paratrooper-laden planes, madly bobbing and weaving through puffs of smoke from ack-ack shells. Between the planes, ribbons of colored fire spewed out from unseen gun emplacements on the ground, arced upward, as if the earth itself were outraged by the presence of these aerial invaders. Winters turned and nodded reassuringly at the 16 men nervously lined up on both sides of the plane's interior, their parachute static lines clipped to the overhead cable, eyes glued on the two lights by the hatch. One light was red, indicating they were nearing their drop zone. The other, a green light, was the go signal. Despite the hell outside and the men's eagerness to get out of this lumbering target of an airplane, neither light was yet lit. It had been just 2 hours since the Air Armada left England, the vanguard of the long-awaited Allied invasion of Europe. As his 33,000-pound transport plane glided through the night air over the English Channel, Winters sat just inside the humming, vibrating fuselage, next to the open hatch, staring absently into the darkness. In the jump seats around him sat the rest of Stick 67, a total of 17 men, all crammed tightly together, yet each eerily alone with his thoughts and fears. "How will I react when I first come under fire?" Winters asked himself. "Can I handle it? Will I make the right decisions? Or will I end up getting myself and my men killed?" At age 26, Winters was the commanding officer of the 1st Platoon of Easy Company, 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment of the 101st Airborne Division, and on that unforgettable June morning, they were winging their way toward their first combat at 150 miles per hour. From the open doorway, Winters looked down in awe at the Allied invasion fleet, 5,000 ships silently knifing through the black waters of the English Channel. Flying just 500 feet above the water to stay below German radar, the paratroopers had the best seat in the house for the greatest show on earth. Watching the fleet, heavily laden with men and equipment, pass beneath the plane's wings, Winters felt absolute astonishment at the enormity of the operation in which he, a lowly boy from tranquil Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, was now an integral part. Being in that aircraft, surrounded by one half of his platoon, Winters had taken a personalized view of the war. Glancing out the door at the ships blanketing the channel, and feeling the closeness of the other transports flying in their tight V formations in the sky around him, brought welcomed reassurance. When the men had first loaded onto the planes at the Apottery airfield, there was the soldiers' usual pissing and moaning, mostly directed at the discomfort caused by the approximately 125 pounds of gear each man had to carry. As the flight monotonously droned on, the men became more subdued. Some prayed, others dragged on cigarettes and gazed reflectively through the curls of smoke, while still others dozed, possibly from lack of sleep the evening before, or as a result of the motion sickness pills they'd been issued prior to takeoff. Even Winters was feeling the effects of the pills. "My God, stay awake," he thought, mentally slapping himself around. "You can't go to sleep tonight." Conversations were short and held in a low murmur. 3 seats to Winters' left, Private Joseph E. Hogan began singing softly. Winters appreciated his attempt to break the tension and joined in. So did a few others, but all soon tired of trying to be heard above the thrumming of the two Pratt & Whitney engines and lapsed back into silence. 20 minutes earlier, around 12:40 a.m., two large, dark shapes appeared on the water below. The plane's crew chief worked his way back through the fuselage over a tangle of sprawled legs to stand beside Winters. "Jersey and Guernsey!" he hollered above the engine roar, leaning close and pointing at the looming shapes. "We're 20 minutes out!" Winters nodded. Jersey and Guernsey were British islands that an emasculated English army had been unable to defend following Dunkirk and the defeat in France. Since 1940, they had become advanced bases for the Nazis, and as the air armada passed overhead, a smattering of ineffectual anti-aircraft fire rose up to greet them, the first hostile fire the men had seen. As the Channel Islands faded into the distance, a more ominous shape began to take form ahead. Occupied France. Passing over the French coastline, the planes began climbing to 1,500 feet. The $10,000 jump, as it was wryly dubbed because of their GI life insurance, was near. Final cigarettes were lit. Although still miles from the drop zone, Winters decided to prepare the men. "We've got to be ready to jump any time now, so let's get up and hook up," he said to Private First Class Bert Christensen, seated next to him, and the other men within earshot. "If we get hit, at least we won't be taking it sitting down." Winters rose and, facing the men, called out above the engine roar, "Stand up!" They struggled to their feet. "Hook up!" he called, and the click of 16 static lines being connected to the overhead guide cable rang out. "Equipment check!" he yelled, and soon the men sounded back. 17 okay, 16 okay, 15 okay, 14 okay, and so on until it reached him. "1 okay," he said, and turned to face the door, snapping a static line to the cable. Taking one more look around the plane's interior, Winters smiled reassuringly to Corporal Denver Bull Randleman, the number 17 man in the stick. A highly reliable, solidly built man with a good sense of humor, Bull was assigned the last seat by Winters for a very good reason. With Randleman bringing up the rear, no man was going to freeze in the doorway. As the planes continued inland, they ran into an unexpected fog bank. With their visibility drastically cut, the transports began spreading out to lessen the threat of a mid-air collision. The fog also obscured the visual guides pilots used to stay together at night, flames from the engine exhausts of other aircraft, and a small blue light on each plane where the right wing met the fuselage, and the formations began to break up. Attempting to spot familiar landmarks on the ground that might lead them to the drop areas, pilots brought their planes down to 700 feet or lower. Tense minutes passed. Even though over enemy-held territory, the Germans had yet to react. "I can't understand this," Winters said to Christensen. "No ack-ack." "You don't hear me complaining, do you?" Christensen replied. Winters smiled. He liked Christensen, who was not only a capable soldier, but an excellent artist who could handle paper and charcoal as well as he could an M1. As if the Nazis had heard Winters' comment, bursts of anti-aircraft fire suddenly began illuminating the clouds ahead like Roman candles. At first it was sparse and poorly aimed. The lead planes had caught the Germans napping, leaving bleary-eyed crews to scramble for their weapons. Soon the fire intensified as the gunners settled down and began their work in earnest. Trails of blue, green, and red tracers split the night. Winters knew that every seventh shell was a tracer, leaving 6 unseen rounds in between. It was not a reassuring thought. Oddly, the German fire seemed to move in slow motion, coming straight at Winters' plane, then falling off behind. "They're shooting wild," he told Christensen. "They're not leading us." Again, as if his criticism had been heard, The enemy gunners adjusted their fire, and the distinct crack of the bursting rounds outside made a formidable noise. It was 1:10 a.m. by Winter's watch when the red light blazed to life. 10 minutes. The men braced themselves, knowing that once the light went from red to green, they had to get out rapidly. If just 30 seconds elapsed from the time the first man jumped until the last man was out, the two would land a mile apart. On they flew through the thickening ground fire. The sky outside was a 4th of July celebration gone mad, and planes began taking evasive action against orders. More tracers streaked upward. Winter's plane was buffeted as several rounds pierced its tail. An anti-aircraft shell exploded below the C-47, sending out a shower of shrapnel. One chunk sliced through the fuselage and struck the pilot, Lieutenant William M. Sammons, in the foot. Partly in terror, partly at the shock of being hit, Sammons reached out and flipped on the jump light. Jesus Christ, Winters thought when he saw the green light blaze. Without hesitation, he shoved the heavy equipment bag containing machine guns and ammunition out the door. As he watched it fall away, Winters realized the plane hadn't slowed. "We're going too fast!" he yelled to Christensen. Then, knowing he had no choice, Winters stepped into the doorway, fingers on the outside of the plane. 400 feet below, he saw a town with a building afire. An ant-like line of civilians formed up in a bucket brigade, trying to douse the flames. Winters took a deep breath and steeled himself for what he knew was going to be a difficult jump into an even more difficult war. In those final seconds, the young lieutenant's thoughts turned to General William Lee, the 101st Airborne's first commander. Tough yet popular with his men, Lee had formed the division, trained it, and led it to England, only to suffer a heart attack and be forced to give up command. "Bill Lee!" Winters yelled, and launched himself into the violent night. The jolt of the parachute opening at that speed, coupled with a fierce propeller blast, was the worst Winters ever experienced, and would leave his arms and legs bruised for weeks. Far more disturbing, however, was that the musette bag, which was strapped across his chest, and his leg bag, both of which carried nearly all his gear, including his M1 Garand rifle and ammunition bandoliers, were torn away by the shock. Dangling from the chute's risers, Winters tried to keep an eye on his falling leg bag, all the while cursing the last-minute idea that foisted the leg bag on the men with no chance to experiment. Now, except for his jump knife and whatever he had thought to jam into his pockets, everything he owned was plummeting toward Earth. At the same time he was trying to track his equipment, Winters' attention was diverted by a German 20mm battery firing skyward. He could hear the rounds whirring past in the dark and thought, "Jesus Christ, they're trying to pick me up with that machine gun. There, my bag dropped in that field by that tree line. God damn that machine gun." Winters hoped to land in the same field as his gear. Instead, he drifted left, over a road and another line of trees, and thudded down in the adjacent field. Recovering quickly, he collapsed his canopy and began freeing himself from his parachute harness. Machine gun bullets from an unseen MG-42 zipped overhead as Winters struggled with the tangled lines. The enemy gun crew had yet to zero in on his location, but Winters knew it was only a matter of time before the lead flying across that field found him. Finally wrenching himself free, Winters was confronted with the fact that he had no idea where he was or where his men were, and didn't even know which way to go to reach the rally point. Ordinarily, to reach the rally point, the first men to jump began walking in the direction the plane was flying, and the last ones out headed back the way from which it came, and if all went well, they would meet somewhere in between. In the mass of confusion that was D-Day, this proved impossible. Needing to collect his thoughts, Winters stepped up to a tree and took a leak, both to relieve himself and as a means of taking a second to relax and gather his thoughts. Before Winters jumped, he had considered slicing off a strip of his camouflaged parachute to use as a raincoat. But now, with bullets cutting through the air, his only thought was to retrieve his gear and get the hell away from that machine gun in that town. Slipping his jump knife from his boot scabbard, he was just about to do that when another paratrooper landed nearby. Racing to the man's side, Winters helped cut him out of his harness and recognized him as a supply sergeant from F Company. Since the sergeant was armed with a Tommy gun, Winters relieved him of a hand grenade, then said, "I need to recover my gear. It's in my leg bag in the next field." Winters indicated that the armed sergeant was to take the lead. The sergeant, unenthused by the prospect, balked, so Winters said, "Follow me," and headed off into the night. The two cautiously made their way around the German 20mm battery in the direction of the road that separated Winters from his possessions. From out in the darkness, an enemy machine gun opened up, firing down the road they had to cross. "To hell with it," Winters told the trooper, doubtless much to the man's relief. "Let's get out of here." They walked quietly through the darkened countryside, the rustle of their boots in the grass drowned out by the rumble of German flak batteries and the drone of a new wave of C-47s carrying the 82nd Airborne into battle. Having most of the Germans' attention focused upward was a blessing for those already on the ground, lost and confused, for there were no familiar landmarks to be seen, despite weeks of studying maps and sand tables back in England. Still, Winters kept walking, looking for something, anything, that would give him a clue as to where he was. Winters heard a rustling sound in the darkness. Taking out his cricket, a small toy the troopers had been issued before departing England, he clicked it once and was relieved when the two-click reply came back. He was even happier to find it was one of his sergeants, Carwood Lipton, and about 12 men, including several 82nd Airborne stragglers. Lipton, whom Winters considered one of Easy's most capable non-commissioned officers, said he'd spotted an old Roman road sign indicating that the town with the blazing building was St. Mary Église. "Who's got a poncho?" Winters asked. A man handed him one. Winters hunched on the ground, stuck his trench knife into the earth, then crawled under the poncho. Taking his flashlight off his belt, he turned it on, laid out his map, and placed a compass on it. Within moments, Winters not only knew exactly where he was, but thanks to those sand tables, he also knew where the German positions were that he would have to avoid. The bad news was he and his men were 4 miles from their objective, Saint-Marie-du-Mont, as the crow flies, and they weren't crows. By foot, it was closer to 8 miles. Winters crawled out from under the poncho and reached for his knife, but it was gone. He rose slowly and glared at the men, anger welling inside. The 82nd boys looked nervous and sweaty, but no one confessed to lifting the knife. Winters knew this was neither the time nor the place to raise hell, so he tersely said, "I know where we are, this way," and led them northeastward toward the beach. By 02:30, the group was well away from St. Mary Église, and a few more Easy Company men had latched on, including Lieutenant Lynn Buck Compton, Sergeant Bill Garnier, and Corporal Don Malarkey. Like Winters, Lipton, Compton, and Garnier had lost their weapons in the jump. Lipton had managed to pick up an M1 carbine, but Compton and Garnier were armed only with jump knives. Earlier that night, Garnier, toughened from growing up on the streets of South Philadelphia, had jumped a man in the darkness, and holding the knife to his throat, hissed, "Whose side are you on?" "I'm an American," the frightened man squealed. "Yeah," Garnier said, "but whose side are you on?" The man finally convinced Garnier he was a friend. With Compton was Corporal Joseph Toy, sporting a bandaged right hand and in obvious pain. "What happened, Joe?" Winters asked, indicating the wound. "Stupidity," the tough ex-coal miner from Pittston, Pennsylvania, replied. "I thought I could get out of the plane easier if I wrapped the rope from my leg bag around my hand. When I jumped, the goddamn bag fell away, and the rope bit into my hand, cut it clean to the bone. But I can still fire a weapon, Lieutenant. I didn't come here to sit in no aid station." "Glad you're here," Winters said. "But the first chance we have, you get that taken care of. You're more help to me if you have 2 hands." About 0300, the group came across Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 502nd, with about 50 men. Cole was leading his column toward his objective, Causeway 3 and the coastal batteries at Saint-Martin-de-Verville. Since that was roughly the same direction Winters and his 15 men were going, they fell in line. Groping their way through the pre-dawn darkness, Winters watched in disbelief as Cole studied his map with the aid of an unshielded flashlight. Winters knew Cole and considered him a man who felt invincible, that he could never be hit, and he doubtless would have scoffed at the young lieutenant's discomfort over his blatant breach of normal safety and common sense. Cole's bravado would earn him the Congressional Medal of Honor a few days later, but would cost him his life in Holland. Within minutes of joining Cole's group, they were stopped by the approaching sound of clopping horses' hooves and the creak of wooden wheels and leather harness moving toward them along the dark Norman road. At Cole's signal, the men dispersed along both sides of the road, hunching down among the underbrush. The men who had lost their weapons in the jump, Winters, Garnier, Compton, and Lipton, stayed back. 4 horse-drawn German supply wagons now appeared on the road, accompanied by a platoon of infantry. As they drew near, Cole's trap was prematurely sprung when his men opened fire too soon. In the brief but violent blaze of gunfire, men yelled, cursed, and screamed, horses whinnied, and bullets whistled through the air and thudded into flesh. 2 of the wagons managed to get turned around and tore away, but the drivers of the other 2, plus several of the infantrymen, were cut down. When the shooting stopped, a number of Germans lay dead, and 10 had surrendered. But the Americans had not come through it unscathed. One of Cole's officers, Major J.W. Vaughn, had been killed. With the fight over, there was a wild scramble for guns and souvenirs. Winters and Garnier joined the macabre scavenger hunt, each coming away with a pistol. The guns were small and almost toy-like, but at least the 2 men were now armed and felt less helpless. The first blue-gray streaks of dawn were tinting the eastern sky as the column reached an intersection with a road Winters knew to be the D-14, the one he'd been seeking. Bidding Cole farewell and good luck, Winters and his men wearily peeled off, each column now heading for its assigned objective. Half an hour or so later, Winters and his men stumbled upon another German supply wagon. It had been recently shot up, probably by Allied fighters prowling overhead, and sat abandoned by the roadside. Its dead driver slumped across the seat. Hoping to find a more effective weapon than the scrawny pistol he'd picked up earlier, Winters searched the wagon and was amazed to find an M1 Garand. Evidently, the German had also been collecting souvenirs before the Army Air Forces ended his career. Bumming ammo clips from some of the other men, Winters now felt ready to fight for the first time since he jumped into France. Shortly after daybreak, the distant booming of large naval guns rumbled across the fields, the first indication that the amphibious landings were underway. American shells began streaking inland, unseen but loudly splitting the air as they passed overhead. Winters and his men felt comfort in that they were no longer alone. The closer they got to their objective, the more friends they came across, including about 25 men from D Company, led by Captain Jerry S. Gross, whom Winters knew to be a capable and talented officer. No sooner had Dog Company fallen in than the Winters column caught up to 2nd Battalion headquarters. 40 men, led by Lieutenant Colonel Robert Strayer. Along with Strayer was Major Oliver Horton, the battalion's executive officer, and Captains Clarence Hester, the competent Battalion S3, and Winters' good friend, Lewis Nixon, who was Strayer's S2. "Glad to see you, Winters," Strayer greeted him as the lieutenant reported in. "Thank you, sir," he replied. "It took us a while to figure out where we were." Winters asked about First Lieutenant Thomas Meehan, Easy's commander, whom he had last seen at the airstrip in England. "No one has seen Meehan, nor anyone else from Easy's HQ," Horton responded. "Until we do, it's your company, Dick." 2nd Battalion now consisted of about 80 officers and men. Easy Company was made up of 2 officers, 9 enlisted men, 2 light .30 caliber machine guns, a bazooka for which there was no ammo, and a 60-millimeter mortar. Still 3 kilometers from Saint-Marie-de-Mont by 0930, the battalion filed through the small village of Le Grand Chemin, weapons held at the ready. Most of the inhabitants of this hamlet were farm workers from a large estate called Brécourt Manor, whose buildings could be seen ahead. The estate was owned by a retired French Army colonel named WWII, a veteran of the Marne and Verdun 30 years earlier. This war had cost him 2 of his sons, a captain and a sergeant, both lost during the Battle of France in 1940. Now 69, the old army officer hid with the rest of his family, including his 2 surviving sons, Louis, 19, and Michel, 24, inside their large home, along with 2 of his farm workers, their wives, and a baby. Located just a few miles inland from Utah Beach, Brécourt's roads were dotted with dead horses and abandoned German equipment, victims of aerial strafing. Some of the Americans felt a tinge of sorrow for the horses, caught up in the fury of war, killed simply because men had not learned to live together in peace. Outside the village, near where the D-913 met the D-14, the advancing column was greeted by the distinct rapid staccato of a German MG-42 machine gun. Men instinctively scrambled for cover by the road embankment, which was high enough to offer protection from the flying lead. Safe in this sunken road, Winters relaxed against the embankment, taking a breather for the first time since he'd landed. The harassing fire was coming from a tree line about 350 yards to the battalion's right. Strayer ordered D Company to silence the gun. Gross handed the job over to the young Lieutenant John Kelly, who inexpertly deployed his men and launched a frontal assault without first reconnoitering the ground. The company ran headlong into heavy fire and was pinned down for several minutes before working its way back to the road, luckily without casualties. Winters was still resting when Lieutenant George Lavinson, Strayer's aide, found him. "Strayer wants you up front," Lavinson said. Winters found Strayer and Hester talking with a harried Lieutenant Kelly. Winters stood silently near the small group. Hester soon turned to him. "There's a battery of 88s along a tree line in the field to our right, with a direct line of fire on Causeway 2, Hester said without preamble. "Colonel Strayer wants you to take easy and knock them out." Hester then turned and walked away without any further instructions. Blessed with a keen tactical mind, Winters did not want to repeat Kelly's mistake. He planned to see what he was up against. Creeping cautiously along a small hedgerow, he moved within sight of the German position. The enemy was located in an L-shaped trench about 400 yards long, with 3 105-millimeter guns, which the Americans mistook for 88s, facing northwest toward Causeway 2, and a 4th 105 turned in the direction of Causeway 3. The guns were heavily camouflaged, which explained why Allied fighter-bombers hadn't spotted them and knocked them out in the pre-invasion attacks. In the bend of the L, between the first and second guns, was the MG-42 that had taken the battalion under fire. Across the field in front of the guns, hidden in another hedgerow, 3 more machine guns were set up to cover the artillery in case of an attack from the beach. However, with the threat currently coming from behind, those weapons were now facing the road. To Winters' right, he spotted 2 long hedgerows that ran parallel to the one he was now in, and perpendicular to the German position. These hedges almost, but not quite, intersected the German position. He would use these for his approach. Making his way back to the road, Winters gathered Easy Company. Besides Compton, he had 10 men, Sergeants Lipton, Toy, and Garnier, Corporals Malarkey and Robert Popeye Wynn, and Privates Mike Ranney, Cleveland O. Petty, Joseph D. Liebgott, Walter Hendricks, and John Plesher, Jr. Winters outlined the mission. "How many Krauts are we looking at?" Garnier asked, glancing around. "Don't know, Bill," Winters replied. "Why?" "No reason," the feisty sergeant shrugged. Private Gerald Lorraine, Colonel Sink's driver, but currently jeepless since he'd been unable to find the colonel, was standing nearby. He hurried up to Winters. "Lieutenant," he said, I'd like to go along if you can use me." "Certainly can," Winters replied. "Glad for the help." Laying out his assault plan, Winters said, "This will be a double envelopment. Buck, you take Lipton, Toy, Lorraine, Popeye, and Ranny along that first hedgerow. Everyone else is on me. We'll move along the second hedgerow. That way, we can't all get pinned down at once." Turning to the two machine-gun crews, Petty and Liebgott on one, and Hendricks and Plescher on the second, Winters said, "When we get out there, you'll position your guns to give us a base of fire. Lipton, you and Ranny move to the right and secure that flank. Lip, you have a demolition kit in that musette bag, right?" Lipton nodded. "When you see we've taken the first gun, bring it up fast." Winters next turned to Compton. "Buck, Malarkey, Popeye, get close to that machine gun and put grenades on it. Then we all run like hell for the trench. Speed is everything. We've got to hit them hard and fast and get into that trench before they can react. Then we'll concentrate on the first gun, take it, then go after the rest one by one. Questions? Okay, drop everything except your weapons and ammo. Stay alert. Don't do anything foolish. Follow me." Hunched over and moving quickly, the two groups moved along the hedgerows undetected. Once in position, Winters saw that Petty and Liebgott's machine gun could fire point-blank on the first artillery piece. He crawled over to his gunners. "You're in a good spot," he told them. "Hold your fire until you have a definite target. Don't give away your position too soon." Ranny and Lipton got to their assigned spot near the rusted hulk of an abandoned truck. Visibility was poor, so Lipton slung his carbine around his neck and climbed a young tree. Perched precariously on thin branches and in front of the slender trunk, the position provided him a clean line of sight, but soon exposed him to German return fire. It was a rookie mistake that, luckily, Lipton would live to learn from. Once everyone was set, Winters took a deep breath. This was it, his first experience leading men in combat. Resolved, he signaled Liebgott to open fire. The machine gun blazed to life, his .30 caliber slugs raking the trench and kicking up plumes of dirt. The rest of the men joined in, providing cover fire for Compton and his group. The enemy machine gun responded, and Germans in the trench opened up with their Mauser rifles. A German helmet poked up above the trench. Winters aimed his M1 and squeezed off a round. The helmet dropped out of sight. He later found a pool of blood at the spot, but no sign of the German. Compton finally got his team into position. The three men slipped grenades from their web gear, yanked out the pins, and hurled the pineapples at the gun. Seeing that, Winters yelled, "Come on, follow me!" He leaped to his feet and ran forward, the others close behind. The exploding grenades knocked out the MG-42 and its crew, but bullets from Germans in the trench and the machine guns in the distant tree line buzzed around the Americans like hornets, kicking up dirt devils at their feet as they charged. Reaching the trench, the GIs leaped into it safe, but not sound. As he dove for cover, Wynne yelped when a bullet struck him in the buttocks. Writhing on the bottom of the trench and bleeding into his ripped trousers, he kept apologizing to Winters. "I'm sorry, sir, I goofed," he cried. "I messed up. I'm sorry, Lieutenant." A German potato masher grenade thrown from the nearby artillery position landed among the men, almost at Toy's feet. "Grenade!" Winters yelled. "Move, for Christ's sake, move!" Men dove in all directions. Toy flopped over backward as the grenade went off, shattering the stock of his M1. The Americans tossed grenades back. As they exploded, Lorraine, Garnier, and Winters stormed the gun position, weapons blazing. 3 Germans leaped from the trench and ran toward their comrades in the opposite tree line. "Nail 'em!" Winters yelled, and swung his rifle up to his shoulder. The M1 bucked, and a single round caught one man in the back of the head. He fell like a rag doll. A burst from Lorraine's Thompson killed a second German, but Garnier missed his man. Winters raised his rifle, fired, and hit the fleeing soldier in the back. Garnier let loose with a burst that struck the wounded man, yet failed to kill him. "Hilfe! Hilfe!" the wounded German called over and over, yelling for help. Winters turned to Malarkey, who had just caught up, and said, "Finish him." Malarkey aimed to put a bullet through the man's head. A fourth German leaped from the trench and ran for the distant hedgerow. Winters took careful aim and fired. The fleeing man spun to the ground as if punched by an invisible fist and lay still. Only about 20 seconds had elapsed since Easy Company had gained the trench, and they had already silenced one gun. Quickly assessing his situation, Winters thought, Jesus Christ, somebody will cut loose any minute now from farther up the trench. Keeping his head low, he scouted ahead and found a pair of Germans setting up a machine gun. Winters squeezed off 2 quick shots, striking the gunner in the hip and the other man in the shoulder. "Buck, Joe," Winters called to Compton and Toy. He pointed toward the next gun emplacement. "Put fire on that position." Their weapons immediately blazed to life. Suddenly Malarkey leaped out of the trench, and Winters watched horror-stricken as he raced toward the bodies sprawled in the field. Malarkey had often talked about picking up a Luger as a souvenir, and he thought he'd seen one on one of the dead men. "Get back here, you idiot!" Winters yelled. "This area is lousy with Krauts." Luck was with Malarkey. The Germans let up their fire, possibly thinking only a medic would dare expose himself like that. Malarkey reached the dead man, only to find the Luger was in fact a gun sight for one of the 105s. Now aware of his vulnerable predicament, Malarkey jumped up and raced madly back to the trench as bullets chewed angrily at the ground near his feet. In the trench, Garnier and others laid down covering fire. Leaping into the first gun emplacement, Malarkey crawled under the silent 105 as bullets twanged off the metal. He lay there several minutes until he was able to move to a more protected part of the trench. Malarkey had survived the Germans, but now had to face his lieutenant. "Damn it, Down, what the hell's the matter with you?" Winters yelled, furious at the lapse in training shown by this usually superb NCO. "You ever pull a bonehead stunt like that again, and it won't be the Germans you'll have to worry about." Winters sent the chagrined Malarkey out to the right, beyond the first gun, to secure that flank, and moved back to where Wynne lay, still apologizing for getting hit. "I can't spare anyone to help you back, Popeye," Winters told him. "Can you make it on your own?" Wynne said he could, so Winters and Compton hoisted their wounded friend out of the trench, warned him to keep low, and sent him on his way. He was no sooner gone than Compton yelled, "Look out, grenade!" He'd yanked a pin from a grenade and was about to toss it when it slipped from his hand. In the narrow confines of the trench, there was nowhere to go but down, so the men hit the dirt as the grenade went off, again near Toy. "Jesus Christ!" he muttered, shaken but unhurt by this second brush with death. Toy wasn't the only one rattled by the explosion. A German hiding nearby came running forward, his hands in the air. He was the Americans' first prisoner. Winters tried to point the man to the rear, but they could not communicate, since no one in the group spoke German. Lorraine slipped on a set of brass knuckles and belted the man. Winters detested such treatment of prisoners. "That's enough, Lorraine," he ordered. Lorraine backed off. The Nazi soldier lay moaning, and Winters kicked him in the behind. He rose to his feet, and again Winters indicated he was to go to the rear. Winters did not approve of Lorraine's action, but the sock to the jaw had evidently broken down the language barrier, and the prisoner headed rearward. 3 more Germans now approached, all armed. "Set your range for 200 yards, Winters quietly told the men. At about 225 yards, an over-eager Lorraine opened up with his Thompson. The enemy returned fire. 1 German was wounded in the short firefight, but all got away. Winters now prepared to attack the second gun. After first making prisoners of the 2 German machine gunners he'd wounded earlier, he left 3 men to hold the first 105 and moved the rest closer to the second, keeping low to avoid the enemy fire still coming from the opposing hedgerow and from another machine gun near the manor house that had just joined in. On Winters' signal, the Americans attacked quickly, firing their weapons and tossing grenades as they charged. The enemy fled except for 6 men who walked forward, hands over their heads, and saying in stilted English, "No make me dead." After a delay caused in part by Lipton stopping to apply sulfur powder to Wynn's wounded backside, Lipton and Ranny finally caught up to Winters. However, Lipton soon realized he'd left the demolition kit with the explosives, fuses, and percussion caps in his musette bag back at the road when the men had dumped their excess gear. Embarrassed, he quickly crawled back to retrieve the bag. As Winters turned his attention to the third gun, he got a modicum of help in the form of two men from other companies. While he did not recognize one of them, the other was Private First Class John D. Hall of A Company, whom Winters knew from his days of coaching the regiment's basketball team. "We thought maybe you could use some help, Coach," Hall said. "I certainly can, Hall, thanks," Winters replied earnestly, and quickly briefed the two on what had been done so far and what was next. In taking the first two guns, Winters and his men had made one concerted push each time, moving rapidly through the trench with the always aggressive Garnier leading the way. Just before they had left England, Garnier had learned that his brother Henry, a medic, had been killed in Italy. Anger burned inside him, and he eagerly took to his role, although Winters worried that it led Garnier to take dangerous and unnecessary chances. To take this third gun, Winters opted on a quick three-pronged attack, sending Hall up the trench, while he, Compton, and Garnier would attack on the outside, with Winters on the left and Compton and Garnier on the right, even though this would briefly expose all to fire from across the field. At Winters' signal, the four men charged, firing as they ran. Garnier sprayed the emplacement with his Tommy gun, killing several of the crew. 6 more Germans surrendered, but Hall was killed. This was a blow to Winters, who had liked Hall's ambition. Kneeling over the body as it lay sprawled in the trench, Winters felt twinges of sorrow. Up until then, the war had not been completely real for him. But now, leaning over the battered body of his young friend, retrieving the dog tags that he knew would be used in order to notify Hall's family of his death, Winters began to fully understand the true horror of combat. Winters rose. Hall was the first, but would not be the last. Winters would grieve for them all more completely when there was time. For now, though, he turned his attention to the third gun emplacement, where he'd noticed a command center with radio and direction-finding equipment. Poking through the papers left behind by the fleeing enemy, he discovered maps that denoted gun positions. It took just a few moments for Winters to realize this map pinpointed artillery and machine gun emplacements all over the Cotentin Peninsula. He had to get it back to Strayer. After ordering the radios destroyed, Winters spotted the man who had arrived with Hall and handed him the maps. "Tell my machine guns to come up and join me," he told the soldier, wondering why they hadn't already done so. "Then take these to battalion. Tell Colonel Strayer we've taken 3 guns, but in order to take the 4th, we must have reinforcements and more ammo." The man nodded and left. Winters waited. And waited. After a while, Buck Compton joined him. "We're spread awfully thin, Dick," he said. "If the Krauts get their shit together and attack us, they'll plow us under." "I'm fully aware of that, Buck," Winters replied. "I sent a man back for help, but so far nothing." "Maybe he didn't make it," Compton said. "Maybe," Winters paused, then added, "Take over here. I'm going myself." Slipping over the rim of the trench, he crawled rearward through the grass, keeping as flat as possible to avoid the machine gun bullets flying by just overhead. Winters came across the body of an American. Drawing closer, he recognized the man as Warrant Officer Andrew Hill. Earlier in the fight, while working his way around behind the trench to join Easy Company, Hill had met Lipton and Ranny. Crawling forward together, the 3 ran into the man Winters had sent to the rear with the maps, who asked, "Where's HQ?" Lipton looked back at Hill, who raised his head to reply. Before he could utter a word, however, a German machine gun bullet punched through his helmet and into his forehead. When Winters came across Hill, the young man lay on his back, his right arm extended upward. Crawling past the body, Winters noted a watch on Hill's right arm. For some reason, the watch played on Winters' mind, and after he was several yards beyond the body, Winters thought, Hell, I could use that watch, and turned around. Heading back, another thought struck him. You're nuts, he chided himself. This watch isn't worth it. Reaching Hill, Winters unstrapped the watch, pocketed it, and again crawled toward battalion. At the road, Winters found Strayer and his staff sitting unconcernedly, studying the captured maps. Tired, sweaty, and with the adrenaline of battle pumping through his blood, the sight of this seeming indifference by his superior officer while he and his men were hanging on to the trench by their fingernails caused the usually soft-spoken Winters to erupt. "God damn it!" he yelled at the officers who now stared at him, mouths agape. "When I send for ammunition and help, I mean now, not when you get around to it." None of them had ever seen Winters that mad. Standing there in the road, hand tightly clutching his Garand, his sweaty uniform streaked with dirt and grass stains, a smear of Hall's blood on his sleeve, Winters was a ferocious figure. The image had the desired effect. Bandoliers of ammo were suddenly being heaped on him. Hester said he'd send up Lieutenant Ronald Spears of D Company with some reinforcements, and that he himself would bring more explosives. Private Lynn Hicks of F Company heard the exchange and said, "Lieutenant Winters, I'd like to help." "Okay, Hicks," Winters said. "See if anyone else from Fox Company wants to come along and bring 'em." With assurances that help was coming, Winters returned to his men. Hester was as good as his word. He brought the TNT charges, plus new instructions from Strayer. "The battalion is moving on to Saint Marie de Mont," he said. "Strayer sent Nixon to the beach with those maps you found. The colonel wants you to mop up here, then catch up." Winters and Hester slipped the TNT charges down the barrels of the 3 105s and set them off with incendiary grenades. The blast split the barrels like banana peels. By now, a dismayed Lipton had returned with his TNT satchel, only to see the guns had already been disabled. Spears arrived, bringing along Hicks, Sergeant Julian Rusty Houck, the F Company clerk, and Privates Jumbo DiMarzio, Ray Taylor, and another man. They immediately set about knocking out the fourth gun. Houck and Hicks crawled through the grass toward the Germans. Hicks nodded, and Houck rose to throw a grenade. From somewhere, a Schmeisser machine gun opened up, its slugs tearing into Houck, who fell dead. Spears, an aggressive leader, jumped up and led his men forward. Hicks fell, struck in the leg, and a second man was severely wounded. Spears leaped into the gun pit alone, causing the startled Germans to flee. Spears cut them down with fire from his Tommy gun. After dispatching this gun, as they had the other three, with TNT and a grenade, and with ammo running low, Winters decided it was time to leave. "Can you make it back okay?" Winters asked the injured Hicks. When Hicks said he could, Winters ordered his machine guns to lay down covering fire as the Americans began pulling back to the road. As was his custom, Winters was the last man out. Leaving the trench, he spotted the 2 Germans he'd first wounded. Left behind, they again began setting up their machine gun. Winters shot them both dead. Once the company had reassembled at the road, Winters ordered Malarkey to drop mortar rounds on the Germans at the Brecourt Manor House. Malarkey, who did not have the base plate or bipod for the 60mm mortar, bore-sighted the weapon. He dropped 15 rounds on the farm with remarkable accuracy, eventually breaking every window in the building, despite the fact that the mortar burrowed itself in the dirt with each recoil. Winters was impressed by Malarkey's God-given touch with the mortar. After he ceased fire, Malarkey set about trying to disinter his mortar. An elderly Frenchman ran out of a nearby building carrying a shovel and helped Malarkey dig out the tube. Winters began contemplating his next move in what Strayer referred to as a mop-up when he heard a rumble of engines and the clank of treads on the road. 2 Sherman tanks from the 4th Division appeared, with Nixon riding the lead one. "Brought you a present," Nixon said, jumping down, a huge grin on his handsome face. "The first 2 tanks to come off Utah Beach. I thought you could use some help." "I think I can find something for them to do," Winters said. "Thanks, Nix." As the tanks drew to a halt, More help arrived in the form of Lieutenant Harry Welsh and about 30 men. Winters told Welsh, his assistant platoon leader, to have his men stand by in case they were needed, then crawled up on the lead tank. Getting nose to nose with the commander in order to be heard over the engine, he briefed the man on what needed to be done. Winters jumped down from the tanks and instructed the same men who'd accompanied him in the earlier attack, minus the wounded Wynne, to follow along behind for support. The Shermans clanked toward the German positions, Winters guiding them with hand signals. At Winters' direction, the tanks opened up, sweeping the tree line with their 50 and 30 caliber machine guns. The impact of the heavy slugs chewed through the hedges and trees with devastating effect, convincing the Germans it was time to leave. Winters next had the tanks turn their weapons on the manor itself. Again the machine guns roared. The added punch of American armor drove the last of the enemy away. Causeway 2 was now clear. Thanking the tank commander, Winters surveyed the field once more, then turned and led Easy Company toward Sainte-Marie-du-Mont. The fight at Brécourt had taken about 3 hours, during which Winters' small band had attacked a position held by about 50 Germans of the 6th Battery, 90th Regiment. 15 enemy had been killed and 12 captured. All 4 105s had been destroyed. Winters listed his losses as 2 wounded and 4 dead, although he later learned that the one man of Spears's group whom he thought had been killed had in fact survived. Weeks later, just before the regiment was returned to England, Colonel Sink called on Winters at his headquarters tent. "I've just been going through your after-action report from Brécourt," he said. "That was a fine piece of soldiering, Dick. I'm recommending you for the Congressional Medal of Honor. I think you deserve it. I'll also accept any award recommendations you have for the men who were with you. Have them on my desk by tomorrow." For their action at Brécourt on June 6, 1944, Winters nominated Garnier for a Distinguished Service Cross, which Strayer downgraded to the Silver Star. Compton, Lorraine, and Toy also received the Silver Star. Lipton, Malarkey, Ranney, Liebgott, Hendricks, Plesha, Petty, and Wynne each received the Bronze Star. As for Winters' Medal of Honor nomination, General Maxwell Taylor, the division commander, had decreed that only one be awarded to the 101st. It went to Colonel Cole, downgrading Winters to the Distinguished Service Cross. He received it from General Omar Bradley during a parade ground ceremony on July 1st. Later, Winters discovered that during the whole fight at Brécourt, a French family had been hiding in a large, deep sinkhole out in the middle of the field. They'd taken shelter there when they heard the rumble of shells coming from the shore and cowered in the hole during the entire battle as bullets zipped by overhead. Knowing the anxiety he felt that day, Winters later said he could only imagine the terror that family must have experienced. To his regret, he also learned that Michel de Valavier had been shot in the back while surrendering to a paratrooper, who incorrectly assumed that since the guns were on his family's land, he was a collaborator. The teenager survived. The 506 spent his first full night in France, dug in along a hedgerow outside Sainte-Marie-du-Mont. Winters remained in command of Easy, as there was still no word of Lieutenant Meehan. Concern for his commander's fate was not alleviated by Harry Welsh. "When I was coming down this morning," Welsh said, "I drifted over a burning C-47 lying in a field outside of Saint-Mère-Église. Think that might have been Meehan's?" "God, I hope not, Harry," Winters replied sincerely, remembering the last time he saw the smiling Irishman as they boarded the planes in England. "I keep hoping you'll show up." Winters thought about Meehan, whom he had known for such a short time, and about Meehan's young wife, Anne. "Thank God I'm not married," he thought. "But you don't think you'll catch up, do you?" Welsh asked, breaking Winters' reverie. "What concerns me is that it isn't just Meehan," Winters replied. "No one's seen anyone from that plane. Not Sergeant Evans, or Carl Riggs, Dick Owens, Herm Collins. None of them. That's not good." Winters settled down and tried to sleep, exhausted by the day's exertions, both physical and mental. but German infantry in another hedgerow across an open field kept firing their weapons into the dark and shouting. Unable to sleep, Winters decided to get up and make a personal reconnaissance. Walking quietly along a footpath in the dark, he heard the approaching clatter of hobnailed boots and froze. Krauts, he thought. Dropping into a ditch, he huddled there quietly as a German patrol walked by, passing so close that Winters caught a whiff of strong German tobacco. As the enemy moved away, he blessed the U.S. Army for using rubber-soled boots. Back safely with the company, Winters lay on the ground by Welsh. Having no blanket to cover himself, his was still in some farmer's field inside his lost leg bag, Winters took some newspaper he'd liberated earlier in the day and formed a small tent over his face and upper body. This was less for warmth than it was to keep away the mosquitoes he could hear bouncing off the newspaper. Before closing his eyes that night, Winters realized he hadn't said his prayers, so he rolled over and got to his knees. Welsh watched somberly. "Dick," he said, following Winters' amen, "I'm Catholic, and when I get back home, I'll go to church every Sunday and pray. But I won't pray here." Welsh kept his word. But Winters prayed, and that night he thanked God for surviving this first terrible day and asked him to watch over him the next day. He also made a vow that after the war he would settle down in some quiet place and live the remainder of his life in peace. Chapter 2. $21 a day, once a month. January 21st, 1918 to August 25th, 1942. Richard Davis Winters was born in Lancaster General Hospital in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, on Monday, January 21st, 1918, during a week-long stretch of intense winter cold that would culminate the next day with a crippling snowstorm that paralyzed much of the East Coast. His father, Richard Nagel Winters, was 26 when his son arrived. Born on August 29, 1891, he was the sixth generation of a family that could trace its American roots back to Timothy Winters, an Englishman who emigrated to colonial Pennsylvania in the late 1760s. In 1778, 3 years after the Revolutionary War broke out in Massachusetts, Timothy Winters enlisted in the 1st Pennsylvania Regiment. Nicknamed the 1st Defenders, the regiment was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Robinson. Timothy Winters evidently served with distinction, as evidenced by his promotion to corporal on September 1st, 1780. He served with the regiment in its numerous engagements, including the last one, the Battle of Yorktown in October 1781, when British forces, hemmed in by land and sea, surrendered to General George Washington. 140 years after Timothy Winters arrived back home and hung up his brown bess on pegs over the fireplace, young Dick Winters' father worked as a general foreman for Edison Electric Company, with an office on the 3rd floor of what still is Lancaster's tallest structure, the 13-story Grist Building. The boy's mother, Edith Espenshade Winters, was a housewife, tending the home and raising her children with a loving yet firm hand. Born August 26, 1896, Edith Winters was raised in the Lancaster County Mennonite traditions of respect, discipline, and hard work, traits her young son learned well and would embrace throughout his life. For the first 3 years after Dick Winters' birth, the family lived in the small town of New Holland, near where Edith had been raised. Her father, Serena's Hare Espenshade, had been born in Paradise, Pennsylvania, on April 13, 1857, and spent most of his life as a farmer in Strasburg Township, tilling the rich, black earth of the fertile Mill Creek Valley. He retired from farming in 1912 and moved to Lancaster, taking a job as an attendant at a city parking lot. Emma Neff Caskey Espenshade, Edith's mother, was born April 26, 1861. A friendly but reserved woman, at family gatherings she and young Dick would quietly sit and cast smiles back and forth at the boisterous talk and laughter of the rest of the clan. In 1921, Richard Winters moved his small family to Ephrata, a bustling town about 8 miles northwest of New Holland. Here they shared a large 2.5-story wooden frame house that still stands at 41 East Fulton Street, with the boy's paternal grandmother, Catherine A. Kate Shirk Winters. Born in 1862, Kate was the widow of William Davis Winters, one of Lancaster County's most prominent hotel men. William Winters had carved a name for himself in the community years earlier as owner of the Ephrata House, a 3-story hotel at 46 East Main Street. Built between 1864 and 1866 by a carriage maker named George S. Wise, who had his shop at the rear, the building changed hands 3 times before being bought in 1877 by Barton N. Winters, William's uncle. 10 years later, Barton sold the business to his nephew, who extensively remodeled the structure. He removed the old Wise carriage shop and added a distinctive mansard roof, traces of which can still be seen today. With his renovations, the local newspaper, the Ephrata Review, said the building almost lost all trace of its former plan. Winters added a pool room in 1897, which quickly became a popular gathering place for the town's male population. 2 years later, the property left the Winters family when it was sold for $20,000. Now William Winters, who had taken to strong drink, briefly owned and operated a liquor store in Lancaster. However, he soon returned to Ephrata to manage the Hotel Cocalico, which stood at Main and Lake Streets in Ephrata and was one of the most luxurious hotels in eastern Pennsylvania. 4 years later, on June 22, 1910, William Davis Winters' alcohol consumption caught up to him, and he died at his home. The 1920s were an enjoyable time for young Dick Winters, growing up in a small rural town. Living on the edge of the borough, he played in adjacent fields and explored the woods behind his home. Immediately west of the house was a railroad line, and the boys spent many hours watching with keen interest as steam locomotives chugged past, smoke billowing from their stacks. Sometimes they pulled passenger cars filled with travelers, possibly heading for a seaside excursion to Atlantic City. More often, the trains hauled open cars heaped with coal, or boxcars of freight or livestock. Between Winters' house and the tracks stood a small stockyard, where beef and dairy cattle were housed while being shipped in to local farmers or out for market. Horses also passed through the stockyards, since Ephrata boasted 2 large commercial stables. The boys spent many a day climbing on the weathered wooden fence rails to watch the animals chomping on the hay that was stored in a nearby barn. If he was lucky, a careless attendant would leave the hay barn unlocked, and Winters would sneak inside to play among the stacked bales. The presence of the stockyard provided the young boy with an outlet for his vivid imagination, and perhaps piqued his later interest in farming. Tying string around long wooden sticks, he would then drag them around his backyard. "What do you have there?" his father would ask. "These are my cows," the boy replied, and proceeded to tell him about each and every animal in the herd. His father was highly amused by this, and in later life often teased his son with this memory of his days as an imaginary cattleman. When he wasn't haunting the stockyards, or the nearby lumber yard and coal yards that also lined the railroad tracks near his home, Winters would cross Fulton Street to his father's sister's house. Charlotte Winters Gardner was the young boy's favorite aunt, and he spent many happy hours with her. A petite woman and mother of 2 children, Lottie was saddled with the huge task of having to attend her husband. Charles C. Gardner, a captain in the U.S. Army during what was then called the Great War, had been gassed late in the conflict. Now seriously ill, he was bedridden. Despite this burden, Lottie never lost her sense of humor and always had time for her young nephew. Hand in hand, the two often walked downtown to the Grand Theater, where they enjoyed the silent cowboy movies. Behind Lottie's house flowed the small trickle known as Gross Run. With abundant optimism, Winters would tie a safety pin to a string, attach it to a pole, and go fishing in the run. His two favorite fishing holes were directly behind Lottie's house by a railroad trestle, or 4 houses to the east, behind the home of a widow named Nettie Hull. Here by the stream, which was about 4 feet wide and seldom more than 12 inches deep, he and his makeshift fishing pole spent many patient hours in hopes of landing a fish. His parents thought the scene was funny as hell, but the boy was intent and serious. To help make ends meet, Kate Winters rented out a small 2-story building behind the main house. Called the Summer House, it was inhabited during this time by a family named Fosnot, and young Winters became good friends with their son, Hank. The two boys spent a great deal of their youth together. Both would serve in the Army during the war, although not in the same unit. Winters later recalled how Fosnot visited him in camp one day and was impressed by the spit-and-polish atmosphere of the airborne. Fosnot also showed up in Holland just after Winters and his men arrived back from several weeks on the line. The paratroopers startled Fosnot since, in Winters' words, they were a pretty tough-looking bunch. The boyhood pals would never meet again. On Sundays, the Winters family attended the Bethany Reformed Church on East Main Street, where the boy was enrolled in Sunday school. Winters' most vivid boyhood recollection of those days was the annual Christmas pageant staged by the youth of the church. Unaccustomed to public speaking, he broke out in a cold sweat whenever he had to stand up and speak before the congregation. By contrast, Winters' maternal grandfather, Serenus, whose most memorable features were his full white beard and sideburns, and his round, wire-rimmed spectacles, sometimes took the boy to church with him. He was a member of an older order Mennonite sect, where congregants sat on hard, backless wooden benches. Serenus and the boy sat on one side of the aisle with the men, while his grandma Emma and the women sat on the other side, a typical seating arrangement in Lancaster County's plain Mennonite community. When it came time for school, Winters entered the first grade at Franklin Street Elementary School, an austere 2-story brick structure with a heavy iron school bell that clanged from its belfry. Located just 2 blocks from his home, it was an easy walk for the boy. While his memories of this time have faded with the years, Winters vividly recalled his first-grade teacher, Miss Killian, whom he fondly remembered as a wonderfully kind woman who was great with young children. One especially crisp memory was the day she spotted Winters writing on a piece of paper and holding the pencil in his left hand. Being left-handed was often frowned upon, and it was not uncommon for teachers and parents to smack a child's left hand if he or she showed tendencies of being a southpaw. Miss Killian walked up to the boy, removed the pencil from his left hand, and placed it in the other. "Why don't you try writing with your right hand, Dick?" she said. Winters admired Miss Killian and was so afraid to disappoint her that he never again held the pencil in his left hand. In the summer of 1927, Winters' father moved his family from Ephrata to Lancaster to be closer to his work and avoid the 28-mile round-trip trolley ride each day. He purchased half a double house at 418 South West End Avenue for $7,200, and young Winters was enrolled in the nearby Lancaster Township Junior High School, which, despite its name, included grades 1 to 8. Weeks later, on August 20th, 1927, Great War vet Charles Gardner died, and Winters traveled back to Ephrata with his family to attend the funeral and give what comfort he could to Lottie. Unfortunately for Winters' father, 2 years after he bought the house, the New York Stock Exchange nosedived with unprecedented losses, heralding the Great Depression. The elder Winters managed to keep his job throughout the economic chaos that now swept the nation, sparing the family the severe hardship felt by millions of others as the Depression deepened. Richard Winters brought home about $50 per week, so there was always food on the table. To bring in extra needed income, Edith made corsets in her home and sold them door to door. Despite those efforts, money was tight, and while the struggling family could pay its bills and make the interest payments due on the house, there was little or nothing left to put on the principal. It would not be until Dick Winters entered the Airborne and could send home extra money, including his jump pay, that the family had the $6,900 still needed to pay off the mortgage. That same year, 1929, Edith gave birth to a daughter, Beatrice, who died shortly after birth. Winters never saw his baby sister, but her loss cast a profound sadness over the household. This gloom was lifted immensely in 1931 when his mother gave birth to another girl, Anne. After 13 years, Winters was no longer an only child. By that time, Kate Winters had sold her Ephrata home and divided her time after her husband's death between Lottie's home in Ephrata and the Winters home in Lancaster. Having his grandmother living in his house again provided good times for young Dick. Not only did they thoroughly enjoy each other's company, but it was economically enriching. As a boy, Winters received an allowance of 10 cents a week. To make a little extra money, each spring he and Kate would wander around in fields behind their house, cutting fresh dandelions. After washing the cuttings, Winters would sell them door to door in the mornings before going off to school. Whether people bought from him because they liked to eat cooked dandelion or because they took pity on the boy, he never knew. Either way, it gave him a few more pennies to spend, although not enough to indulge himself in extra activities. When he was 12, Winters contemplated joining the Boy Scouts, but decided he could afford neither the uniform nor the dues of 10 cents per week. Academically, Winters was doing fairly well at school in spite of himself. Never a studious child, most of his public school career was spent doing only what was needed in order to pass. Yet he made such a positive impression that Principal Elizabeth Martin, who had a reputation for being strict and having little patience for children who failed to put forth an honest effort, took a liking to the boy, and he became one of her favorite students. She appointed him the captain of the school safety patrol, his first commission. In 1934, Winters moved on to Boys High School, where he took an active part in sports, playing guard in basketball and halfback on the football team. His favorite sport, though, was wrestling. He excelled in a technique called leg wrestling, where he would get his opponent down on the mat and then use his legs in a scissors grip. Winters never competed on a wrestling team in school, but on occasion students were sent to individual meets in York or Harrisburg, and he'd go along. Winters' love for this sport carried over into his Army life. As an officer, he was prohibited from wrestling with the men, so he would leg wrestle with them, thereby having fun without technically laying a hand on them. Winters' tendency to underachieve in school dismayed his father, who expected his son to go to college, a point he consistently drove home. No one in the family knew how this education would be paid for, but his father was determined it would happen. Edith had expectations for her son. "I want you to become a doctor," she'd tell him. Winters never had the heart to tell his mother that medicine held no appeal. Since college seemed to be preordained, the increasingly cost-conscious Dick Winters selected Franklin and Marshall, mainly for one sound economic reason. It was located within walking distance of his home, allowing him to save money by not living on campus. To help pay for college, Winters, now 18, took a job at Cohen's grocery store at Manor Street and West End Avenue, near his home. When customers entered the small neighborhood grocery store, Winters issued them a card. As they picked up items around the store, other clerks marked the card, which was then presented to the cashier at the checkout. Winters split his work time with another store owned by Mr. Cohen, located in downtown Lancaster on Prince Street. Winters stocked shelves for 25 cents an hour, which seemed like a lot of money to the youth. until he took his lunch break at a small nearby restaurant where he paid 25 cents, an hour's wage, for a hot dog and a plate of beans. During the summer between high school and college, Winter's father got him a job with Edison Electric, which by now had changed its name to Pennsylvania Power and Light. Always a hard worker, Dick's job involved tree trimming and digging post holes at 25 cents a foot, for which he earned an average of $28 per week. Looking for something that paid a little better, in July he convinced his father to get him assigned to a maintenance crew. Winter's father supervised these work crews and attached his son to a four-man team assigned to paint the tall metal towers supporting high-tension wires along the 15-mile stretch from the southern end of Lancaster to the Susquehanna River. The men scaled the towers to the top, then painted their way down. For this job, Winters was paid big money, 40 cents an hour, more if he worked weekends. That was when the crew painted the arms supporting the thick wires. Power would be shut off on one side of the tower on one weekend, and on the other side the next. This work earned Winters time and a half, 60 cents an hour, and he was pulling down between $33 and $40 a week. Winters, now old enough to drive, chauffeured his mother in the family car while she made her corset deliveries. In the evenings, the house on South West End Avenue would be filled with music, as Winter's father would sit down and bang out songs on the piano, and he and his son would regale the family with duets. After graduating from Boys High School, Winters entered F&M in September 1937. Through his job, he had scraped together the $192 for tuition and $15 for textbooks, all used, of course. He was not prepared to pay 2 or 3 times that amount for new ones. Cracking open his first college textbook, Winters suddenly realized the extent of his academic skills, or lack of them. After years of doing no more than the bare minimum, Winters was now going to have to knuckle down and study. That meant no time for sports. Now, when he wasn't working at his job, he was poring over textbooks. Reinforcing Winters' newfound work ethic was the sobering realization that he was paying for his education with his own sweat. Bearing that fact in mind, in 4 years of college, Dick Winters never missed a day of class. Keenly sensitive to his slender financial base, Winters became almost fanatical in documenting his income and expenses, painstakingly keeping tabs on every penny spent. In 1940, for example, besides normal living expenses, his outlay included 7 pairs of socks for $3, $5 for gym shoes, $13.50 for the dentist — he had 1 tooth pulled, 4 filled, and a cleaning that year, $1.20 for a sweater, and $6 for a pair of pants. He spent $2 on a date to Hershey, 80 cents on school supplies, and $1 to attend the PP&L Employees' Picnic. Despite his tight-fisted personal financial policy, he did occasionally allow himself to splurge, spending $25 for a trip to New York City in 1940 and $2 to go see a popular singing group, the Ink Spots, at Hershey in 1938. In a typical year, Winters spent about $15 on what he called amusements. These amusements did not include drinking or smoking. As a youth, his father, recalling his own father's alcoholism, took the boy aside for a heart-to-heart talk. "Dick," his dad said, "if at any time you feel you need to have a drink of beer or whiskey, you may, but I want you to do it here at home. And the same for tobacco. If you get the urge to try a cigarette or cigar, that's okay. But again, do it here at home. But if you do take up drinking or smoking, just remember you might not live to grow up." It was a talk that stuck with Winters the remainder of his life. He also seldom swore, finding he generally didn't need foul language in order to make a point. Winters' compulsion of accounting for every penny is probably the reason he enrolled in college as a business major and took courses in accounting, advertising, and business administration. Yet his actual future goals were far from certain. His favorite courses, the ones he excelled in, were religion and philosophy, because they made him think, and he enjoyed mental exercises. But more importantly, it was these courses that made Winters realize that it would be himself and no one else who would set the standards for his life. His actions and attitudes toward work, toward life, and toward other people would mark his path into the future. This understanding laid within him the foundation for the philosophy that would guide him throughout his life, to go out every day and do the best he could in everything he tried. Winters considered this the most important lesson he took away from F&M. Naturally, he didn't learn all that at first, and in the beginning, at least, he tried to be one of the fellows by joining the Delta Sigma Phi fraternity in 1940. Unfortunately, his frat buddies discovered that he had never dated and set him up with a brunette, convincing him to bring her to a fraternity dance. "I don't know how to dance," the socially awkward Winters told them. "I don't even know how to hold the girl." "Just take her out on the floor and walk to the music," was their advice. He did, but spent more time on her feet than on his own. "I'm sure she recalls that dance even to this day," he said years later. The two went on one more date, this time to an ice skating rink. Winters loved ice skating, but it proved a painful night for the girl, who could not keep her feet. It was their last date. Winters soon dropped out of the fraternity. Membership cost $11, and he didn't have the money to spare. His experience at the frat dance did not mean Winters gave up dating. Following one date with a blonde-haired girl that included a trip to an ice hockey game in Hershey, his focus turned to redheads. The first was a nurse, a very intelligent girl, he recalled, who had something between her ears and could carry on an interesting conversation. He also had a few dates with her roommate, another redhead. By his senior year, though, the academic pressure was so intense that Winters added women to his do later list. The death of Dick's grandmother, Kate Winters, in 1938 affected the 20-year-old college sophomore profoundly, taking from him one of his most favorite people. Her death was soon followed by another. Serenus Espenshade had been in poor health for 2 years. He and Emma had been living with his daughter and son-in-law at 614 Manor Street, an easy walk from the Winters Lancaster home. In early January 1940, Serenus suffered a stroke that paralyzed him. 4 weeks later, on February 8th, he died at the age of 82 and was laid to rest in the Strasbourg Mennonite Cemetery in a plain wooden coffin, in accordance with his older Mennonite tradition. By the spring of 1941, two thoughts began to dominate young Winters' mind: his upcoming graduation from college and the ominous situation in Europe. Since the invasion of Poland in 1939, German forces had overrun most of Europe. Even France, once thought to have the finest army on the continent, fell in just 6 weeks as a stunned world watched. In the months that followed, Adolf Hitler's hordes, coming to the aid of their faltering Italian ally, had subdued the Balkans and swept across North Africa. England alone had withstood the storm. About the same time, Winters was being handed his diploma at F&M College in June 1941. An amazed world saw Hitler hurl his armies against Russia, scoring one victory after another as they drove across the steppes into the Soviet heartland. And of course, that wasn't even taking into account Japan and its aggressions in the Far East. In America, its military emasculated by years of living with the fallacy of isolationism, to the point where the size of its armed forces ranked 16th in the world, behind Romania. Only the most optimistic still believed the United States was not going to be sucked into this maelstrom. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, foreseeing the grim future, began retooling the nation for war, quietly at first, until 1940, when he instituted the first peacetime draft in American history. For young men like Dick Winters, graduating from college in that summer of uncertainty and of prime military age, the choice was simple: go into the job market and wait for someone to pluck his draft number from that huge bowl in Washington, D.C., or beat them to the punch and enlist and satisfy his one-year military obligation to his country. Winters chose the latter, although at first he hated the very idea of going into the Army. At one point he considered drawing on his Mennonite background and declaring himself a conscientious objector. Friends of his had already done this to avoid military service and were getting jobs in hospitals. Winters soon realized, though, that he was not a conscientious objector, and to say so would be a lie, so he decided to enlist in the Army and put in his 1 year of service. Surprisingly, his parents not only did not object, but supported this decision. Even his mother, with her pacifist background, agreed. Within days of his graduation, where he received a Bachelor of Science degree in economics and achieved the highest grade point average in the department, Dick Winters visited the Army recruiting office in downtown Lancaster. There he signed the papers that would have such a profound effect on his life, well beyond his years of actual service. Between drafts and enlistments during that final summer of peace, the Army's ranks were full to the brim. This gave Winters another 2 months to work before his call-up. Inexplicably, the thought of going into the Army caused Winters to slip back into his lackadaisical public school mentality. He boasted to his co-workers that he was going to cruise through Army life by doing what he had to do to get by and nothing more. This rankled his foreman, a veteran sergeant from the Great War who, like a good NCO, got nose to nose with Winters. "Let me tell you something, boy," he said in a firm drill sergeant tone. "The Army is a job, just like the one you got here. Once you put on that uniform, you do not goof off. You get in there and you do your best. Don't you ever forget that, not for a minute." It was a stern message, delivered in a no-nonsense tone that stuck with Winters. For the rest of his life he not only lived by that message, but made it a point to pass it on to younger generations. In 2001, upon being selected by 2 elementary school students from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, as a hero they wanted to write about, Winters sent them copies of the Band of Brothers book, in which he wrote, "Follow me, Dick Winters." Recalling that, he said, "I hope those words sink in for them, like that foreman's did for me, so that maybe I can help the next generation to follow me." Winters' call-up orders came, and on August 25, 1941, he was inducted into the U.S. Army at New Cumberland, Pennsylvania. His parents, sister, and Aunt Lottie saw him off at the Lancaster train station as he headed for basic training at Camp Croft, North Carolina. Lottie gave her nephew a 5-year diary that he kept diligently. Camp Croft was one of the original replacement training centers established by the Army in 1940. Here Winters would spend the next 13 weeks under the tutelage of a sergeant named Slusher, who drilled the fundamentals of being a soldier into the raw recruit. For Winters, basic training was anything but a hardship. With his love of physical exertion, he enjoyed scaling walls and poles, the running, and calisthenics. He had run regularly in civilian life and was in fine shape. His only admitted weakness was swimming, a sport he had never embraced. In addition, the rigid study regimen he adopted in college made the book-learning part of his training a snap. Under Slusher's guidance, Winters and his classmates learned to stand at attention, perform close-order drill, and to instantly obey orders. They took long marches, both with and without heavy field packs, and learned the rudiments of self-defense and bayonet tactics. They also were issued rifles, 1903 bolt-action Springfields, leftovers from the Great War, and Winters, who practiced his marksmanship evenings and weekends while others knocked off for the day, soon qualified as an expert marksman, one of the very few in his class. His salary, however, dropped significantly from what he was paid to climb towers for PP&L. In the Army, he earned, as was often said, $21 a day once a month. Luckily, Winter's needs were few since the Army provided most of his wants. Accustomed to living on a shoestring from his college days, he allowed himself $1 a week allowance, saving the rest. This was plenty, since he didn't drink, didn't smoke, and the ice cream in camp was lousy. His main expense was buying stationery to write home. Basic training also gave the young man a chance to make new friends, including Ed Wolf from Pottsville, Pennsylvania, and a fellow named Zerby from Adamstown in Lancaster County, just 20 miles north of Lancaster. Winter's best friend, however, was a fellow Lancaster boy named Trieste Trenta. The two formed a close-knit friendship. Winters and Trent, as he was called, usually went on weekend passes together, which included one excursion in late November 1941 to Asheville, North Carolina, 70 miles from Croft. The two soldiers took accommodations at the YMCA, which offered the cheapest beds in town. There they struck up an acquaintance with a man named Hazard, who ran the local Red Cross. A likable fellow, Hazard and the two young soldiers chatted the night away. Next morning, Sunday, Winters had planned to sleep in, a rare luxury for a soldier, when Hazard shook him awake. "Get up, Dick," he said. "I want you to go to church with me." Winters rose groggily from the bed, envying Trent, who was Catholic, and therefore immune to Hazard's invitation. Hazard belonged to a Christian Scientist church, which proved a totally new experience for Winters. He wasn't used to the informality of a service where people seemed to rise at random, walk to the front, and speak. The congregants seemed pleasant, though, and Hazard and he, both bachelors, were invited to a family's home for dinner. This had never happened to Winters before, and he was mightily impressed with his first exposure to Southern hospitality. The next week, Hazard had another surprise for his young friends. Two local girls, Annie Dieta Ullman and Frances Johnson, approached him and said they'd baked a batch of brownies. They asked if he knew any soldiers who'd be glad to have them. Naturally, Hazard thought of Trent and Winters, and the two men soon got a package of the most delightful brownies either had ever eaten. Courtesy demanded the two soldiers thank the girls, so, being the letter writer, Winters responded with a note on their behalf and asked if they could thank the girls personally on their next pass to Asheville. Meeting the girls a week or so later, Winters was instantly taken by Dieta, a short, pretty redhead. Winters and Trent began seeing the girls regularly, both as couples and in foursomes. And for the next 5 years, Dieta would be Winters' best friend, pen pal, and confidant. Near the end of the 13 weeks of basic training, Sergeant Slusher called Winters and Trent into his office. The two had impressed the drill sergeant. "You men know your stuff," he told them as they stood at ease in front of his desk. "You've worked hard and learned well. After graduation, this class is being shipped down to Panama. I'd like you guys to consider staying on and helping to train the next batch of recruits. Do well, and you'll soon be wearing corporal stripes." It was an easy decision. When the class shipped out on November 27, 1941, Winters and Trent remained at Croft. "Naturally, we jumped at the chance," Winters wrote Dieta that evening. "For who wants to go down Panama way and wear yourself out fighting mosquitoes when you can stay down south and enjoy the good old traditional hospitality?" Winters finagled a weekend pass in Asheville to keep a date he'd set with Dieta for Sunday, December 7th. Dieta had arranged for them to go horseback riding at the Biltmore estate. Galloping through the fall countryside on that pleasantly brisk Sunday afternoon, they had a long, invigorating ride. Upon arriving back in town, he and Dieta learned about the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. It was like a slap in the face, Winters recalled. Like most Americans, Winters knew war was coming. Yet part of him felt secure behind the two oceans that separated the United States from Europe and Asia. "You take care of your side of the ocean, He mentally told the leaders of the nations now at war, "And I'll take care of mine." That dream was over. Winters now knew he'd be going to war, and that his anticipated 1-year military obligation was ended. He was in for the duration. With the outbreak of war, the pace of activities around Croft increased as the need for men and officers took on a new urgency. Men who enlisted or were drafted no longer waited for induction, or were almost immediately sent to camps like Croft, where instructors like Winters and Trent tried to make soldiers out of a bunch of dopes from Chicago, as Winters called his first class. Not only was the country now preparing for war, but Winters was starting to mentally get himself on a war footing. On December 9th, he wrote Dieta, "The sooner we sail into those little brown men and the rest of the motley crew, the quicker it'll be over. We've got the stuff to do it, and by gosh, we will." Besides training, Winters occasionally drew MP duty, hanging around the PX ordering soldiers to fasten their jackets or straighten their ties. If they had too much beer and became rowdy or boisterous, he quickly evicted them. He enjoyed the duty. Other times, Winters was assigned to change of quarters, which he considered to be a glorified errand boy job. He had to oversee lights out at 9, do a bed check at 11, then clean the orderly room. Since the war, the CQ was always on call, so Winters spent the night sleeping fully dressed, including a necktie. He had to rouse the KP crew at 4:45 a.m., make sure reveille sounded at 5:15 a.m., and do roll call. Afternoons were supposed to be free time, but seldom were. The early days of World War II, especially with the series of stunning Japanese victories in the Pacific that left American and British forces reeling, led to war hysteria in the nation. Cities and towns all across the land began holding air raid drills, and there was even discussion about painting the Capitol Rotunda in Washington, D.C. black to hide it from enemy bombers. This frenzy was especially keen on the West Coast, where a Japanese submarine had actually shelled a California oil refinery. In response to this widespread concern and fear, on December 17th, Winters helped prepare a shipment of Army gas masks to be distributed in California. People were in a panic, and false alarms were numerous. Invasion, or at least a gas attack, seemed like a very real threat. Winters didn't see what the masks would accomplish, as they were training masks, wholly inadequate in a real emergency. But the army sent them anyway. It was hoped their mere presence would help comfort people. On December 21st, Winters started a 10-day furlough and began hitchhiking the 530 miles from Croft to Lancaster. Winters enjoyed hitchhiking because it was cheaper than a train or bus, which was important for a soldier making $21 a month and appealed to his frugal nature. But also in hitchhiking, he usually got rides from local people who had taken on themselves to act as tour guides, showing him points of interest and bragging about local history and culture. Winters rose at 6:30 a.m. on December 21st and was along the highway, thumb in the air, by 7:30. However, by 8:45 he had only made 10 miles. Cold and exasperated, he was so eager for a ride that when a woman stopped and said she was going to Louisville, Kentucky, he agreed, even though it was out of his way. She dropped Winters at the YMCA, where he was treated to a chicken dinner. After checking into his room, he walked the town, admiring its clean, wide streets and modern buildings. Standing on the bank of the Ohio River, he watched as it flowed swiftly on its way to merge with the Mississippi. Next day, Winters was up by 6 a.m. and on the road by 7. He grabbed a bus and rode to the edge of town, then stuck out his thumb. He almost immediately got a ride that carried him to Charlestown, West Virginia, arriving there by 4:30. It was starting to get dark, but he wanted to reach Clarksburg if possible, which would still give him 300 miles to cover to get home. His luck was in, and Winters got another ride. Winters recalled that the driver was a nice enough-looking fellow and a good conversationalist, until he laid his hand on Winter's leg. "We can find a nice hotel up ahead and have a good dinner," the man said. "Then I can make you feel happy." "Here's a better idea," Winters said, lifting the man's hand away. "You see that crossroad up ahead? I'll be happy if you just stop right there so I can get out." The man didn't argue, and Winters found himself standing alone on a dark highway in the West Virginia mountains, miserable, cold, and somewhat shaken by his unfamiliar experience with the car driver. After about 15 minutes, a logging truck rumbled down the road, picked him up, and took him 17 miles to Spencer. Rain fell the next day, and Winters spent 30 cold and wet minutes waiting for his first ride. Arriving in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, around midday, he hitchhiked east along Route 30. The famous Lincoln Highway was heavily traveled, yet rides were hard to come by, and Winters, even though back in his home state, began to sour on Yankee hospitality. It was almost midnight on December 23rd when a wet, disgusted, and dead-tired Private Winters stepped up on the porch of 418 South West End Avenue and back into the welcoming arms of his family. Settling into the familiar environs of his bedroom, he stripped off his damp uniform, took a luxurious hot bath, fell into his nice, clean bed, and slept for 14 hours. Winters had hoped to spend the next day, Christmas Eve, relaxing, but he had to run out and get his uniform cleaned and pressed. Worse, his parents, glad to have their son back with them, proudly dragged him around to relatives and friends to show him off. That evening, Winters took his sister Anne to see a play, The Chocolate Soldier, at a local theater. Winters' father delighted in showing his son the latest gadget he'd purchased, which allowed him to connect the record player to the family radio so he could play his collection of 78 RPM records through the radio's speakers. "It sure is neat," Winters wrote Dieta that night. The first few days of his Christmas leave proved hectic. "These folks at home have me about nuts," he confided in a letter to Dieta. He had hoped to find time to take a long hike in the countryside, sit in a comfy chair and read, or just listen to the radio and simply enjoy the soft life for a while. The family always seemed to have other plans. Winters had also hoped for a little time to go ice skating, his favorite winter sport, but a spell of warm weather kept local ponds ice-free. Taking leave of his family on December 31st, Winters hit the road back to Camp Croft. The end of that first day found him in Rocky Mount, Virginia, where he spent New Year's Eve alone in a dumpy little lodge called the Rocky Mount Hotel, well off the beaten track and difficult to find. Winters wrote that the poorly lighted hotel was one of those quaint old places one reads about or laughs at in the movies. As Winters entered the hotel, he noticed the desk clerk trying to look busy, even though Winters felt convinced the place hadn't seen a cash customer in days. "I'd like a room for the night," Winters said. The man nodded and handed Winters a book to sign in. After he did so and paid for the room, Winters asked, "Could I have a receipt?" "Beg pardon?" "A receipt." No response. "For the room?" The man still looked clueless. "Just take a piece of paper, write down how much I paid for the room and the name of the hotel, and sign it, please." After teaching the man what a receipt was, Winters was led to his room. Like the lobby, the room was old and crummy. Its furnishings consisted of a few beat-up chairs, a bed, and a lone table, which had only 3 legs. In order to write to Dieta, Winters had to remove the mirror from the wall, lay it glass side down on the bed, pull up a chair, and use the bed as a desk. Miraculously, the hotel had electric lights and running water. Winters felt the need to get out and grab a bite to eat, then realized the clerk had not left him a room key. He returned to the desk. "You didn't leave me a key," Winters told the clerk. "Oh, that's all right," the man said. "You have a bolt on the inside." "But I want to go out. Do I take my luggage along or just leave the door unlocked and trust you?" Winters never got the key. Returning after his dinner, he was relieved to find his possessions unmolested. On January 22, 1942, shortly after Winters brought his platoon of trainees in from the rifle range, the commanding officer of the training battalion called him into his office. "I've been watching you, Winters," he said. "You're good with the men and have leadership potential. Right now the Army needs that. Would you be interested in officer candidate school?" It was as if he'd read Winters' mind. He had been thinking about applying for OCS ever since he saw some of the new young officers come into camp and how ineffectual they seemed. What finally convinced him to apply was the day he laid out a new M1 Garand rifle and a 1903 Springfield on a table so a young lieutenant could brief his men on the operation of both. As the lecture began, Winters watched in disbelief as the lieutenant picked up the Garand and began referring to it as the '03 Springfield. "Hell, this is ridiculous," Winters thought. "I can do better than that." So Winters jumped at the opportunity to attend OCS, and that evening he wrote Dieta, "If anything ever comes of it or not, of course, remains to be seen. But if they give me the chance, I'll show them how I can work when I want to. That's something I want, and by gosh, I'll get it." OCS, though, meant leaving Croft and moving to Fort Benning, Georgia. It also meant leaving his friend Trent, but Trent had his own ideas involving Benning. "Dick," he said that evening, "I don't think I want to stick with the infantry. I'm thinking of putting in for the paratroops. It's new. It looks exciting. I think I'd like it." Winters thought the notion idiotic and told his friend so. "Are you nuts?" Winters asked in words that would come back to haunt him. "The paratroops? That's a suicide outfit. Trust me, you don't want any part of that." In the end, Trent stuck with the infantry, and in February was transferred to Fort McClellan, Alabama, where he got his corporal's stripes. The move left Winters without a roommate. By that time, though, Winters was too sick to care. Flu swept Croft that month, and 15 of the 55 men in Winters' barracks ended up in the hospital. Back on his feet after the flu, Winters had his physical exam for OCS on February 16th, followed 10 days later by an oral interview. He'd only been given an hour's advance notice about the interview, which he felt was fortunate, since it gave him little chance to get nervous, and he breezed through it. The competition for OCS was stiff, especially since Winters was the only private among a bevy of sergeants and corporals taking the written test. This seemed to work to Winters' benefit. Calling on the study skills he honed at college, and with his old PP&L foreman's words still ringing in his ears, Winters crammed for the exam, while many of the others seemed to assume that, as NCOs, they already knew everything. Winters was ecstatic when the news came down that he had passed, and he soon joined the rest of the successful candidates in a 4-week pre-OCS class. Ironically, the class was placed under the command of a new shave-tail lieutenant who barely knew his left from his right. Seeing this man wearing officer's bars assured Winters that he would do just fine. On March 10, 1942, Winters received his corporal's stripes. The boost in rank excited him, not just because of the promotion, but for the 50% hike in pay that accompanied it. On that same day, Winters was offered the option of taking OCS at Fort Knox, Kentucky, after which he would be placed in an armored unit. He turned it down, preferring to remain in the infantry. He felt his 7 months Army experience, plus the 13 weeks of training he would get at Benning, would give him the self-assuredness to serve as an infantry officer. As a tanker, Winters felt he'd be starting from scratch. On April 6, 1942, Winters shipped out for Benning. Compared to Croft, Benning was a slice of heaven, with brick barracks that were airy, roomy, and clean. There were modern furniture, reading rooms, sidewalks, and streetlights. Winters loved it. In preparing for OCS, Winters recalled with great irony his derogatory remarks to Trent 2 months earlier, for now his own thoughts were turning more and more toward the airborne. for it was at Benning that Winters first saw paratroopers up close. They were everything he'd always envisioned a soldier to be: lean, hard, well-trained and disciplined, bronzed and tough. The men bore a fierce pride, and the more Winters saw them, the more he told himself that if he had to go to war, these were the guys he wanted to fight with. Besides, as a second lieutenant, he'd make $268 per month. Only two things held Winters back: his less than proficient swimming ability and his parents. One he had the power to correct, the other would be more difficult. His parents knew and accepted the risk he would be running as a soldier during time of war, but they did not share his enthusiasm over the paratroops. They used the same arguments he'd used on Trent, calling it foolhardy and dangerous. They also enlisted friends and neighbors in their cause. Winters, who had always taken his parents' advice in the past, decided this time to trust his own judgment. "They think it's the money and glamour that seems attractive to me," he wrote Dieta on May 10th. "In a way it is, but the main thing is it looks like interesting work and something I'll enjoy. So I still think I'll take a try at it." Officer Candidate School was 13 weeks of hard work. Winters learned the basics of being an officer, and there was intense training in weapons, interlocking fire, map reading, and small unit tactics. This latter was Winters' favorite, giving him free rein to use his head and his instincts. The candidates saw demonstrations on handling supplies, administration, manning or attacking fortifications, troop deployment on all levels from the squad through division, and use of tanks and trucks. There was machine gun practice detailing how to safely shoot over the heads of one's own troops, aiming at one target and hitting another, and hitting a target despite a smoke screen. Classes were held on how to call in mortar and artillery support and how to set up strong bases of covering fire. During this time, Winters mentally established a code of conduct for himself, setting himself up as an example for his men, not just in combat by leading from the front, but in his attention to training and by his personal demeanor in camp. It would be a 24-hour-a-day job, he decided. On May 30th, the OCS class observed war maneuvers and watched a battalion storm a creek under fire and aerial attack. The engineers threw down a footbridge and established a ferry under the cover of smoke shells. Winters found it an impressive show. During his 3 months at Benning, Winters never set foot off the post, but to miss a formation was to flunk out of OCS. Transportation in the area was poor, and he was not about to take the chance of losing this opportunity. Besides, the ice cream in camp was good, so he stayed and studied. By the end of June, graduation from OCS was drawing near. New uniforms began arriving, along with shiny gold bars and decorations. As Winters looked at his new rank insignia, he felt a pride of accomplishment that he could barely contain. "Here we are, about to reach that charmed class, a distinct social class," he wrote Dieta on Tuesday evening, June 30th, pride flowing from every stroke of his pen. "We'll command respect and authority. It's the dream of every rookie from the day he comes into the Army, and we are just about to reach out and grasp it. At times, it's hard to convince yourself that it's true." On Thursday, July 2nd, 1942, Winters was discharged from the U.S. Army as a corporal in the 1st Company, 3rd Student Training Regiment, and reinstated as a second lieutenant. But instead of being shipped out to the airborne as he expected, he found himself reassigned to Camp Croft to resume his role as an instructor of new recruits. The move proved temporary. Winters had been accepted to a newly forming regiment of paratroopers and had only to await his new orders. Until then, newly minted second lieutenant Winters had a class of recruits to train. Meeting them for the first time, he quickly discovered that not only did it contain 3 men from his hometown of Lancaster, but also an F&M college classmate. Rick Burgess was a handsome fellow from Shamokin, Pennsylvania, who was a member of the college's varsity wrestling team. The two were amazed to come across each other at Croft. Winters and Burgess spent a lot of time together over the next several weeks, and Winters even loaned his friend a spare uniform and $125 so he could get married. Ordinarily, the Army frowns on close fraternization between officers and enlisted men, and Winters was careful to keep that distance on the training grounds. But after hours, and knowing he'd be gone soon, he mingled freely with the men. Winters later admitted he might have felt differently if he had gotten his gold bars at West Point, but until a few weeks earlier, he had been an enlisted man, and that bond lingered. In late August, Winters' new orders came. He was to report to Camp Toombs, Georgia, near a town called Toccoa. There he would join the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment. On the eve of his departure, Burgess and the men threw Winters a going-away party and presented him with a shiny new Schaefer pen set. The camaraderie the men had forged in such a short time had been strong, so much so that 4 of the men in this class would follow Winters into the paratroops after basic training, including Burgess, who would serve with the 101st Airborne Artillery. This group also included Al Krotchka, who would be the official photographer of the 501st during the war. The next day, Winters packed his bags, said his goodbyes, and left Camp Croft behind. Chapter 3. I'll Meet You at the North Star. August 31st, 1942 to June 5th, 1944. Sunday services had ended at St. Michael's Church by the Green in Aldbourne, England. Lieutenant Richard Winters stepped outside into the brilliant morning sunlight. Placing his hat squarely upon his head, he slowly meandered along the cobblestone walkway leading from the church to the street, stopping when he reached the end. Parishioners leaving the austere 13th-century church flowed around him like a stream around a rock. Some continued down the narrow street past rustic cottages. Others strolled across the lush village green, still damp from the dew, all headed for their homes. Winters knew he should be heading for his home, too, a makeshift camp on the edge of the town, but his feet were unwilling. He and several thousand other soldiers had just spent weeks sealed in an embarkation camp in the States, and then packed themselves tightly into a troop ship like olives in a jar for the 10-day Atlantic crossing. Arriving in Liverpool, the GIs were crammed aboard a train for the trip to southern England, and then loaded onto trucks. Now they were shoehorned into an overcrowded camp. It all left Winters seeking solitude, which is why he went to church. He knew no other soldiers would attend. Putting off going back to camp, Winters wandered around the side of the church and into the cemetery. The quiet graveyard was set on a small hill, and a pair of benches atop the hill seemed to call out to him. He walked among the graves, some dating back almost as far as the 700-year-old church itself, whose tall Norman tower stood the silent vigil of the centuries. Most of these older stones were badly weathered, condemning their occupants to the anonymity of the ages. Selecting one of the benches, Winters sat and stretched out his legs. He had begun feeling pretty damned sorry for himself. He was homesick and missed his family, his house, his bed, and his life, all of which he was keenly aware he might never see again. Those grim thoughts were made all the more ironic by his surroundings, for in these headstones Winters could foresee his own future. While wallowing in this self-pity, Winters noticed an older couple enter the cemetery. Stopping by a fresh grave, the woman bent down and laid some flowers. Straightening, they both looked somberly down at the grave. In a few moments the man glanced up and noticed the solitary American. He spoke briefly to his wife, and they sauntered in Winters' direction. "Good morning, Yank," the man said as they approached. "Fine day. Hope we're not disturbing you." "Certainly not," Winters told him, glad to have company to keep away the gloom. "Barnes is the name. Francis Barnes," he said. "I'm the village grocer. "This is my wife, Louis May. You must be with those Yanks that just arrived." "Yes," Winters said. "I'm Dick Winters. Please have a seat." The couple sat on the remaining empty bench and began chatting. Winters spoke admiringly about the quiet, picturesque charm of the village, the Gothic beauty of the church. In fact, everything he'd seen so far during his brief time in England was lovely, and belied the fact that the war had ever touched this country. "It has, Lieutenant, very much so," Mrs. Barnes assured him. She pointed in the direction of the fresh grave. "That's our son. He was with the Royal Air Force. We lost him a year ago." "I'm so sorry," Winters replied, but the couple gave him no chance to slip back into the gloominess the situation almost demanded. "Would you care to come have tea with us today? Say 4 o'clock?" Mr. Barnes asked suddenly. Lonely and miserable, Winters was overjoyed by the opportunity to mingle with someone not wearing olive drab. He replied, "Thank you. I'd like that." So much had happened from the day Winters left Camp Croft until that Sunday morning in Aldbourne, almost a year later. The assignment papers that took him from Croft came within 5 weeks of his graduation from the OCS. The very next day, Winters was headed for the newly established Camp Toombs, Georgia, tucked into the foothills of the Blue Mountains. Camp Toombs had a morbid air that matched its dreary name. En route to the camp, soldiers traveled down Highway 13, passing a casket company on the way. This doom and gloom combination wasn't just felt by Winters. Shortly after his arrival, the regimental commander, Colonel Robert F. Sink, ordered the name changed to Camp Toccoa, after the nearest town 6 miles down the road. In that summer of 1942, Camp Toccoa was still under construction. Accommodations were makeshift, with enlisted men bivouacked in tents. Officers like Winters were billeted in unfinished tar-paper shacks with glassless windows gaping open. Initially, the only electricity was in the latrines. There were few paved areas, meaning there was plenty of thick, red Georgia mud when the rains swept up from the Gulf of Mexico. The humidity was thick as a bowl of grits, and the men ran around in shorts. By contrast, 2 wool blankets were needed to contend with the cold nights. In many ways, this new camp was a reflection of the paratroopers themselves. Parachute infantry was a new concept in the U.S. Army. The Germans had used parachutists to good effect at the war's outset in Poland, Holland, France, and especially Belgium, where a pinpoint landing swiftly overwhelmed the defenders of Fort Eben-Emael, once thought to be impregnable. Taking their lead from the Germans, the British organized their own airborne divisions. This caught the Americans' attention, and in June 1942, General William Bill Lee was sent to England to study British training and tactics. It was Lee's notes and observations that led to the formation of the 82nd Airborne Division and its offspring, the 101st. Eventually, Lee was given command of the 101st. He oversaw the raising, training, and equipping of the division, and in September 1943 led it to England in preparation for the invasion of Europe. However, in February 1944, Lee suffered a heart attack and was forced to relinquish command. Having been instrumental in the birth of the elite airborne arm, he would never lead it into combat. The 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment, to which Winters was now reporting, was activated July 26, 1942. Its commander, Colonel Sink, was a 1927 graduate of West Point. At age 37, Sink was nearly old enough to be the father of some of the young men he now led. A military professional, Sink did not feel the need for the haughty attitude that so many academy men felt they had to project in order to command. An innovator in a U.S. Army still mired in the static ideas of the past, Sink was one of the first men to volunteer in 1940 when General Lee formed the 1st Parachute Battalion, which evolved into the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment. Sink went on to command Company B of the 501st and later became the regimental executive officer. After a brief stint in command of the 503rd PIR, Sink was handed the job of forming the 506th. Winters admired Sink's earthiness. He mingled freely with his men and consumed alcohol freely when not on duty. He was gruff, yet not overbearing, and he made both the officers and men feel they were truly part of a team. He respected his junior officers, and they returned the sentiment. Winters held his colonel in awe, a feeling he did not extend to his battalion commander. Robert Strayer was a fine administrator and a good man. He knew how to set a training schedule and get the troops fit for action, and while he liked the man personally and showed him no signs of disrespect during the war or in the years after, Winters did not feel Strayer was an effective combat leader. His map-reading skills were lacking, partly since he did not see a need to attend the training classes, and he seemed all but incapable of making a firm decision under pressure. What Strayer excelled at was selecting top-notch staff officers, particularly Major Oliver Horton, the battalion's executive officer, whom Winters considered a far more capable leader than the commander himself. Men like Lieutenants Clarence Hester, Lewis Nixon, and George Lavinson also contributed immensely to Strayer's success. However, Strayer did prove he was innovative. When put in charge of acquiring physical training gear, especially clothing for the men, Strayer discovered that there was none to be had. He even traveled to bases in Atlanta without success. Then he met a supply officer who, for a monetary consideration, arranged for an Army train running from Atlanta to Greenville, South Carolina, to stop near Toccoa. While the crew was in town enjoying some of the entertainment that springs up around military bases, Strayer's 2nd Battalion raided the train, only to find that the entire cargo consisted of crates of blue shorts. From that day forward, the regiment's official PT uniform was white T-shirts and blue shorts. But leadership-wise, Strayer was patent compared to Winters' company commander. Almost from the day Winters met Lieutenant Herbert M. Sobel, he knew they would not get along. Sobel lacked almost all the skills Winters felt a leader must exude. Cold and impersonal, Sobel treated the men under him with utter disdain. He was exceedingly harsh and unfair, Winters noted, and as time went on and his inadequacies became more and more glaring, he became, in Winters' description, downright mean. Winters believed that, in the eyes of the enlisted men, a junior officer should reflect his company commander. An easy company, that was impossible. Excellent when it came to physical training, calisthenics, and drill, Sobel from Chicago was hopelessly out of his depth in the field. During one night exercise, the company lay in a strong defensive position in a wooded area waiting for the enemy to walk into their carefully set ambush. In the silence of the woods, a breeze stirred the leaves. Springing to his feet, Sobel, his nerves taut, yelled, "Here they come! Here they come!" Jesus Christ, Winters heard a nearby soldier mutter. "I'm going into combat with this man? He'll get us all killed." It was perhaps because of his ineptness that Sobel's Jewish background became a focal point of insult and derision. Sobel certainly had a military bearing. He had attended Culver Military Academy as a boy and knew the routine, but he became the master of chicken shit, the fine art of blowing even the smallest detail out of proportion, both at Culver and in the Army. Winters knew the Army would be no bed of roses, but Sobel loaded men down with extra duties and handed out harsh disciplines far in excess of what was required. The men suffered under him, but the worst victim of his tyranny would be Sobel himself. Sobel was the first junior officer assigned to the new company, followed by Hester, who later transferred to battalion staff. Thus Winters became the 3rd officer to join Easy Company, 2nd Battalion of the 506th PIR. The regiment had yet to be assigned to a division. At this point, there was only one airborne division, the 82nd, so the unit patches worn on their left sleeves were red, white, and blue stripes inside a circle, indicating a training unit. Sobel placed Winters in command of 2nd Platoon. Fresh from basic training, all 34 men he would lead were privates, so Winters began by selecting temporary, non-commissioned officers. "Heads up!" Winters shouted to the men. "Fall into my left, tallest to smallest." The soldiers complied. Winters then pointed to the man on the far left. "You're acting platoon sergeant," he said. Working his way down the line, man by man, Winters soon had all of his NCOs. These promotions would last only a few days. Time and training would show who among these men would finally wear stripes. One who rose quickly to the top was James L. Punchy Dial, whom Winters soon made his permanent platoon sergeant. A skinny Ohioan with a boyish face and disarming smile, Dial nonetheless had a commanding presence. He could be one of the fellows and joke with the best of them, but when it came down to business, his voice oozed command, and he got the men's attention. Also among those upon whom Winters soon bestowed stripes were Sergeants John W. Martin, William J. Garnier, Myron Ranney, and Robert J. Rader, and Corporals Joseph J. Toy and Denver Bull Randleman. Winters broke the platoon into 4 squads of 7 men each, giving him 3 rifle squads and a mortar squad of 6 men. Besides himself, there was now one other officer in the platoon, Lewis Nixon. The son of a wealthy industrialist, his family owned the Nixon Nitration Works, a plastic manufacturing company, and the aptly named Nixon, New Jersey. In many ways, Winters' new assistant platoon leader was the proverbial spoiled rich kid who never had to do a day's work in his life. Worse, Nixon suffered from an alcohol habit that would cause him numerous problems throughout his military and personal life. Everything about Nixon was in stark contrast to Winters. Where Nixon drank to excess, Winters was a teetotaler. Where Winters was a stickler for getting things done on time and in good order, Nixon tended to goof off. Yet the two got along famously. Their friendship and devotion were beyond question, and while Winters in some ways considered Nixon the most unreliable man he had ever met, he also knew he could always count on Nixon when there was an important job to be done. Not that Nixon always did that job himself. He was good at delegating responsibilities and an expert at retaining and passing along critical information. Winters' biggest gripe with Nixon was that he loved to argue, and when they'd get into a heated discussion, Winters would simply let him spout off. Within weeks of arriving at Toccoa, however, Nixon would transfer to battalion staff, to be replaced by 2nd Lieutenant Harry F. Welsh. Despite that move, Nixon could generally be found by Winters' side throughout the war. The most dominant feature of Toccoa was a mountain, a large hill, really, that loomed 1,200 feet over the camp. The mountain was named Currahee, a Cherokee term for stands alone, which the 506 adapted into their motto, "We stand alone." Upon his arrival at the camp, Winters took one look at the mountain and rightly predicted that he and his men would have to scale it. The training regimen at Toccoa began with reveille at 0500, followed by breakfast at 0600. Physical training was next on the menu, followed by School of the Soldier, where the men were instructed on close-order drill, standing at attention and facings. On rainy days, training often moved indoors with map and compass reading classes. In between these were roll calls and barracks inspections, when Sobel ruthlessly searched men's footlockers, seizing items such as magazines, letters from home, and anything else he could label as contraband. Often, these inspections occurred while the men were out in the field. Everything at Toccoa was done at the double quick, a foot-long shuffling stride where all the weight was put on the ball of the foot. When they weren't drilling or running the obstacle course, the men underwent intensive weapons training, learning to break down, clean, and reassemble everything from the M1 Garand rifle and the Colt 45 automatic to the 30 caliber machine gun and 81 millimeter mortar. Then it was off to the ROTC firing range at Clemson University to learn to shoot those weapons. Training was also given in communications, demolitions, and judo. Winters seemed to excel in training, not just PT, but also in tactical exercises. During nighttime problems, where some officers got lost, causing delays in time and unwelcomed extra marching by the weary men under them, Winters was blessed with a superb sense of direction, a point his soldiers appreciated. His abilities did not go unnoticed. During his first week at Toccoa, Winters was leading the company in calisthenics when Sink was observing the camp. The colonel stopped to watch, then asked, "Lieutenant, how many times have these men had PT?" "3, sir," Winters replied. "Thank you very much," Sink said. "Carry on." Nothing more was said, but when Sink returned to his office, he promoted Winters to first lieutenant. Winters received his new bars from Sobel, who had been elevated to the rank of captain. One of the most memorable training exercises occurred in November 1942, and what would forever be called the hog innards problem. Sink ordered that hog entrails from a local meat-packing company be scattered over an area 20 feet wide and 50 to 60 feet long. Barbed wire was strung from stakes 18 inches off the ground. Machine guns loaded with live ammo were mounted on 2x4 wooden supports with the tripod legs sandbagged down so the guns remained stable. The men were required to crawl through the bloody gore as .30 caliber bullets whizzed by overhead. While the exercise drew plenty of gripes from the rank and file, it drew none from Winters, who felt it set up a true combat atmosphere. The use of live ammunition gave the men the incentive to keep head and butt down in the hog guts, he wrote. But what was universally remembered by all the men who went through Toccoa were the 6-mile round-trip runs up and down Currahee. The trek was usually made at double time, with the last mile being at quick time, sometimes in PT gear, and sometimes in full uniform with field packs. While Currahee was an ordeal for some, Winters thought it a challenge. The 506th record for running up Currahee and back was 42 minutes. It was held by Sergeant Joseph Reed of C Company. Winters ran it in 44. As training continued through 1942, Sobel never tired of pushing the men to the brink of exhaustion, running them over the obstacle course and taking them on 9-mile runs with full packs, rifles, and machine guns. Sobel's favorite exercise was the Friday night 35-mile non-stop hike with full gear. He would order canteens to be filled with water at the start of the hike and expected them to still be full when they got back. Harsh punishment awaited any man who sneaked a sip. Winters grew disgusted with Sobel's increasingly harsh treatment of the men. Walking the ranks during inspection, Sobel would bark out, "Dirty stacking swivel," "Dirty gun sight," or "Dirty ears," and dock the men leave time. Sometimes the punishments were just, sometimes they were not, and other times they were sheer fantasy. It didn't matter to Sobel, but it did to Winters, who was often ordered to come up with a list of infractions, real or imagined. Sobel's habit of canceling leaves as punishment was not a hardship for the socially reserved Winters. While many of the men crossed the street to the wagon wheel or walked a short distance down the highway to the hidey-ho to tip a few beers, Winters was just as happy remaining on the base. When he did go into Toccoa, it was often to attend church, where he was usually invited for dinner at the Sunday school superintendent's home. Winters did take a short leave to meet his mother, who, in what Winters felt was probably the biggest single adventure of her life, came to visit her son at camp. As the weeks dragged on, training intensified. If a man tired of the rigorous routine, he was free to quit, at which time he moved his gear into a section of the camp reserved for W Company. Known also as Cow Company, this part of the camp was the first stop for new men coming into Toccoa, and the last stop for men shipping out. A stay in Cow Company was roundly hated by the soldiers who experienced it. The ground flooded easily in rain, and men often awoke to the gurgling sound of running water just inches from their faces, as their cots had sunk deeply into the muck. While some gave up, most endured, discovering, Winters wrote, that they could go farther and do more than they ever dared to dream. As demanding as the training schedule was for the enlisted men, it was worse for the officers. Just one lesson ahead of the men they commanded, and knowing, as Winters said, that they were not that damn smart themselves, the officers were under intense pressure. They studied late into the night, making sure they grasped the lessons they expected their men to learn the next day. Easy's ordeal under Sobel was magnified when the men looked at the other two companies in 2nd Battalion, Dog and Fox. Whereas the rosters of those two companies remained relatively stable, men came and went from Easy with frightening rapidity, especially officers. Hester, Nixon, and S.L. Matheson all transferred out, in most cases moving into battalion or regimental slots. Others simply dropped out of the airborne. Only Winters stuck with the company. In September 1942, the men began preparing for jump training, with the first lesson being a 2-day course on how to pack a parachute. Sink expected his officers to qualify first. Initially, Sink had hoped to qualify the entire 506 at Toccoa by building his own airstrip. The job was done by R.G. Letourneau, a somewhat flamboyant multimillionaire industrialist who had his own airplane that was every bit as big as a C-47. Letourneau owned heavy equipment factories in Toccoa and in Peoria, Illinois, and built the field for Sink by bulldozing the top off a nearby hill. The airfield was naturally dubbed Letourneau. To complete Sink's training plans, the Army gave him one C-47 Skytrain. The problem with Letourneau Airfield was that the runway was not long enough for a C-47 to land or take off, especially when fully loaded. Pilots taking off were forced to dive parallel to the slope of the hill to gain flying speed. When landing, pilots reaching the end of the airstrip had to cut left or right and run along the edge of the hill. It made for a hellish ride for paratroopers and flight crews alike. Winters commented that it was safer to jump out of the plane than to land in it. As the officers prepared for their first of 5 qualifying jumps, Sink organized a Junior Officers' Olympics in order to determine which man would have the honor of being the first out of the plane. There were push-up, chin-up, and obstacle course competitions, culminating in a race to see who could make the best time up and down Currahee. Winters won and was awarded the first seat in the first stick for the first jump. After a hair-raising takeoff, the C-47 circled the drop zone. As jump master, Winters stood by the door, a mixture of excitement and fear coursing through his mind. He was anxious to go, yet he asked himself, "Am I nuts? What the hell am I doing here?" Pushing his fears aside, he jumped, coming down in a cornstalk stubbled field. That night Nixon asked Winters, "How'd it go? Were you nervous?" "No," Winters replied, "but I questioned my own sanity. Then I just told myself that if I want to be a paratrooper, I'm going, and it overcame my common sense." The 5th and final qualifying jump for the 506 officers was a morning exercise, after which Sink made a plane available for anyone wanting to go into Atlanta to celebrate. Winters decided to go and shop for a new jacket and uniform items, but on this landmark day, Sink decided to make things even more memorable. At his direction, the sergeant flying the C-47 took the plane down to treetop level, hedge-hopping over farms and fields and houses, sending people scattering and chickens flying. It was the most nightmarish flight Winters had ever experienced to date. Next came the qualifying jumps for the enlisted men. The first went off without a hitch, but before the next jump, the C-47, coming back to base after unloading its stick of paratroopers, overshot the airstrip and crashed. The pilot and crew escaped serious injury, but it marked the end of qualifying jumps at Toccoa, and the training was shifted to Fort Benning. As he was readying the 506 for its move from Toccoa to Benning, Sink read an article in Reader's Digest about a Japanese unit in Malaya that marched 100 miles in 72 hours. Determined to prove his men were better than anything the Emperor could field, Sink ordered that his regiment walk to Atlanta. The trek began on December 1st. The next day, a cold winter rain swept in, forcing the men to make their beds that night in a muddy field. Lacking a tent, Winters rolled out his sleeping bag on the ground, removed his wet boots, and tried to settle in as best he could. Temperatures dropped below freezing overnight, and Winters awoke to find his sleeping bag frozen to the mud and his boots stiff to the point where he could barely get them on, even with the laces totally undone. The cold, wet clothes and boots, and more rain mixed with snow, made the third day of the march by far the worst. Yet when the regiment arrived at Benning on December 4th, only 12 of the 586 men who started had failed to finish. They had marched 118 miles in 75 hours, 15 minutes. Actual marching time, 33 hours, 30 minutes, and earned a unit citation. At Benning, the men learned how to land properly by jumping into piles of sawdust from dummy plane fuselages, and were dropped under a deployed parachute from a 250-foot tower, like the Lifesavers parachute jump ride at the 1939 World's Fair. Finally, it was time for the real thing. For most, the first jump was the toughest, yet few refused to leap from the plane, knowing that to do so meant an instant washout. When a man did freeze in the door, a member of the plane's crew clutched the overhead cable, lifted himself off the floor, and kicked the soldier out from behind. That usually cured the man's fear. One whose endurance surprised Winters was Sobel, who was cursed with what Winters called big flat feet that caused him to run like a duck in distress. Winters was certain that landings are painful for Sobel, and sometimes those landings became the butt of company jokes. On one jump, as Sobel neared the ground, his feet seemed to send out a distress signal to his brain, causing him to have a last-minute knee-jerk reaction, and he landed hard on his ass. Sobel was sore for several days, and the men had a private laugh at their commander's expense. With jump training now behind him, Winters took a 10-day leave and headed for Pennsylvania, arriving home at 7:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve. The homecoming was not what Winters expected. Although glad to be back with his family, his experience in the wartime army had so drastically changed him that he felt out of place and isolated in this once familiar world that had now grown so foreign. Home is still a wonderful place, but nowadays I am a stranger among friends, he complained to Dieta on January 15, 1943, after returning to camp. It's good to get away from there. They don't even know there's a war going on. In early March, the 506 moved to Camp McCall, North Carolina, where the troops underwent the most extensive maneuvers they had yet experienced. Emphasis now shifted from just learning how to jump and land to quick movements and operating behind enemy lines. Within Easy Company, though, the increased field training seemed to heighten the tension as Sobel's leadership deficiencies became more and more apparent, and his treatment of the men grew correspondingly harsher. They, in turn, retaliated with a host of pranks. His maps were mislaid, so he got lost on field exercises, and once medics, as part of an exercise on treating the wounded, put Sobel under anesthesia and performed a fake appendectomy, complete with an actual scar. He never discovered who was responsible. Winters was also growing frustrated. More and more he was doing the duties of the executive officer, but without the official title. For the past few weeks, I've been running the company. Yes, sir, company commander, he wrote Dieta on March 28th. The darndest part of it all is that we've had the hardest part of our training in those weeks. Winters expected to be named executive officer, a job he was already performing unofficially. That prophecy came true a few weeks later when Winters was appointed executive officer for Company E, 506. My job is to take charge of the company when the captain is not around, which he never is, and do the paperwork. He wrote Dieta on Easter Sunday, April 15th. Don't ask me what the captain does. The 506 left McCall to take part in Army maneuvers in Kentucky and Tennessee, jumping from C-47s that also towed gliders along behind them. At Camp Breckinridge, Kentucky, they crossed the swiftly flowing Cumberland River in rubber boats. It became obvious to all that they were preparing for deployment overseas. Even though Winters was aware that each day, each drill, and each maneuver brought him nearer to combat with all its dangers, he optimistically thought beyond the war to a future that was anything but guaranteed. I've sent word home to buy a farm after they get done paying off the house with the money I send home each month, Winters wrote Dieta. I want a good investment and a place to go after this war is over. I'd sure like to see what they pick out, but I guess any place in Lancaster County would be okay by me. On August 22nd, the 506 arrived at Camp Shanks, an embarkation center nicknamed Last Stop USA, near Orangeburg in Rockland County, New York. Amid this final preparation, Winters was given a special assignment. Sink had ordered all officers to buy a new overcoat. Plus, the officers' club stock was low on whiskey. Each officer was assessed the price of the coat and a share of the booze, but Sink needed an officer he could trust, especially with the whiskey detail. Who better to send than a man who did not drink? So Winters was sent off to Philadelphia. Buying the coats was simple, since Winters had a list of names and sizes, and they were duly purchased and shipped. Getting the whiskey was a different matter. Sink ordered Winters to buy a truckload of Southern Comfort, evidently forgetting that almost everything in the nation, including alcohol, was rationed. After converting his wad of cash to money orders, Winters spent a day riding around Philadelphia in a taxi, but came up empty. Exasperated, he caught a train home to Lancaster and called his regimental headquarters at Camp Shanks. "Colonel, I have been all over Philly looking for the whiskey, and I've run into a brick wall," he told Lieutenant Colonel Charles H. Chase, the regimental executive officer. "I have called or visited every distributor I could find. I've asked almost everybody I've met. I don't know where else to turn." "Stay near a phone, Lieutenant," Chase told him. "I'll call you back." Next day, Chase phoned and gave Winters the name of Shenley's, a large liquor distributor headquartered in the Empire State Building in New York City. Winters boarded a train and set out to complete his mission. At Shenley's, Winters was ushered into an office and introduced to a pudgy man seated in a chair, his gout-ridden foot propped up on a stool. Swarming around the man were more beautiful, well-groomed secretaries than I'd ever seen in my life, Winters later wrote. Winters felt ill at ease in this totally foreign atmosphere, but knew he had to succeed or go back without the whiskey, and he feared face a firing squad. "Jesus," Winters later told Nixon. "There I was, just a kid from a Mennonite family background, and I was facing this bloated executive with all these beautiful secretaries, and he was the only man who could save me." He told the man what he needed. "Yes, I can take care of that order," the man instantly replied. Ecstatic, Winters felt the bloated executive had just helped to win the war. The SS Samaria, an old, fatigued Cunard passenger liner now pressed into service as a troop transport, slipped away from Piermont Pier and out of New York Harbor the morning of September 5th. On board the ship, equipped to carry 1,000 passengers, Winters and 5,000 other GIs somberly watched the Statue of Liberty glide by to starboard. Standing with Winters, Lieutenant Frederick T. Moose Heiliger of Headquarters Company stared at the fading statue with special intentness. Just prior to departure, he received word that his wife had given birth to a little moose. Once at sea, Heiliger, Winters, and their friends celebrated with a night of singing. The ship's cramped conditions made the 10-day passage miserable. Fresh drinking water was only available at 15-minute intervals. Shaving time was limited, and the men took saltwater showers, using a special soap that left them feeling sticky. It was only slightly better for the officers. The threat of prowling German U-boats meant all ranks had to wear life jackets and sleep in their clothes. The coffee was horrible, and the men ate meals twice a day in a crowded, unventilated mess hall on the lower deck. Luckily, the trip across the unpredictable North Atlantic was relatively calm, yet by the time they docked in Liverpool, Winters felt as though he had lost all of his muscle tone, especially in his legs. Aldbourne, a picturesque hamlet in Wiltshire, lies 50 miles west of London. Here Sink kicked the regiment back into shape with 15, 20, and 25-mile hikes with full field pack. Training exercises included lessons in street fighting, combat team training, and map reading. Plus, there were training jumps on company, battalion, and regimental scale. During one of these jumps, on March 8, 1944, the company suffered its first loss. Private Rudolf R. Dietrich was killed when his parachute failed. The death of a man they had trained with for over a year cast a pall of sorrow over the men of Easy. Winters knew the men had to shake off this tragedy and move on. Dietrich might have been the first death, but he would not be the last, and the troops had to learn to live with the distinct possibility that any of them, even the officers, could be next. At Aldbourne, the men lived in Nissen huts, but officers were farmed out to the community to ease overcrowding. The Barnes family, whom Winters had befriended that Sunday morning, agreed to house 2 men, provided one be their young American friend. Besides being the town grocer, Francis Barnes was a lay minister at the Methodist Chapel on Lodge Road. Louis May was the church organist. The couple welcomed Winters into their home, along with his assistant platoon leader, Harry Welsh, giving the 2 officers a second-floor room overlooking the street. They still slept on army cots, but at least they were away from the crowded camp. While Welsh, product of a Pennsylvania coal mining town, was usually out on the town, Winters used the quiet time to study and reflect on his job and himself. In later life, he felt living with the Barnes family was one of the luckiest breaks of his life, allowing him the needed time to mature as a man and build the strong sense of character that he would carry with him for the remainder of his life. Besides privacy, the Barnes family also presented Winters with a new sister. At 13, Elaine Stevens was the same age as Ann Winters back in Lancaster. Blonde, 5 feet tall, and chipper despite being separated from her family, Elaine was one of thousands of children evacuated from London to the countryside, where German bombers seldom roamed. Winters felt bad for the child and eagerly took to the role of big brother. From a poor, working-class family background, Elaine came to the Barnes poorly dressed. With wartime rationing, there was little available in the way of new clothes, so Winters enhanced Elaine's wardrobe by having some of his shirts re-tailored to fit her. He bought her a sweater, gloves, scarves, and shoes with some of his ration coupons, and took her to shows, shopping, and out to eat. One of their favorite dining spots was the officers' mess hall for Sunday dinner. Life at the Barnes' residence was not too unlike life at home. Around 9 each evening, Mother Barnes would climb the stairs and knock on Winters' room door and ask, "Lieutenant, would you like to come downstairs and listen to the news on the radio?" Often he joined the family around the dining room table, where Mr. Barnes would read Bible verses while Louis May cut up bread for snacks and served tea. "They don't put butter or jam on toast, and they don't have popcorn, marshmallows, or hot dogs," Winters complained in a letter home, not about the Barnes family, but the British in general. "They never heard of the stuff. Man, what I wouldn't give for a milkshake, some eggs, a couple of quarts of milk, and ice cream." That done, around 10, Mr. Barnes would announce authoritatively that it was time for bed. Winters enjoyed his quiet life in Aldbourne. He made many friends in the village, especially among the kids who tagged along with him when he went for walks, giving him the thumbs-up sign or asking, "Any gum, Yank?" There were aspects of British life Winters had to adjust to, such as phrases that had two meanings and were taken one way by an Englishman and a completely different way by a GI. One evening over tea, Winters was relating his exhausting day to Mr. and Mrs. Barnes, the drills, the field problems, and the chore of getting men ready for war. A weary Louis Barnes also had a busy day and sighed, "Oh, I am all knocked up." Winters recalled that he nearly choked on a mouthful of tea. Though in the warm presence of an adopted family, Winters still valued his solitary lifestyle. While the other officers and men took leave in London or elsewhere, he remained in Auburn to read or study. He took well-intentioned ribbing from his men, but it was teasing born of respect. His hermit-like lifestyle carried a certain loneliness. On March 29, 1944, he wrote Dieta, "I am a half-breed, an officer, yet part enlisted man. So I work and do my duty as I should, but when it comes to play, I am in a bad position, and only in athletics with the men do I enjoy myself. The happiest days of my Army career were at Croft, making $21 a month, yet always a little money at the end of the month. I traveled more, did more, and had more fun than at any time since." It was in this same letter that he told Dieta about his father's response to buying a farm. His father, Winters said, advised his son to postpone the farm idea and first take time to rest and play before settling down. Winters contemplated taking a job as a deckhand on a tramp steamer or on a liner and sail around the world. When he tired of traveling, he would settle down and look for a job. "It's not practical, fantastic, and all that, but, brother, I know this idea of thinking you can go home and adjust yourself to that old type of life by just changing uniforms is wrong," he wrote Dieta, "and I don't want to be around home while I am adjusting myself." Insistent on keeping in shape, Winters slipped out of the Barnes' house early each morning for a 5-mile run. During free time, he coached the 506 basketball team with Lieutenant Lynn Buck Compton, newly assigned to the company, as his assistant. A no-frills operation, the team had no basketball court, hence no practices, no offensive or defensive strategies, and all their games were away. They also had no uniforms, so when the team played the spit-and-polish Army Air Forces teams, Winters players in shorts or long johns were in stark contrast to their opponents, whose new uniforms and sweatsuits had been brought over from the States. Their shabby dress notwithstanding, Winters had a solid team consisting of Sergeant Robert J. Rader, Sergeant Floyd Talbot, Corporal Levon P. Reese, Corporal Gordon F. Carson, all of E Company, and Private First Class John D. Hall at center, Private First Class Donald Harms at forward, and a Sergeant Barlow as guard. In a military camp, men gamble on almost everything, and these inter-regimental games were fertile ground for those looking to make extra leave money. Prior to a match against the 501st, Sink told Winters, "Just remember, Lieutenant, the 506 payroll is riding on this game, so just go out and win." "Yes, sir," he said, although his mind was cynically adding, "Nothing to it." Luckily, Winters did not disappoint his commander. With the game tied in the final seconds, Winters noticed Barlow, his top playmaker, was wearing down. He pulled Barlow out and replaced him with Carson, who got the ball, moved rapidly down court, and fired a long shot that dropped in for the game-winning points. "From today on, you are my hero," he told Carson afterward. "Great," Carson replied jokingly. "How about rewarding me with a transfer back to the States?" "Sorry, Gordy," Winters said. "I need all the heroes I can get right here." As the invasion drew near, playtime was getting harder to come by as the 506 took part in more extensive exercises. Operation Beaver on March 27th to 31st involved seaborne troops storming ashore at a simulated Utah beach at Torquay, Devonshire, while airborne forces dropped at nearby Slapton, usually by jumping off the backs of moving trucks due to a lack of aircraft. Operation Tiger, April 23rd to 30th, a division-size exercise, took place in the same vicinity, and Operation Eagle, May 9th through 12th, the largest exercise of all, saw airborne troops take off from the same airfields and, if possible, on the same planes they would use on D-Day. The training was cold, dirty work, and a bone weariness settled in among the troops. Winter's philosophy of dealing with his men and keeping up morale and fighting spirit was to move among them. One damp, dreary morning, he noticed Private Clarence S. Howell manning a machine gun outpost and looking thoroughly miserable. The men had been marching and fighting mock battles for 24 hours non-stop. Howell, like the rest, was tired, wet, cold, and hungry. As Winters watched, Howell fished a photograph from a pocket and stared down at it. "How's it going, Shep?" Winters asked, kneeling next to the young soldier. "Fine, sir," he replied, still looking at the photo. "What's that?" Winters asked. "A picture from home?" "Yes, sir," Howell said, showing it to Winters. It was a young woman. "My girl," he added, as if he felt he had to explain. "She is very pretty, Shep," Winters said, examining the smiling young face. "You must miss her. Are you two planning to tie the knot?" "Yes, sir," he answered, studying the photo again. "I was just wondering how long it'll be until I can get back to her, or even if I'll ever see her again." "You will," Winters said, patting the man's shoulder. "Just keep your mind focused on your job. You're a good man, Shep. Hang tough." Walking away, Winters reflected on the young private's fears and his hopes for the future. The brief exchange with this lonely youngster reinforced the heavy burden of command placed on Winters' shoulders. The survival of these men depended, in large part, on his own knowledge and skills as a teacher and a leader. It was a sobering moment. "In 3 years I've aged a great deal," he wrote that night. "It seems as if the college days and the days of civilian life when I did as I pleased are long gone. It must have been a dream, a small, short, but beautiful part of my life. All I do is work to improve myself as an officer, and them, as fighters and as men, make them work to improve themselves. As a result, I am old before my time. Not old physically, but hardened to the point where I can make the rest of them look like undeveloped high school boys. Old to the extent where I can keep going after my men fall over and go to sleep from exhaustion, and I can keep going like a mother who works on after her sick and exhausted child has fallen asleep. All to the extent where, if it's a decision or advice needed, my decisions are taken as if the wisdom behind them was infallible. Yes, I feel old and tired from training these men to the point where they are efficient fighters. I hope it means some will return to that girl back home." One weight that had been lifted from Winters' shoulders was Herbert Sobel. The simmering dispute between the two had boiled over the previous October. Winters had been ordered by Sobel to inspect the company latrines an hour prior to an 11 a.m. inspection by Colonel Sink. After spending the morning, at Strayer's direction, in the orderly room censoring the men's outgoing mail, Winters pedaled his bicycle to the latrines, parking it outside at 10 a.m. on the dot. Entering, he found Sobel already inspecting the facility. Sobel brushed by Winters, head down, as if his lieutenant did not exist. Private Joachim Mello, the latrine orderly, trailed along behind Sobel, mop in hand. Mello's clothes were soaking wet, his face unshaven, his hair uncombed. To Winters, he looked like a man who had just finished a dirty job. Completing his inspection, Sobel made some notations, then left without uttering a word. Winters proceeded to conduct his own inspection, finding that Mello had done an excellent job. 45 minutes later, as Winters prepared for the inspection, First Sergeant William S. Evans found him. "Lieutenant Winters," Evans said, holding out a piece of paper. "Captain Sobel's compliments, sir." Winters took the paper and unfolded it. He couldn't believe what he was reading. Subject: Punishment under 104th AW. 2. First Lieutenant R.D. Winters. 1. You will indicate by endorsement below whether you desire punishment under 104th AW or trial by courts-martial for failure to inspect the latrine at 0945 this date as instructed by me, Herbert M. Sobel, Captain, Commanding. Taken aback, Winters hurried to Sobel's office to confront his commander, who told him he had changed the time to 9:45 and had both tried to phone Winters about the change and had sent a runner with the new time. Winters knew Sobel was trying to gig him, that no runner had been dispatched, and that Sobel knew there was no phone in the orderly room. "Bullshit," Winters told himself, anger welling up. "This is it." After the inspection, he returned to the orderly room and wrote, "I request trial by courts-martial for failure to inspect the latrines at 0945 this date," on the bottom of Sobel's memo, signed and returned it. Next day, Evans handed Winters a second note. 1. You will be denied a 48-hour pass until after December 15, 1943. 2. In accordance with the procedure outlined in the court-martial manual, you will institute your own letter of appeal with your reasons for objection and also a request for trial by courts-martial. 3. Unless set aside by superior authority, the above punishment will be enforced. Relinquishing his pass was no punishment for Winters, since he seldom left Auburn, preferring, as he wrote, to loaf around camp on weekends and read, run, or play football. But the unwarranted attack infuriated him, and he wrote in his November 4th appeal, 1. Under the provisions of Article of War 104, appeal is requested on punishment rendered by Captain Herbert M. Sobel on Lieutenant Richard D. Winters for failure to inspect latrines on October 30, 1943 at 0945 hours. 2. On October 30, 1943, I was ordered by Captain Herbert M. Sobel to inspect the latrines at 1000 hours. Until that hour, I was engaged in supervision or work relegated to me by Lieutenant Colonel Strayer at about 0930 hours. I did inspect the latrines at 1000 hours and never received the latter order of Captain Sobel moving up the time to 0945 hours, as I was on detail as previously explained. The war on paper continued. On November 8th, Sobel wrote to Winters saying, 1. Punishment for the above offense given by the undersigned will not be lifted by him. 2. You will recall that in a telephone conversation about 0915 on October 30th, I talked with you and told you to be here at 0940 and to have Lieutenant Davis be here also then. 3. When given another task to perform by a ranking officer to myself, you should have delegated your task to another officer to inspect the latrine, and not let it go until such time that there was little time for corrective measures to be taken before the arrival of the general officer about 10 minutes later. On November 11th, an exasperated Strayer intervened, writing that punishment under 104th AW of Lieutenant R.D. Winters is hereby set aside as per authority contained in court-martial manual. Papers will be returned to the appellant's commanding officer for file with the record in this case. The argument settled for him. A disgruntled Sobel fired a parting volley at Winters. 1. You will reply by endorsement hereon your reason for failure to instruct Private J. Mello in his duties as latrine orderly. 2. You will further reply why he was permitted to be on duty at 10:30 this date in need of a shave. Winters' reply to both accusations was, no excuse. I'm guilty, he thought bitterly, so shoot me. Despite the acquittal, Strayer transferred Winters out of Easy and made him battalion mess officer. This incensed Winters, who felt mess duty was only given to men who were goof-offs you don't know what to do with. Winters felt crushed. It was the first time since being in the Army that he was not in the field with the men. The departure of Winters and the fact that Sobel remained in command of the company stirred the deepest resentment among the non-commissioned officers. Winters discovered how deep one Saturday afternoon when he was invited to a meeting of the non-coms in the orderly room. Sergeant Myron Mike Ranney led the meeting. "We have decided we've had enough of Sobel and his bullshit," he told Winters. "We don't want to serve as NCOs in any company led by that man, so we've decided to write letters to Sink, turning in our stripes." Winters considered this for a moment, realizing the seriousness of what these sergeants were contemplating. "You're talking mutiny," he told them. "I can't condone that action. Sink could have you all shot. Do yourselves a favor. Don't even think about it." At that moment, Sobel walked in. All eyes turned to him, and he stared back at the men. It was Ranney who first regained his composure. "Now, how can we improve our athletic program?" he asked. Sobel picked up a book and left, but Winters was convinced Sobel knew something was afoot. The NCOs were resolved, and despite Winters' words of caution, they presented their letters to their commander. Sink was furious at the sergeant's ultimatum. He immediately busted Ranney to private and had Sergeant Terrence C. Harris transferred, but the poisoned atmosphere, now plainly visible within Easy, finally moved Sink to action. Sobel was reassigned to the jump school at Chilton Foliot, and First Lieutenant Thomas Meehan was brought in from Baker Company to take command, with First Lieutenant Patrick J. Sweeney of Able Company temporarily transferred in as executive officer. Winters was brought back to the company and put in command of 1st Platoon, reclaiming his old job as executive officer after Sweeney's departure. When the dust had settled, Major Horton, Regimental XO, stopped Winters. "You gave me one hell of a problem trying to figure out how to quash that court-martial," he said. "Sink was on my ass the whole damn time. We had the court-martial manual out, and we're doing a lot of reading for a couple of days." "Sorry to give such trouble, sir," Winters said, "but I had all of that SOB I could take." "Well, I'm just glad to have you back," Horton said, "and so is the colonel." By late May 1944, the 101st was making preparations for its part in the invasion of Europe. Duffel bags were packed and personal items stored. The final social event Winters and his men enjoyed before leaving for the marshalling area on May 29th occurred 9 days earlier, when Sergeant Leo Boyle married an Oldbourne girl. Winifred Wynne Hawkins was an attractive and vivacious girl, and Winters found it quite easy to see how Boyle could fall in love with her. Winifred sprang from a deeply religious family, so it came as no surprise to Winters when Boyle became a regular churchgoer. He'd soon gained her family's approval and worked up the courage to ask for her hand in marriage. For Winters, it was the first church wedding he had ever attended, and he found the experience unnerving to the point where he said he'd rather jump out of a plane. "My legs were quivering, and I was just an onlooker," he wrote. The wedding was not without its share of pranks, including when Boyle's buddies dropped smoke grenades as the happy couple was leaving the church, then kidnapped the bride during the confusion. They returned Wynne 30 minutes later. "If time hadn't been so valuable," Winters wrote a few days later, "I'll bet that she'd still be missing." Just as it had become necessary to bid farewell to his real family in America, Winters now said goodbye to his English family. Many of the townspeople, some weeping, waved farewell to their Yanks. Hoisting themselves into the deuce-and-a-halfs that lined the cobblestone road, the regiment began its journey to war. As the trucks moved out, Winters saw Elaine and waved what he hoped would not be a final goodbye. The 506th was taken to a pottery. There, on May 31st, the men learned for the first time that they were bound for Normandy. For the next several days, they rigorously studied the area's defenses, towns, and landmarks, so that, before they took off, they could sketch the road networks around their drop zones from memory. On June 3rd, Winters led his men to the supply dump to draw ammo and grenades. They took hot showers, the last they would have for weeks, and stocked up on candy and cigarettes. Unaware of these preparations for war, Dieta had been hoping Winters could get a furlough home and planned a boat ride for the two. On June 2nd, Winters dashed that dream, but he had another suggestion. "Every night at taps, I'll meet you at the North Star," he wrote. "The old North Star is a soldier's guiding light when he's lost, alone, and feeling mighty funny in the pit of his stomach. That's when he feels good, when he can look up and know that there is somebody else looking up there also." On June 4th, the 101st moved to its assigned airfields and made a final check of their gear. Each trooper was issued $10 in French francs, newly minted in Washington, D.C., and a map of the Normandy area printed on silk. That evening the cooks served up a feast of steak, mashed potatoes, white bread, peas, ice cream, and coffee. The meal was accompanied by the usual cracks about fattening us up for the kill. General Maxwell Taylor, who had succeeded Lee as division commander, took the opportunity to give the men a pep talk that would later be recalled with wry humor. "Give me 3 days of hard fighting," he said, "and then you'll be withdrawn." Tension got the best of Lieutenant Raymond Schmitz, who challenged Winters to a boxing match. Winters refused, but Schmitz kept haranguing him, finally daring Winters, "Okay, let's wrestle." This was right up Winters' alley, so the match was short and painful, especially for Schmitz, who ended up with 2 cracked vertebrae. He would miss the jump. For the next 24 hours, men asked Winters, "Will you break my arm for $5? That evening, the 506 was trucked to the airfield. There, Winters had his men spread out their gear for one last equipment check. Besides his weapon, each man carried GI socks and underwear, a brass compass, canteen, first aid kit, which included 1 morphine syringe, sulfa powder, and a tourniquet, horsehide gloves, jump knife, pocket knife, entrenching tool, 96 rounds of ammo, matches, 4 grenades, pistol or cartridge belt, gas mask, 4 K rations, 3 D rations, at least 2 cartons of cigarettes to smoke or barter once in France, and halazone tablets to purify water, rain poncho, toiletry set, 30 feet of rope, and everything else a man might require in the field. A Mae West life jacket completed the ensemble. As jump master of his stick, Winters was handed 2 packets of papers to hand out once they got to the plains. After synchronizing their watches, Winters ordered, "Load up," and the men climbed into trucks to be whisked off to the hardstand. There, 81 parked C-47s, many with bundles of ammunition strapped to their underbellies, awaited the regiment. Winters' platoon was divided into 2 groups, or sticks, with him in command of one and Welsh taking charge of the other. 2 men from Headquarters Company, Robert Burr Smith and Joseph E. Hogan, were reassigned to Winters' 2 planes after Meehan found his C-47 overloaded. The trucks carrying Winters and stick number 67 halted by plane 42-100646, their ride to the war. "Everybody out," Winters said, jumping from the truck to the tarmac. Hauling themselves out of the truck, the men were allowed to relax before the order came to climb aboard. With double daylight savings, it didn't get dark until 10:30 p.m., so the troops sat in clumps on the ground or under the wings of the planes, chatting and watching the sun go down. Then, bad weather closed in over the channel, and a fierce wind kicked up. Shortly afterward, Meehan stood up in the back of a jeep and told the men they had been ordered to stand down. The invasion was postponed. A loud moan interspersed with colorful language swept over the field. After working themselves up into a high state of readiness, the delay came as a hell of a letdown for Winters and the rest. On the afternoon of June 5th, preparations began again. Winters spent the afternoon getting ready, then grabbed a fitful 2-hour nap. At 8:30 p.m., the 506 once more headed for the airfield. Columns of men passed buddies marching in other directions, but in the somber air few words were exchanged, just a silent nod of greeting or a simple "good luck" or "see you over there." As Winters led his men past a British anti-aircraft gun crew, he noticed the Tommies had tears in their eyes. Walking quietly across the field toward their aircraft, Winters spotted some flowers in bloom and wondered if he'd see the flowers blossom next spring. At the C-47 Skytrain, Winters handed out the poop sheets he'd been given the day before. One carried the letterhead of the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, or SHAEF, and was signed by General Dwight D. Eisenhower. It said they were about to embark on a great crusade, toward which we have striven these many months. It continued, "The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you." At the end it wished them good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking. Its words rang somewhat hollowly in the ears of the men about to jump into occupied France, yet there was a general feeling of pride and anticipation. The second note was from Colonel Sink, who wrote that they were heading for the great adventure for which we have trained for over 2 years. "Tonight is the night of nights," Sink's memo read. "Tomorrow, throughout the whole of our homeland and the Allied world, the bells will ring out the tidings that you have arrived, and the invasion for liberation has begun." Winters folded his 2 letters and tucked them inside his helmet liner. The timetable called for the men to begin loading into the planes at 10:15 p.m., with takeoff about 11:10 p.m. The drop was slated for 1:20 a.m. As 10 o'clock approached, the soldiers began the arduous task of climbing into their gear. Winters noticed Private Robert T. Leonard was missing something. "Jeter," Winters said, "how come you only have 1 bandolier of ammo? You're supposed to have 2. "Yes, sir, I know," he replied. "It's all I could carry." Winters had spare ammo to give him, but agreed that the man was weighed down. "See me in the assembly area," Winters told him. "I'll give you more." He never saw Leonard again. The young private would be badly wounded before the day was out, and the next Winters heard from him was in a letter from a hospital in England, letting him know what happened, and fretting that Winters might still be toting around that extra bandolier looking for him. Adding to the burden the men had to carry was the fact that their uniforms had been impregnated with a chemical to make them resistant to a gas attack. Unfortunately, this also had the effect of making the clothes stiff and heavy, and they stank like hell. Plus, the chemical irritated the skin. Winters' treated uniform was in his footlocker. Even the possibility of death by lethal gas could not entice him to wear it. "I figured if I'm going to die, I'm going to die, but I wasn't about to be miserable while I was doing it," he later said. "I wondered if anyone else had left his chemical-laden uniform behind, but I didn't ask." Something else that was dreamed up by the boys who would not be making the jump was the issuance of motion sickness pills. These had never been used during practice jumps, and one of the side effects, the men sadly discovered, was drowsiness, a soldier's worst enemy in combat next to the Germans. But the worst fiasco Winters and the rest had to contend with was a British innovation, the leg bag. Strapped to the right leg and around the instep of the boot, the large canvas bag was a place to store extra gear. In this, Winters carried his disassembled M1 Garand rifle, grenades, ammunition, blanket, clothes, mess gear, pistol, binoculars. In short, almost everything he needed upon landing. The leg bag wasn't bad in theory. When leaving the plane, the trooper swung his right leg out of the doorway and let gravity take over. Once out, and after the chute had deployed, the soldier pulled a metal pin on the bag, which caused it to drop on the end of a 20-foot rope. Thus, the bag hit first, helping to warn the man of the approaching ground and softening his own impact. It was a good idea if it worked right. Most didn't. One thing Winters would have liked to have worn, but had to leave behind, was his reserve parachute. With a musette bag strapped across his chest and stuffed with all the gear he couldn't get into his leg bag, plus his Mae West, he simply couldn't get the reserve chute on. He prayed the main chute was packed correctly. At 10:15, the order came, "Load up." Burdened by 125 pounds of equipment, the simplest of movements became a major chore. Men helped each other to stand up. Waddling duck-like to the plane, the soldier was hoisted inside with one man shoving from the rear and two crewmen pulling from above. Once aboard, the soldier took his pre-assigned seat. Before Winters boarded, Meehan stopped by. The two officers shook hands and nodded good luck. No words were exchanged. None were needed. Winters turned and climbed into the aircraft, taking his place at the door. Around 11, the pilots flipped the ignition switches and their engines began to turn over. Even inside the fuselage, the growing roar of the Pratt & Whitneys was deafening. Winters' plane rattled and vibrated as its motors built up speed. Normal conversations had to be delivered via shouts. Then the plane began to roll forward. At 11:13 p.m., the lead SkyTrain roared down the runway. The pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Charles H. Young, commander of the 439th Transport Group, leaned back on the wheel and pulled the C-47 into the air. His propellers bit into the night, fighting to gain altitude. He was followed by plane after plane in rapid succession, until all were aloft. After Winters' plane was airborne, one of the transport's crew members removed the hatch and shoved the large equipment bag, containing the heavier weapons, into the doorway. When the green jump light went on, Winters was to push out the equipment bag before following it as rapidly as possible. Once on the ground, the men would retrieve the bag and the weapons. In a day jump, this would be easy. A night jump was another matter. Anticipating this difficulty, during one practice jump, Winters tried what seemed like a good idea at the time, but could have been fatal. He attached a 30-foot rope to the equipment bag, tying the other end to himself. The theory was that, once he landed, all he had to do was follow the rope to find the bag. However, during his descent, the wind caused the rope to swirl and spiral high over his head, and he feared it might wrap around and collapse his canopy, sending him plummeting to the earth like a lead weight. That ended the rope experiment. Aloft, the transports carrying the 506 divided into two serials, with 45 planes led by Young in the first and 36 in the second, 10 miles to the rear. This group of 36 C-47s included the 8 planes carrying Dick Winters and the 139 men of Easy Company. On the ground, men watched somberly as the air armada turned on a southeasterly heading and disappeared into the gathering darkness. Chapter 4. A very, very tough day. June 7th to July 12th, 1944. Through the binoculars, the rooftops of the village of WWII, about a mile and a half away, came crisply into focus despite the hedgerows that crisscrossed the marshy, flat fields. Yesterday, D-Day, a reconnaissance patrol from the 506 had scouted the ground and found no Germans. At 0400 on D+1, units of the 1st Battalion of the 506 Regiment, with tank support, passed through WWII, brushing aside token resistance. It was now about 0600, and no one had any clear idea of what might be lying in wait up ahead. Winters lowered the binoculars and handed them back to Captain Hester. "The battalion's moving out shortly," Hester said. "I hate to do this to you after yesterday's fight, Dick, but your company's got the point." "So all we have to do is walk straight down this road and knock on the front door," Winters said grimly. "Not my idea, Dick. Talk to Strayer." "Sure I will," Winters said to Hester with a wink, then returned to his company. With Lieutenant Meehan still missing, Winters retained command of Easy, which had grown overnight as men showed up in dribs and drabs. Winters handed command of 1st Platoon over to Harry Welsh. Buck Compton kept 2nd Platoon, and Warren Roush remained in charge of 3rd. To replace the missing 1st Sergeant Evans, Winters tapped Punchy Dial. "Gather round," Winters told his officers. "Here's the deal. We're point on the advance into Vierville. There's no telling what we're likely to encounter. But if we meet resistance, Harry, you deploy to the left of the road. Buck, you take the right. Roush, 3rd Platoon will be in reserve with the mortars. Any questions? Good. Get your men ready and keep alert." Shortly after 0600, Winters got the order to move, and Easy Company filed down the road. Walking with weapons at the ready, they hadn't gone a half-mile when German small arms fire crackled from ahead. Their own guns blazing a reply, the men fanned out and dove to the ground. Easy had discovered the hard way that paratroopers of Colonel Friedrich von der Heydte's 6th Fallschirmjäger Regiment had reoccupied Vierville and taken up strong positions directly in front of the 506. Reacting to this sudden setback, Colonel Strayer ordered F Company to deploy on Easy's left. Captain Thomas Mulvey led his men into action, but ran into heavy resistance and made no better progress than Winters had done. With the attack quickly bogging down, Strayer sent his reserves, Dog Company, around Fox's left, but Captain Gross ran into equally stiff German fire and was stopped. Meanwhile, Winters' men and the German paratroopers continued to exchange fire. The barrels of the M1s and Thompsons grew hot as the GIs fed clip after clip into the smoking breaches. Behind the infantry line, Sergeant Garnier was barking out ranges as the company's 60mm mortars dropped rounds on the Germans, yet the well-entrenched enemy held. Shouting encouragement, Winters edged his men slowly forward, their progress measured in inches. "Keep firing! Don't let up!" Winters yelled, snapping off several rounds from his Garand. "Pour it on 'em, boys! That's it! Reload! Keep at 'em!" The deadly contest continued well into mid-morning, with the paratroopers making small gains. Still, the roar of gunfire and the deadly whir of bullets cutting through the air did not abate. At around 9, troops of Lieutenant Colonel Robert L. Turner's 1st Battalion began arriving, several tanks rolling along with them. Winters knew Turner and considered the West Pointer to be cocky, a point he proved today by riding in the lead Sherman, standing up in the open hatch, his arms resting on the rim. Turner was giving directions to the tank commander below him inside the vehicle. Winters, a believer that men in command need to take chances but not act foolhardy, saw Turner and shook his head in disapproval. Bullets now clanged off the armored sides of the tanks as the Germans swung their machine guns on the Shermans. The tanks halted, turrets swiveling as the gunners sought targets. With an ear-shattering roar, they opened fire, their 76mm cannons ripping the German position with canister shells. Yet even as their rounds blasted the enemy, a German bullet found Turner, who dropped back into the tank, dead. On the far left, Jerry Gross managed to work Dog Company around the German flank and into Vierville. Under pressure from front and flank, the firing gradually flickered out as the battered Germans pulled back, leaving the town to the Americans. It would be the first of many clashes between the 101st and the 6th Fallschirmjägers before the war's end. Colonel Sink established regimental headquarters at the farming hamlet of Angouville-au-Plain, pulling Winters' company off the line to provide security. The rest of the 2nd Battalion continued the fight south of Vierville the next day, closing in on Saint-Côme-du-Mont. From HQ, Winters and his men could see the smoke and hear the distant rumble of the fierce fight taking place around the intersection of D913 and Route Nationale 13. A wrecked American tank, its slain commander draped over the hatch, had given this intersection the grisly nom de guerre of Dead Man's Corner. In a field near the intersection, Dog Company lost Captain Gross, killed by shrapnel from an exploding artillery round. He was replaced by Lieutenant Joseph F. McMillan. Being behind the front line did not exclude Easy Company from the action. "Krauts!" one of Winters' men yelled. "Krauts in the open!" Winters ran from his command post and saw an entire battalion of Germans scampering across the swampy field between his position and Saint-Côme-du-Mont. "Machine guns, open fire!" he shouted. "Give it to 'em, lieb Gott!" The company's two 30 calibers spat a stream of lead at the Germans, who scattered in disarray. Some wisely headed south, but most sprinted west toward the road, where they ran into GIs of the 3rd Battalion. Those Germans who weren't shot down were taken prisoner. Of nearly 800 men, only 27 men made it back to their lines. Easy Company spent 3 days at Ingouville-au-Plain, listening to the distant roll of the guns, watching the billowing smoke, and scrambling for cover when the occasional German plane, risking Allied air superiority, made a token strafing run. Winter's biggest problem occurred when some of his men discovered a hidden cache of wine and freely imbibed. Winters had the alcohol seized and sternly reprimanded the offenders for their lapse of discipline. With a peacetime population of about 4,000, Carentan was the largest French town in the Utah Beach sector of the Cotentin Peninsula. The town sat astride the Cherbourg-Caen-Saint-Lô highway, as well as the Cherbourg-Paris Railroad. Its distinction as a transportation hub made Carentan the main objective for the 101st Airborne now that the causeways from the beaches were open and secure. The town's fall would clear the way for a link-up between U.S. troops now pouring ashore at Utah and Omaha beaches. Initial attacks on Carentan by the 101st began on June 8th. The Germans had blown the bridges leading into the town and set up heavily fortified roadblocks that the Americans found costly to clear. In Carentan, Van de Heiter's situation was precarious at best. He was outnumbered, out of communication with his headquarters, and seriously low on supplies and ammunition, thanks to Allied fighters that made German air troops almost suicidal. On June 10th, General Taylor sent Van de Heiter a surrender message, which the German rejected by writing back, "What would you do if you were in my position?" It was a warrior's rebuff. The fighting continued. On June 11th, Easy Company rejoined 2nd Battalion, which was headed south along Nationale 13 toward Carentan. Outside the town, the battalion swung right across swampy fields heading toward Nationale 803, which entered Carentan to the west. It was one of the Germans' escape routes if they had to pull out. "Our objective is this intersection leading out of town," Strayer had told Winters earlier. "We take it, and we can cut off the German retreat. They'll be forced through this swampy, flooded area or be trapped. You'll take Easy directly into the town along the road. F Company will be on your left, dog in reserve. We don't know how many Krauts are in the town. They've been very quiet, not giving away their positions." Lit only by the eerie glow of burning vehicles from earlier fighting, the flooded field made for difficult traveling in the dark. The stench of dead flesh lingered over the field as Winters and his men stepped over contorted bodies and weaved around shattered equipment. As they plodded laboriously over marshland, the muck sucked at their boots. Passing through tangled stands of trees, units became separated and lost contact. Winters felt disgust at the disorganization, blaming not the junior officers so much as the battalion's ranking officers, who had skipped nighttime field problems back in England and at Toccoa. Radio contact between units was sporadic, and when contact was made, conversation was carried on in muffled tones. It was rumored that German armor was near. Luckily, none showed up. The plan called for being in position by 0530, with jump-off 30 minutes later. But by 0530, the men were far from prepared. The march had been long and hard, and the troops were exhausted. Worse, from Winters' point of view, there was no time for reconnaissance. Despite Allied air strength, there would be no air cover, nor was any artillery available. The attack seemed hastily thrown together, and it pissed Winters off. As the men awaited the assault, Lieutenant Lavenson, Battalion S1, went off into a field, hiked down his trousers, and squatted. His white buttocks gleamed in the moonlight, making him an inviting target. A shot rang out, and Lavenson yelped in pain as a bullet struck his behind. he was dragged to safety. Route 803 entered Carrington as a gentle downward slope, with shallow ditches to both sides of the roadway. In town, it merged with another street to the right at a 45-degree angle. Together, they formed a slanted T intersection, dominated by a hotel that sat straight ahead, looking down the 803. Houses and shops lined both sides of the village street. That intersection was Winter's objective. After taking all this in, Winters gathered his platoon leaders. "What do you think?" Welsh said. "I don't know, but I don't like it. The men are tired, the road exposed, and there could be 1,000 Krauts up ahead for all I know. Anyway, you've got the honors, Harry. Take first platoon straight in. Second platoon will follow, then third. Mortars and machine guns will provide covering fire. Get in there fast, all of you. When you hit the intersection, secure it and fan out to the right. Fox will handle our left." Welsh got his men in position behind the crest of the hill. Winters knelt beside him. At 0600, Winters looked back at Battalion HQ, located on the road to the rear, and saw Strayer and his staff watching. He signaled his machine guns to open fire, then turned to Welsh. "Okay, Harry, move out," he said. "Go!" Welsh led his men forward, and Winters signaled Compton to get second platoon ready. No sooner had Welsh jumped off than a German machine gun in the hotel ahead came to life. In perfect position to dominate the road, the MG-42 spat flame and death at the charging GIs. Welsh and his first 6 men braved the hail of lead and made it into the town, taking cover behind the nearest buildings. However, the next man in line, Sergeant Robert J. Rader, simply put his head down and froze, as Winters recalled. Like cars in traffic, the rest of the platoon backed up behind him, and suddenly, on both sides of the road, men hunkered down in the ditches, heads low, immobile. Winters was horrified. Not only did he now have 7 men on their own in the enemy-held town, but the rest were in danger as well. Stopping under fire was the worst thing they could do. It converted them from men into targets. "Move!" Winters yelled above the racket. "Move! Don't stop!" Heads stayed low as his words went unheeded. From behind, he could hear Strayer shouting, "Move out, Winters! Get those men moving!" Winters blew his cork. Oblivious to his own safety, he leaped to his feet and ran into the middle of the road. "Go forward!" he yelled. "You can't stay here! Move! Move!" Winters was a sitting duck for the German gunners, and he knew it. He had become the only visible target, and the machine gunner did not neglect the opportunity. Bullets churned up the ground at Winters' feet and buzzed around his ears like mosquitoes as he bounced back and forth across the road, frantically grabbing men, yanking them to their feet and pushing them forward. "Get going!" Winters yelled. "You're going to die here! Move!" The men were stunned, less by the German fire than by the sight of their mild-mannered lieutenant suddenly transformed into a raving madman. At first they gaped at him in awe, then at last the discipline they had forged during 2 years of training returned. Rader moved out, followed by another man, then another, until all were charging ahead under the withering fire. Winters ran with them, encouraging them forward. Several men were hit and fell, but the rest were soon pouring into the streets of Carrington. While the German gunners were focused on Winters and the men attacking down the road, Welsh closed in on the machine gun position. Yanking the pin from a grenade, he lobbed it through the hotel window. The explosion silenced the gun. Fanning out across the intersection, GIs tossed grenades into windows and kicked open doors of houses, firing into the interiors. German fire slackened as the enemy was routed from its hiding places. "Secure this intersection," Winters ordered. "Clear those buildings to the right." As Strayer expected, the Germans' only means of escape was across the marshy fields. A stream of American fire followed them, cutting several down as they fled. Just then, without warning, an explosion rocked a nearby building. "Mortars!" Winters yelled. "Take cover!" The Germans had the intersection zeroed in, and as houses were ripped apart, flying chunks of steel and masonry struck several men. One private was killed outright. Edward J. Tipper was severely wounded in the head, and both his legs were broken when a mortar shell blasted a building he was securing. Welsh got to Tipper quickly and yelled for a medic. Lipton was struck in the upper thigh and crotch by shrapnel. He was scooped up and carried to safety by Sergeant Floyd Talbot, who first checked the frightened man to make sure everything was okay. The injured were taken to the aid station that Lieutenant Jackson Nevels, one of the regimental surgeons, had set up in the first building on the northwest corner of the intersection. The rain of mortar shells ceased as suddenly as it had begun. Fearing the lull might signal a counterattack, Winters decided to check the company's ammo supply. Walking by the hotel at the intersection, where the dead German machine gun crew lay sprawled, a voice called, "Lieutenant Winters, is it safe to cross?" It was Strayer. The battalion commander and his staff, less the wounded Lavinson, were directly across from Winters, crouched by the wall of a building. "Yes, sir," Winters replied, irked by Strayer's question, in light of the fact that his men had just bled to secure the area. To emphasize the point, Winters stepped into the middle of the street. Strayer nodded, then hurried across, his staff trailing behind. Winters smiled and shook his head in disgust. That was typical of Strayer, he thought. Don't lead the way if someone else can do it instead. Strayer was no sooner out of sight than something slammed into Winters' left shin with the impact of being hit by a baseball bat. He involuntarily gasped in pain and hobbled to the side of the road. "God damn it," he said, less from pain than out of anger for knowing he had stupidly exposed himself to show up Strayer. Welsh ran to Winters and helped him into a sitting position on the sidewalk. "Let's get that boot off," Welsh said. Doing so, he examined the wound. "It's not deep. Maybe I can get it." He drew out his trench knife and began probing. "Ouch! Damn it, Harry, you're all thumbs!" Winters winced. "Just help me to the aid station." At the makeshift hospital, Doc Nevels hurried over and helped Welsh ease Winters onto a tabletop. "You're not supposed to be here," Nevels joked. "At least not as a customer." "Sorry, Doc, I forgot that," Winters replied. Nevels grabbed a few instruments and effortlessly dug out a piece of a bullet. The broken slug was bent and misshapen. "You're lucky, Lieutenant," Nevels said. "It was a ricochet. It'll hurt like hell and get stiff on you, but you'll live. Any chance you could keep off it for a while?" "I doubt it," Winters replied. Nevels shrugged as he applied sulfur powder and wrapped the wound with a bandage. Winters put his boot back on, noting a small hole in the tongue. He did not lace the boot to the top. Easy had suffered 10 casualties in the attack on Carrington, most of them wounded and now in the aid station. Nevels, along with company medics Eugene G. Rowe, Ralph F. Spina, and John R. Holland, moved among the men, tending their needs and addressing their injuries. Winters got off the table and limped around the room, speaking briefly to Lipton and other wounded men. Then he saw Private Albert Blythe sitting with his back against a wall, seemingly unhurt. "He said he can't see," Nevels said, noting Winters' questioning gaze. "I believe him. It's called hysterical blindness. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it till now." Winters knelt in front of the young man. "Blythe," he said, "it's Lieutenant Winters. Can you tell me what's the matter?" "Everything just went black, sir. I can't see a thing. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Winters patted the distressed young man's shoulder. "Don't you worry about a thing, son," he said. "We'll get you out of here and back to England. You just hang tough." He rose and limped away. He'd barely taken 5 steps when Blythe called to him. "Lieutenant Winters?" Blythe said, slowly rising to his feet, swiping the back of his sleeve across his eyes. "I can see. It's okay, I can see. I think I'll be all right." Winters walked back to him. Blythe looked into Winters' eyes, and the lieutenant said gently, "That's good, Blythe. But why don't we send you back with the rest and get you checked out properly to make sure you're okay?" "No, sir," he replied. "I'd like to stay here with the fellows, if that's okay." Winters would have preferred to send him back, but relented. "All right. Rest here a bit first, just to make sure you're fit, then report back to your platoon." Blythe nodded. As Winters walked away, he felt enormous pride in Blythe. The young man was so terrified he literally lost his eyesight. Yet, once given a few reassuring words, he had snapped out of it and was ready to return to duty. Winters appreciated that Blythe could have taken the easy way out, but chose to stick with his friends. Winters soon had another reason to be proud. Hester sought him out and said that he, Strayer, and Sink had been in a position to watch the regiment attack the town. "Yours wasn't the only company to come under heavy fire, Dick," he said, "and it wasn't the only one that froze. But you were the only one that quickly recovered and got the job done. Some of the others got chewed up pretty badly. Colonel Sink was impressed." Carrington was secure. Now Winters prepared his men for a possible counterattack. The rumored attack seemed likely when the distinct rumble of an approaching German armored vehicle reverberated through the village streets. A panzer tank rolled into view and halted, its 43-ton bulk squatting menacingly in the street. The turret traversed slowly as the tank's 75mm cannon pumped shells into buildings and at the American position. Shrapnel from one round caught Sergeant Boyle in the left leg. Easy's bazooka team crept up on the iron beast. The gunner aimed and fired. The 3-pound rocket streaked at the tank, bouncing harmlessly off the sloped forward armor. Unhurt but rattled, the enemy crew considered discretion to be the better part of valor, and the tank withdrew the way it had come. The 101st was given a brief rest after seizing Carrington, but with the threat of a German counterattack still looming, the men were roused to their feet and marched into the countryside to form a protective perimeter around the strategic town. Easy Company was on the division's far right, their line ending at a railroad track with nothing but swampland beyond. Approaching a hedgerow on high ground 2 miles outside of Carrington, German mortar and small arms fire hit the company, stopping the men as if they'd struck a brick wall. Holding the elevated ground gave the enemy an excellent field of fire. The company returned fire as Winters quickly deployed the men along the tangle of a hedgerow just to their front. Keeping his head under the flying lead, Winters crawled along the line, giving encouragement to the men. Recalling the fight years later, Winters said, "The most important thing you can do as a leader is to move around and let the men know you're there, that you're watching out for them, and that they're not alone. You have to keep your own head down, pop up and take a shot or two, and then keep moving." Dusk brought a lull to the fight, but the night was far from quiet. Just after midnight, a German patrol began firing weapons and shouting insults at the Americans. Winters cautioned his men to be alert for a possible night attack. None developed. A few hours later, the darkness was pierced by a shriek as Sergeant Talbot, bearing a captured German rain poncho, was bayoneted by Private George H. Smith, Jr. Talbot had attempted to wake Smith up for guard duty, but emerging from the haze of sleep, Smith mistook Talbot for an enemy soldier. "How is he, Doc?" Winters asked Rowe as the medic hunched over a squirming Talbot. "It hurts like hell," Talbot gasped, answering for Rowe. "I don't think it's life-threatening," Rowe said, "but I need to get him to the rear." I'm sorry, Smith kept moaning. "He looked like a kraut." "Calm down, son," Winters said. "Doc's got him. You just watch the line." After seeing that Talbot was attended to, and that men in nearby foxholes remained calm, Winters returned to his makeshift HQ, where he was joined by Nixon. "Headquarters thinks we run into a German counterattack heading toward Carrington," Nixon said. "We're going to attack them at 05:30 if they don't hit us first." Winters nodded and told Dial, who was also present, to alert the platoon leaders. He was comforted by the fact that the men had just been resupplied with food, water, and ammunition. Following a fitful night's sleep, interrupted by spurts of harassment fire, Winters had his men up and ready for the dawn attack. He placed his machine guns to provide support and deployed his mortars to the rear, where Garnier began presetting the ranges. At that moment, German mortar shells began dropping on the Americans. "Take cover!" Winters yelled, and men dove for their foxholes as the explosions tore into the hedgerow. The ground vibrated from the blasts. Hot steel and wood splinters filled the air above the cowering men. The barrage was short. When it let up, Winters jumped up and began racing along his line. "Get ready," he said. "They'll be coming now. Mark your targets." Silently, solemnly, men removed ammo clips from their bandoliers and grenades from their belts. They placed these on the ground in front of their foxholes, where they could be easily and quickly reached. The German counter-assault on the 101st was led by the 6th Fallschirmjäger Regiment, angered by losing Carrington. All along the 506th sector, toughened German paratroopers began pouring small arms fire on the GI's line. The Americans fired back, and slugs from both sides bit into the earth, thunked into tree trunks, and clipped off branches. Spent brass casings tinkled melodically onto the ground. Men shouted and cursed in English and German, sometimes in anger, other times in pain or shock as a bullet found flesh. Cries of "Medic" and "Zani" emanated from both sides. Above the roar of the battle, Winters and his men soon heard a frightening new sound. Tanks. Panzer Mark V's with their 75-millimeter guns, Mark IVs with the stubby, short-barreled cannons used mostly against infantry, and the turretless Jagdpanzer IIIs toting their deadly 88-millimeter guns arrived. Poking their deadly prows over the crest of the ridge, they fired into the American line, their shells tearing through the trees and bursting with a roar. The sudden and unexpected arrival of the tanks rattled Fox Company, which fell back in confusion. The retreat, justly or unjustly, would cost Captain Mulvey his job. "God damn it," Winters muttered as he watched Fox pull out. Its right flank now exposed, Dog Company also retreated. Like a row of dominoes, company after company, battalion after battalion gave ground until the 101st's left flank was pressed back into Carrington itself. Only Easy Company, on the far right, held fast in the teeth of the German firestorm. Except for the loss of D and F companies, Winters was oblivious to his precarious situation. All he knew was that he had been ordered to hold. Moving in a crouch along his line, he scurried to the far left. There he found Welsh and 1st Platoon trying to defend the gap vacated by Fox Company. "Thank God, I'm glad to see you," Welsh sighed with relief. "The Krauts are trying to push through. I didn't know if I should pull back or what the hell to do." "We're staying and holding, Harry," Winters said. "Keep pouring it on 'em. Don't let them flank us." The men involuntarily ducked as a tank shell exploded nearby, wounding machine gunner Walter S. Gordon, Jr., who had been spraying the German lines with .30-caliber slugs. The same explosion also wounded Private Roderick J. Stroll. A Jagdpanzer lumbered toward the gap where Fox Company had been. Welsh grabbed Private John McGrath, and the two ran into the open. McGrath carried a bazooka, while Welsh held a satchel containing several rockets. McGrath knelt as Welsh jammed a rocket into the rear of the bazooka. Once loaded, Welsh tapped McGrath on the head, and the private fired. The rocket streaked at the tank, only to carry him harmlessly off. Welsh hastily began reloading, and Winters could hear McGrath shouting, "You're going to get me killed, Lieutenant!" The tank fired its main gun at the two men, but being on higher ground, the gunner couldn't depress the barrel enough, and the shell passed overhead, slicing off some young saplings. "Hold your fire until I tell you," Welsh said. He waited as the tank climbed a small rise, then said, "Fire!" The rocket hit the tank's soft underbelly, pierced the thin armor, and detonated. The tank exploded in a roar of smoke and flame. Carrying its dead crew, the tank rolled a few feet forward from its own momentum, then came to a smoldering stop. By that time, Welsh and McGrath were back in the cover of the hedgerow. The destruction of the tank had a sobering effect on the other armored crews, who halted their vehicles in place. Strayer by now had managed to push Dog and Fox companies back on the line, although not quite to their original positions. Still, it was enough to secure Easy's flank, and the hard fight continued through the day. Around 4:30 that afternoon, Winters heard the bellowing roar of diesel engines. Sherman tanks of the U.S. 2nd Armored Division rolled through the fields to Winters' left, machine guns and cannons blazing. One German tank blew up, then another, under the sudden onslaught of American armor. Pressed by the Shermans and taking casualties, the Nazis abandoned their attack. The surviving German tanks shifted into reverse and retreated over the crest. Then the infantry began to fall back, ending what Winters called a very, very tough day. Easy Company suffered 9 men wounded, added to the 10 Winters had lost the day before in Carrington. That night, he almost lost one more. Relieved at 11 p.m., and still under harassing fire, Easy took to the road and trod back toward Carrington. Walking just ahead of Winters, Corporal Randleman was suddenly struck. "Damn, I'm hit!" he yelled. Feeling moisture running down his back, Randleman dropped to the ground and, with Winters' help, began tearing off his equipment. The two were relieved to find that the bullet had punctured a spare canteen stowed in Randleman's pack. "I couldn't afford to lose any more good men," Winters wrote in his journal that night, "and Bull is a good man." Back in Carrington, Winters saw that his men were properly billeted in houses, then he and Welsh bedded down. With his injured leg stiffening up, Winters turned command over to Welsh to give the wound a chance to heal. The next day, Sink sought him out. "Lieutenant, you did a hell of a job out there yesterday," Sink told him. "I want to thank you for holding down our flank. God knows what would have happened had you pulled back." Sink also told Winters he was nominating him for the Congressional Medal of Honor for the fight at Brecourt on D-Day. "It didn't mean a damn thing to me at the time," Winters said 60 years later. "All I knew is that it wasn't the Purple Heart." Winters would get a Purple Heart for his leg wound. A few days later, Sink returned to Winters CP, this time escorting General Taylor. "Thank you for a fantastic job, Lieutenant," Taylor said. "If you hadn't held the line like you did, the whole division might have been dislodged and driven back into those goddamned swamps. You don't earn any medals for work like that, but I wanted to personally look you up and say well done." "Thank you, sir," Winters replied, his heart welling over with pride in what his weary men had accomplished. During the 5 days Easy spent in Carrington, Winters took time to catch up on letter writing, telling the folks back home that he was fine, even if military censorship forbade him from relating any details. On June 17th, he wrote Dieta that he was okay, making a tour of France, which was all the rules and regulations permit me to say. If you read the newspapers, I haven't seen one for a long, long time, you'll get the big picture, which is more than I know. In fact, I am just dying to see a newspaper to find out what is going on in this war. Once you wrote and said, if you're ever in a tight spot, remember you must come back. You'll never know how much that helped." He also wrote to his parents, much to the relief of his anxious father, already suffering from bleeding ulcers, a condition he treated with lots of milk and a bland diet. Every evening the elder Winters turned to the radio, listening to the war news and consulting a map, hoping to pinpoint where his son might be that day. While recuperating from his wound in Carrington, Winters got his first glimpse of one of the war's newest and more fearsome innovations. Looking up one night to spot the source of a noise in the sky, he noticed a small, bright light zooming overhead on a northward course toward England. It looked like a falling star, but it was going the wrong direction, Winters recalled. He'd seen one of the first of Hitler's new vengeance weapons, the V-1, a pilotless bomb powered by a rocket engine. June 20th found Easy back on the line south of Carrington. They had not seen more action, but there were plenty of outgoing and incoming artillery rounds sailing overhead. Unfamiliar with German strength and positions, Strayer ordered a patrol to gather intelligence. Nixon relayed the order to Winters, who in turn told his friend to ask for volunteers. When no hands went up, Nixon picked Garnier, Blythe, and Private Joseph A. Lesniewski. Blythe, now fully recovered from his bout of hysterical blindness 8 days earlier, was point man. Moving cautiously ahead, the young private spotted a German sniper, but rather than fire his rifle, he inexplicably reverted to his training days and pointed at the German with his hand. "Sniper! Bang, bang!" he yelled. The German got off a round from his Mauser that struck Blythe in the neck. "Let's get the hell out of here!" Garnier yelled as the men grabbed the downed Blythe and dragged him to the rear, where a medic tended his wound. Whether he reacted from instinct or fatigue from nearly a month in combat, Blythe's war was over. Blythe would recover and remain in the Army, serving in Korea in the 1950s. "He did exactly as he was taught in training," Winters later said. "Unfortunately, this wasn't training." Malarkey led a second patrol that got into a brisk firefight. One German was killed. That same day, Easy was pulled off the line and sent into reserve. 9 days later, the 101st was relieved by the 83rd Infantry Division, loaded onto trucks, and sent to Cherbourg. Wandering the streets of the battered city a day later, Winters located a dry cleaning shop and had the uniforms of every man in the company cleaned. Out of appreciation, he footed the bill. "I'm not going to spend it on booze, so what the hell," he told Nixon, who thought his friend was suffering from combat fatigue. While in Cherbourg, Winters and some other company officers were called into regimental headquarters, where, along with Colonel Sink, sat noted historian and author S.L.A. Marshall. After introductions, Winters was asked to take a seat. Sink began to question him, while Marshall took notes. "Okay, Lieutenant, tell us about the action at Brecourt," Sink said. "You took that battery of 88s. "Yes, sir, that's right," Winters replied. "Tell me how you did it." "Well, sir, I put down a base of fire. We moved in under the fire and took the first gun. Then we put down another base of fire, and we moved to the second gun, and the third, and the fourth." "Okay," Sink said. "Anything else?" "No, sir, that's basically it." "Okay, thank you very much." Winters was dismissed. Some time later he read Marshall's account of the action, in which the author reported that Winters had led about 200 men. "Jesus Christ," he complained. "If I had had that many men, I could have taken Berlin." Even if Marshall didn't appreciate Winters' solid leadership under fire, Sink did. In a June 25, 1944 interview with Walter McCallum of the Washington Star, Sink recounted the fight at Carrington on June 12th and 13th. He said it was Lieutenant Winters' personal leadership which held the crucial position in the line and tossed back the enemy with mortar and machine gun fire. "He was a fine soldier out there," Sink told McCallum. "His personal bravery and battle knowledge held a crucial position when the going was really tough." Though off the line, Winters did not let the men grow soft. Not knowing what the next move was, he set up a training program of tactics and maneuver. But the company was only a shadow of what it had been when it jumped into France. Of the 139 men who left England the night of June 5th to 6th, Winters' June 30th roster showed just 5 lieutenants, Welsh, Compton, Rausch, and his assistant platoon leader, Francis L. O'Brien, and himself, and 69 men. He had 3 known dead, Privates Joseph M. Jordan, Everett J. Gray, and William S. Metzler. The rest were wounded or missing. Among the missing were the 18 men of Stick 66, including Easy's commander, Lieutenant Thomas Meehan. Although officially listed as missing, Winters had received reports that witnesses saw Meehan's plane take an anti-aircraft hit and roll to the right, losing altitude. The C-47 did a 180-degree turn, and it was said the pilot appeared to have turned on his landing lights as if trying to find a place to set the crippled plane down. Then the aircraft struck a hedgerow and exploded. Winters soon learned of another loss. Lieutenant George Lavinson, wounded in the behind at Carrington, was en route to a hospital in the United States when the plane he was on was lost over the Atlantic Ocean. Winters considered this the tragic loss of a fine officer and friend. Winters now officially commanded Easy Company, and at a ceremony on July 1st, he was promoted to captain. Medals were also handed out, including the ones earned by the men who accompanied Winters during the taking of the German artillery position at Brecourt. Winters received the Distinguished Service Cross for leading that attack, presented to him by General Omar Bradley. Winters also watched as the Congressional Medal of Honor, the one he had been nominated for by Colonel Sink, was presented by Bradley to Lieutenant Colonel Cole for a bayonet charge he led in the assault on Carrington. The next day, Winters wrote to Dieta from somewhere in France, telling her of his promotion and giving her some insight to conditions in that country, of how the French people were warming up to the Americans as the Germans were pushed back. They've all lost at least a little by our coming, yet they seem to take great pride in flying their flag once more. They wave at us as we go by and call Vive la France, or Hold Thumbs Up, or V for Victory. Winters told her he was listening to a sound-powered radio and hearing some of the first American music I've heard for 2 months, even though he admitted he was not hep musically. He also delighted over the fact that he was able to munch on his first piece of candy in weeks, a Hershey chocolate bar straight from the USA. The 101st was struck to Utah Beach on July 10th, seeing from the land what they had last seen from the air the night of June 5th. Hundreds of ships sitting offshore as far as the eye could see. Smaller boats, LSTs, LCMs, and other craft carrying men and supplies plied the waters between the ships and the sand. It took your breath away, he recalled. Winters saw something else he had not seen for more than a month, a sight that literally brought tears to his eyes: the American flag. In 2003, the memory still left him choked up. I didn't realize how much the American flag meant to me, he said. As Winters watched the beach activity, he spotted a German officer who was confined in one of 2 temporary holding pens on the beach, while most of his fellow POWs sat, heads hung low, morale completely gone. This strutting, proud Prussian peacock, in full-dress uniform, stood hands behind his back, eyeing the massive unloading of supplies, not in defeat, but in defiance. I wondered what he was thinking, Winters wrote. The fact that he was a prisoner of war did not deflate his ego one bit. I never saw such arrogance. The division camped just behind Utah Beach on July 11th. The next day, as they prepared to board the boats that would ferry them across the English Channel to Southampton, the men turned in their weapons and equipment, which would be reissued to replacements coming ashore. For those going out, they took just their personal gear and souvenirs. For most, this meant Nazi medals, flags, knives, pistols, and so forth. But Private Alton M. Moore set his sights on a bigger game: an American motorcycle and sidecar. "Captain," he said to Winters, I found this bike. If I can get it on board the boat, is it okay if I take it back to England with us?" Winters didn't care. The men had earned a little fun. "It's up to you," he replied. "I didn't see a thing." Luckily, the Navy men held the paratroopers in awe and were eager to please these combat veterans. "Whatever you want," was the rule of the day, Winters recalled, so the motorcycle and sidecar were rolled aboard with no questions asked. On the LST, an officer lent Winters his quarters so he might get a good night's sleep on a real bed with clean sheets. There was hot food and plenty of it: chicken, steak, soup, eggs, and, Winters' eyes lit up at the sight, ice cream. The LSTs struck out across the channel, and the men silently watched France fade into the distance. They reminisced about experiences they'd shared and friends left behind, and they knew they'd be back. Chapter 5. I Just Knew You'd Do Well. July 12th to September 14th, 1944. First Sergeant James Punchy Dial entered Dick Winters' office and handed him 2 sheets of paper. "Here's that list you wanted, Captain," Dial said. "Thanks, Punchy," Winters said, taking the papers. "By the way, Colonel Sink has asked all company commanders to recommend men for battlefield commissions. Seems the regiment lost a lot of junior officers in France. I put you in for second lieutenant." "Thank you, sir," Dial said, "but I'm not sure I want to be an officer." "Too late," Winters smiled. "Besides, you're a damned fine soldier, Punchy. I think other men would benefit from your skills." "Who'll take my place?" "I haven't decided for sure," Winters said. "Probably Lipton when he gets back from the hospital. He's certainly the most qualified." "Do you know what his first official action will be?" Dial asked. Winters shook his head. "He'll want to change his name on the roster from Clifford C. to C. Carwood. He's been after me to do that since we got back from France. He's even sending me notes from the hospital." "Well, if that's what he wants, I guess rank has its privileges," Winters said. "Yes, sir," Dial said, saluted, and left. Winters turned his attention to the papers in his hand. From the time Easy jumped into France on June 6 until they were relieved on June 30th, the company suffered 65 casualties, or 47% of its strength. Some of those men had suffered minor wounds and were already back on duty. The papers Dial had given Winters told the rest of the story. The 2 handwritten sheets comprised the most depressing list Winters had ever seen. It held the names of 40 men lost to Easy Company, along with their next of kin. 21 of the men were in various hospitals, although some of those, Lipton, Boyle, Rod Stroll, and Popeye Wynn, for example, would be returning. Others had the $1 million wound and would be heading stateside. A few of the men on the list were confirmed dead. Phyllis Jordan, back in Muncie, Indiana, by now had the telegram telling her that her husband, Joseph M. Jordan, was not coming home. Daniel Gray in Keensburg, Colorado, knew that his son Everett J. Gray had been killed at Carrington, as did Esteban Metzler, father of William S. Metzler, in Naco, Arizona. The hardest part of the list for Winters to digest was the 17 men of Stick 66, including Easy's commander, Thomas Meehan. The loss of this plane load of men had been confirmed, not just by Graves' registration, but by some of Winters' own soldiers. Sergeant Forrest Guth and others had come across the wreckage. Winters guessed that Royal Collins in Spencer, Massachusetts, and Jesus Moya of San Francisco now knew their sons, Herman F. Collins and medic Sergio G. Moya, were dead. He assumed that Nancy Murray knew that her husband, Elmer Mo Murray, would not be returning to Inglewood, California, and that Helen Elliott of Cleveland, Ohio, and Nancy Roberts of Tampa, Florida, knew they were both widows. In addition, Winters heard that Sergeant Terence C. Harris, whom Sink had transferred out of Easy after the Sobel mutiny, had also been killed in Normandy. Then there was Meehan. Among his personal effects was a letter to his wife, written just before taking off for Normandy. "Dearest Anne, in a few hours I'm going to take the best company of men in the world into France. We'll give the bastards hell. Strangely, I'm not particularly scared, but in my heart is a terrific longing to hold you in my arms. I love you, sweetheart, forever. Your Tom." Damn, Winters thought. There were so many of them. Too many. And all he could do now for these grieving families was offer some tidbit of solace. Opening a desk drawer, Winters took out a stack of writing paper and envelopes and began the hardest job he ever had to perform. The return trip across the English Channel from France had been far less dramatic than the one going the other way on June 6. Arriving at Southampton at 8 a.m. on July 13th, the division disembarked from the boats and was marched straight to a troop train. Winters and the 506 were home in Aldbourne by noon. Easy Company's officers were assigned to a farmhouse, while the men themselves settled into a large stable, the stalls serving as apartments. This stable was shipped to Toccoa in 2004. Winters, duffel bag slung over his shoulder, walked through the village to the Barneses' home. Stepping through the front door with the same ease he would have shown had it been 418 South West End Avenue in Lancaster, he was greeted by Mother Barnes, whose eyes lit up when she saw him enter. "Richard," she said, and hugged him. "We're so frightfully glad to see you." He shook hands with Mr. Barnes as Mother Barnes fiddled with a drawer. Extracting a newspaper clipping, she proudly waved it in his face. It was an article about his company's action at Carrington and of his being awarded the DSC. Unknown to Winters until later, papers back home in Lancaster added that he'd been wounded and hospitalized. "I'm so proud of you," she said. "I just knew you'd do well." Elaine Stevens was elated to see her big brother return, and Winters gave her a gift, the wristwatch he'd removed from the wrist of the dead Andrew Hill. Once Easy Company was settled, the first thing on Winters' agenda was for the men to draw new uniforms, equipment, and weapons. Winters picked out a new M1 Garand. Possibly recalling his boyhood love of cowboy movies, he took a pocket knife and carved 5 notches into the rifle stock, one for each German he'd slain. The next day, July 14th, Easy Company was granted 7-day leave. As the men prepared to hit London for a week of good times, Winters gathered them together. "I know we've just come off a long, difficult time, but that doesn't mean you can go to London and act like fools," he told them. "Remember you're paratroopers, and be proud of the uniform you're wearing. Keep your feet on the ground, stay out of trouble, and don't embarrass yourselves or the company. You represent the best of the United States Army, so act like it." When he had finished, Nixon said, "Do you really think that's going to do any good?" "Probably not," Winters shrugged. "But I'm the company commander. It's like being a father. You have to say something to your kids. Maybe it'll sink in." "Yeah," Nixon chortled. "Right." By 9:15 a.m., Winters was the only Easy Company man left in camp. Still plagued by his leg wound, he remained a little longer in Aldbourne to nurse the soreness. Sitting in his room at the Barneses' home, leg propped up, he heard the bells of St. Michael's Church echo through the village. The chiming reminded him of the clanging church bell at St. Mère Église, tolling the fire alarm the night he jumped into France. Putting pen to paper, he wrote Dieta, "Machine gun fire and rifle fire didn't scare me, but those bells, being all alone with only a knife, gave me the feeling of being hunted down by a pack of wolves." He told her he was glad to be back with his adopted parents, and having a 7-day leave all at one time has really been wonderful. Still melancholy over his losses, he reflected on the isolation he felt as company commander. "I've been a buck private, and when I was, I didn't want to fool around with the officers," Winters wrote. "All I wanted from them was good leadership. Now I am a captain, and I find that buddy stuff is out. I am all in favor of knowing each and every man, getting in bull sessions with them, etc., knowing their background, likes, dislikes, capabilities, and weak points. I want to be their friend and the guy they go to when they want a favor or they're in trouble. But I am not their buddy. I am their captain, and when I say something, that's it. You jump." Winters wrote that he knew officers who went on picnics and other outings with their men and were well liked, but, in the end, their ideas and principles break down. You can't make a decision as quickly and thoroughly if your buddies are in a life-or-death situation. On July 16th, Winters arrived in London, taking a room on the 3rd floor of a Red Cross-run hotel. Limping around the history-rich city, he toured some of the sights, like Trafalgar Square, Buckingham Palace, heavily sandbagged against air raid damage, Big Ben and Tower Bridge. He took in a couple of USO shows. However, on a darker note, he saw buildings gutted by the Blitz, and he was now on the receiving end of the Nazis' V1 buzz bombs. He had seen these in France, of course, streaking mindlessly overhead on their way to create random destruction and death in England, but he had not been in any danger from them. In fact, in France, he was told to report the V1s when they had been spotted and to get the direction from which they came. This information could then be relayed to Army intelligence in hopes of discovering the launch sites. In London, he quickly understood that the V-1, or doodle bug, as the Londoners called it, was harmless, so long as one heard the distinct roar of its single rocket engine. It was when that engine quit that people ducked for cover. During the day, Winters ducked too, but at night, dead tired and lying in a comfortable bed, he told himself that running and hiding was for the birds. Not a social animal, Winters grew bored with London after a couple of days and decided to leave. Adding to his desire to return to Aldbourne was that he had been forced to share his accommodation with an Army Air Forces officer who moaned and whimpered all night, sometimes while asleep, other times while awake, irritating the hell out of Winters. "Jesus Christ," Winters complained to Welsh. "This guy goes out on a mission. Couple of hours later he's back and in his own sack with hot food. My God, we live it 24 hours a day in and day out, and he's laying there nursing his shattered nerves." Back from leave, Winters now faced the daunting task of reorganizing his badly shattered company. Part of this meant promoting men he felt worthy and filling in officer and NCO gaps left by casualties. Winters elevated Harry Welsh to first lieutenant and named him company executive officer. Buck Compton, who would head 2nd Platoon, and Thomas A. Peacock of 3rd Platoon were also promoted to first lieutenant. 2nd Lieutenant Warren Rausch retained command of 1st Platoon. New officers also came into the company. 2nd Lieutenant Robert B. Brewer became Rausch's assistant until Holland, when Rausch would be transferred to 1st Battalion to help make up for heavy losses. 2nd Lieutenant John G. Pasanchin joined Easy, as did Sergeant Charles Hudson, who had been promoted to 2nd Lieutenant and was transferred in from Able Company. 2nd Lieutenant Raymond G. Schmitz, whom Winters had injured in the pre-D-Day wrestling match, also returned, but an uneasiness between the two men was evident, and Winters transferred Schmitz to Fox Company. He would die in action at Bastogne. Leo Boyle, back from his leg wound at Carrington, was elevated to staff sergeant and became Winters' right-hand man. A few years older than the average paratrooper, Boyle had joined the Army in 1934 for a 3-year stint. He got out in 1937, the same year Winters graduated from high school, and went to work as a mechanic for Standard Oil in California. The Army caught up to Boyle again in 1942, and he was drafted. Born and raised in the Pacific Northwest, Boyle was a natural outdoorsman and had a tough, no-nonsense, strictly business air about him. Winters gave some of the credit for this to Win Hawkins, the Aldbourne girl Boyle had married in May. Winters felt the marriage had helped mature Boyle into a top-notch NCO and made him, in Winters' opinion, the ideal man to help train the replacements the company was soon to receive. Sergeant Robert T. Smith was made a staff sergeant. Winters considered Smith a solid squad leader who showed leadership and self-discipline and had the respect of the men. Others deserving of promotion to sergeant were Corporals Kenneth J. Mercier, Bull Randleman, and Arthur C. Heumann. A few men jumped from private to sergeant, these being Don Malarkey, Warren H. Muck, Paul C. Rogers, and Myron N. Ranney, who had been a sergeant but was busted to private by Sink during the NCO mutiny. Privates Bert Christensen, Walter Gordon, John Plesha, Darrell Shifty Powers, and Levon P. Reese were promoted to corporal. Not all of Winters' promotions worked out as he'd hoped. Winters boosted Sergeant Bill Garnier to staff sergeant and put him in charge of the mortar platoon. Winters had been Garnier's platoon leader at Toccoa, promoting him to corporal, then sergeant and squad leader. He considered Garnier a damned fine soldier who did an outstanding job in Normandy, so much so that Winters nominated him for the Distinguished Service Cross after Brecourt. Garnier had a great sense of close-order drill, which combined with his abrasive, sandpaper-rough South Philadelphia attitude, made him stand out among the other men. On a personal level, however, Garnier was a loose cannon, and shortly after his promotion he misused his rank, Winters later wrote, by trying to make the Army co-ed. Pressed for accommodations in Auburn, several houses were made available for NCOs, putting them out from under direct supervision by the company officers. Following a leave in London, Garnier and his housemates had, not surprisingly, picked up several women. Rather than kiss the girls goodbye at Swindon, as was generally done, they brought them back to Auburn and secreted them in the loft of the house. The GIs might have gotten away with this breach of rules had it not been that Lieutenant Peacock picked the next day to do a routine inspection. As he moved about the first floor of the cottage, he heard movement in the loft above. Suddenly, a female foot, treading on a section of old flooring, came crashing through the ceiling. Peacock duly informed Winters of the infraction. "You arranged to have those women taken back to London," Winters said, rising from his desk. "I'm going to find Sergeant Garnier." He discovered the sergeant walking along a village street. Wild Bill, as he had come to be known from his legendary exploits in France, knew he was in trouble when he saw his commander stalk malevolently toward him. "God damn it, Bill, how could you do that?" Winters demanded, his face reddening. "How could you deliberately go against my direct order and bring those chippies here? What in the hell were you thinking?" "No excuse, sir," Garnier said, rigidly at attention. "You've abused your rank and the privileges that come with it, and as of right now, Bill, you're a private. I'm busting you," Winters said. "And furthermore, since you are so good at giving close-order drill, you ought to report to Company HQ and give close-order drill as loud and clear as you can to an imaginary company until I tell you to stop." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir," Garnier kept replying to the tirade. Winters turned and stormed away. As ordered, Garnier arrived and began barking out drill commands to imaginary men, but the exercise soon proved too difficult for the feisty, now ex-NCO. "I can't do it, sir," he told Winters. "I just can't. I can't drill men I can't see." Winters, who had cooled down some by now, acquiesced. "Okay, Bill," he said, "but you're still a private. Because I value you as a soldier and a leader, I'm keeping you in command of the mortar platoon, but you're taking a 2/3 cut in pay." A few days later, Dial's promotion to second lieutenant came through. Winters called him into his headquarters to present the new officer with his gold bars. He also informed Dial that, as required by regulations, he was to be transferred to Fox Company, since the Army did not permit enlisted men elevated to officer status to remain in the unit with which they had been serving. The Army felt the new officer might not get due respect from the men, and that he would be hesitant to give an order that might get one of his friends killed or wounded. Winters gave some parting advice to Dial as he penned on the new bars. "Don't feel you have to prove anything, Punchy," he said. "A lot of new officers come into a company, and they feel they have to earn the respect of the men, so they take needless chances that often end up getting them on the casualty list. All you've got to remember is, you're in charge. You can be friendly with the men, but avoid getting too close. When it comes to giving orders in combat, your discipline won't tolerate that. You're a good man, Punchy. You've got nothing to prove to anybody. Lead from the front. That's what being a leader means, but don't get careless." The two men shook hands, and Dial left to pack his gear. Winters hated to lose Dial. He was not only a good NCO, but also a friend. He thought of Dial as a self-starter, highly motivated, dependable man, with a no-nonsense, low-key style of leadership that had the respect of the men. Winters knew he'd do well as an officer. As expected, Lipton returned to Easy, and Winters immediately elevated him to company first sergeant. Winters had no doubt that Lipton was the best man for the job. 2 years younger than Winters, Lipton had been just 10 years old when his father was killed in a car accident. His mother had been paralyzed in the same accident. Lipton's father, a successful contractor, had all his money in the business and none in insurance, so the company was now lost, and Mrs. Lipton was forced to rent out the family home in Huntington, West Virginia, as a rooming house to help pay the mortgage. Taking odd jobs where he could get them, Lipton, at age 18, was able to enroll as an engineering major at Marshall College, but he soon had to drop out due to his mother's deteriorating health. In mid-1941, he took a job in a defense plant, International Nickel Company, and earned a whopping $52 per week. But despite a 3C classification from the Selective Service Board, which meant he couldn't be drafted because he had an essential civilian job, Lipton enlisted in the Army in 1942 after reading a Life magazine article on the paratroops. Lipton proved to be a smart, self-disciplined soldier, thoroughly dedicated to Easy Company. In past engagements, Lipton proved he had the kind of leadership skills Winters admired, and it wasn't just Winters who felt that way. From his hospital bed, Ed Tipper wrote his captain to say that Lipton was the best non-commissioned officer in the whole Army. Winters' promotions that July demonstrated the pattern he would show throughout the war of putting Toccoa men in positions of leadership. He felt they were thoroughly tested and hardened at Toccoa, at Benning, and in combat. In fact, this pattern was reflected throughout the entire regiment, as the Toccoa men became the backbone of the 506. Through them, Winters was able to restaff Company E with no loss of leadership or morale, despite the heavy losses in Normandy. Now, once again, is back to work, getting a company ready for combat, Winters wrote Dieto on July 22nd. What a job, being papa to 160-odd men and 7 so-called officers. Also, what a headache at times. After 3 years, the romance sort of fades from Army life. You've been around. In the Navy, you're an old salt. When you're in the Army, you're an old... Of course, things of a humorous nature happen every day, as well as new problems and new ways of handling them. But you lost the schoolboy desire to write and tell everybody back home what a big boy you are. One thing about combat is that a lot of men you thought were men are just petrified mummies, and when they aren't petrified, they're shaking like a bowl of jelly. Now you sort of just look right through them without even smiling. New men began filtering in from replacement depots, or repo depots, and Winters assigned them to various platoons to fill up the ranks. Overall, he was impressed with the quality of the replacements, but he did not envy their task of trying to fit in with the Toccoa vets, who were outwardly resentful of these kids moving in to take the place of their friends, men who had already proved themselves on the grueling runs up Currahee and among the bloody hedgerows of France. They had a tough job joining up with a group like us who had been together since Toccoa and then been bloodied at Normandy, Winters said in August 1990. We were just feeling pretty goddamn cocky. That's all there is to it. We didn't think we were good. We knew we were good. And you're a replacement coming into a bunch like this? That's a tough job. But as a whole, that bunch was good. You look back on them, they were good men. Re-equipped and with new weapons in hand, it was crucial that the men familiarize themselves with the rifles and get them zeroed in. Soon rifle ranges crackled to life. Winters next established a training schedule that included field exercises. These were mainly for the benefit of the replacements. The veterans were given easier tasks, but some of the men tried to shirk even these. On several mornings, Winters had to check the barracks to roust men from hiding and get them out on the training field. To give the exercises a depth of realism, Winters armed his machine guns with live ammunition he'd smuggled back from France and kept hidden. He knew he was taking a grave risk, for if anyone had gotten hurt, it would have been my tail. But he felt the opportunity to let the men, especially the new ones, experience what it was like to advance under actual fire was worth the risk. Still, even though the guns were sandbagged down so they would fire safely over the heads of the men, the use of live ammunition unnerved recruits and veterans alike. The key to a successful attack is to lay down a good, steady base of fire and advance under that fire, he told the men as he briefed them on the exercise. If done correctly, it gets the job done and saves lives. You can talk about it, you can go through dry run exercises, but you only get the feel of it with actual experience. Off duty, the men spent time relaxing in camp or hoping for passes to London. One man who was especially adept at finagling passes was Joe Liebgott, a clever and highly talented soldier who doubled as the company's barber. "You know, sir," Liebgott said as he trimmed Winter's hair, "between all the drills and the men wanting haircuts, it really wears me down." "Joe, why is it this subject only comes up when you're halfway through my haircuts?" Winters asked. "Ah, Captain," Liebgott whined, "you make it sound like I'm deliberately maneuvering you. It's just that when I have you in the chairs when I think of it." "Uh-huh," Winters said. "And if I want you to finish the job on me and make it look good, you need to be assured of a 3-day pass." "It sure would help my mental well-being," Liebgott said. "Okay, Joe. If you don't cut my ear off, you got your pass." Liebgott smiled. It worked every time. In mid-July, an increasingly worried Dieta, who had joined the Navy in February as a wave, wrote to Winters, wishing he was still a private and stationed back in the States. Winters wrote back on July 22nd and quickly chided her on her errant thoughts, saying if he were a private and still in the States after 3 years, he'd go nuts and be worse than sad sack. "No responsibilities, no thinking to do for myself, no problems or excitement, no nothing but to feel, well, if I don't die of old age before the war is over, I guess I'll get back home. Then to have somebody else doing the fighting for me. No thanks. I'll just stay right here where I am and dodge bullets for a living." On July 30th, Winters found himself at the jump school at Chilton Foliot, where, with a number of other men, he took part in what he termed a glory jump, a jump made just for the hell of it. Winters was number 5 man in the stick, making it the only jump he ever made where he was not jump master. As summer wore on, Winters reflected on his family back home. On August 6th, he wrote Dieta, complaining that his parents worried more about him than he did about himself. He wrote that he hoped his father was proud of his promotion to captain, and that, coupled with articles in the local newspaper, would leave the elder Winters thinking that his son is a regular hero. Winters downplayed his wounding at Carrington, equating his being pinked in the leg with cutting oneself while shaving. "The only difference is you get a Purple Heart." Turning his thoughts to his kid sister Elaine, Winters anguished over her suffering and fretted about her future. "Just about 5 years now she's been away from home, parents, poor as hell. Education most likely to stop in another year. And then what can a kid that age do? I get a kick out of taking her to the officers' mess once in a while and keeping her in spending money. Reminds me of my sister." Even as the men of the 101st were safely enjoying their peaceful English summer, they kept close tabs on what was happening across the Channel. The fighting in France had left the beaches only to bog down inland among the thick tangle of the Norman hedgerow country, or boscage. There, American and British forces suffered heavy losses in men and equipment in exchange for minimal gains against the firmly entrenched Germans. Then General Bradley unleashed Operation Cobra on July 25th, preceded by intense bombings by over 1,500 B-17 and B-24 bombers. Allied troops at last broke the stalemate and rolled forward over the shattered German defenses. In conjunction with Cobra, the newly activated U.S. Third Army under the flamboyant General George S. Patton hit the German left flank like a pile driver, and by July 29th, the entire Nazi army in France, suddenly in danger of being cut off and annihilated, was retreating toward the fatherland. For the airborne troops waiting back in England, August was a tense period of one alert after another. But even as a return to combat drew nearer, Winters noted that there was no attempt by the battalion or regimental officers to sit down and discuss the lessons learned in Normandy and look for possible ways to improve their skills. They had let opportunity pass them by. Winters intensified the training of his own company, especially the replacements, and his order to his NCOs was, "Get them in shape. because the next jump is near." The next jump, in fact, was nearer than Winters suspected. In mid-August, Winters and the other 2nd Battalion officers were briefed on Operation Transfigure. Set for August 17th, they called for the airborne troops to be dropped south of Orléans. There they would block the route of the German 7th Army as it was pushed south by Patton's advancing columns. Orders were written, maps memorized, drop zones laid out, equipment readied, and the men briefed on the upcoming operation. Then on August 16th, the day before the jump, Patton's men, moving faster than anticipated, overran the 101st drop zones and pushed on to Rambouillet. Operation Transfigure was cancelled. It was just as well, too, as far as Winters was concerned, because he was not in a condition to jump anywhere. He was in agony. Some days earlier, Winters had developed a skull-crushing toothache. The culprit was a lack of vitamin C in his diet. Vitamin C was available to the men in the form of the lemonade powder that came in the K ration, but the powder was universally hated and was often thrown away. Unfortunately, the Army failed to inform the men of the importance of vitamin C, or that the lemonade powder was the K ration's sole source of that important nutrient. Subsequently, many combat soldiers developed cavities. Feeling like someone was working over his mouth with a jackhammer, Winters visited Captain Samuel Shifty Filer, the regimental dentist. Since a jump was imminent, Filer quickly drilled out the cavities in 2 teeth with a foot-powered drill and slapped in a filling. Despite that dental care, Winters remained in agony, possibly worse now than before. The night before Transfigure was cancelled, Winters, racked by pain, lay awake. "Why don't you go on sick call, Dick?" Welsh asked. "Being in agony like that, you can't think straight, and God knows you of all people need to keep your head." "Damn it, I can't do that, Harry," Winters told his XO. "We're jumping into combat tomorrow. I'm the company commander. The men expect me to be there. I expect me to be there, and I will, even if my head explodes." Luckily, it didn't come to that. Transfigure was off. Easy Company was trucked back from the marshalling area to Aldbourne, where Winters reported to the division hospital seeking a real dentist. Ironically, the captain he found was a professional dentist from Harrisburg, just 40 miles from Winters' hometown. He drilled out the new fillings, then poked around in the young officer's mouth. "This is bad," he announced. "When Filer drilled, he cut the nerves in both those molars. They are perfectly good teeth, Captain, and if we were back in Harrisburg, I could save them. It's a time-consuming procedure, and you'd be out of action for a few days. But here, under these circumstances, with you possibly going back into combat any day, the only thing I can do is pull them out." "Then get to it, Doc," Winters said. "Anything's better than this." Later, Winters discovered that his case was not isolated. Problems with Filer's dental work happened time and time again, and soon no man in the regiment dared to see the dentist. His dental emergency behind him, Winters was back to running the company. He kept up the rigorous training schedule of field exercises and combat scenarios in an effort to make the men as ready as he could when the jump order came. Winters wanted to get back into the war, and he related his anxiety to Dieta on August 26. "The sooner they put me back in the fight, the better I'll like it, for it's no good letting the other guy do it for you," he told her. "It just doesn't feel right." 5 days later, the regiment was trucked back to the marshalling area and ready to board the C-47s for Operation Linnet, which would drop them just behind the Maginot Line near the village of Saint-Maur. They would then move north to take the town of Tournai and the bridge over the Escaut River. By September 2nd, the fast-moving front again caused the mission to be scrubbed. Also cancelled on September 4th was Linnet 2, a hastily thrown-together plan which called for the paratroops to land and seize bridgeheads over the Meuse River. The 506 headed back to Aldbourne again. Preparing for the combat he knew was coming, Winters found he had to request replacement equipment through the regiment's new S4 supply officer, Captain Herbert Sobel. To avoid any lingering personal problems between the two men, Winters did not deal with Sobel directly. On those rare occasions when he did see his former commander, Winters wondered if Sobel appreciated the fact that, had he not been relieved of command of Easy, it would have been him and not Thomas Meehan who died in the fiery plane crash on June 6. While waiting for something to happen during those final days of summer, Winters had new photographs taken of himself in his dress uniform. The pictures showed a young man whom combat had aged beyond his 26 years. He was so shocked by his own appearance that he balked at sending a copy home to his family. "I'm actually afraid to send them home to my mother, for I know she'll worry and wonder what this army has done to her son," Winters wrote Dieta on September 10th. Her son, who could never even get mad enough to raise his voice. However, I don't feel quite so hard inside as I did there for a while, but I guess I still look the part. As for the twinkle in the eye, sometimes I think it must have been frozen to death, and there may be a day when it'll warm up, but never as long as there's a war on, and I've got to push a company. Winters addressed Dieta's concern over future casualties, which he himself shared. However, he told her, "Victory is ours, but the casualties that must be paid is the price that hurts." On September 13th, Winters and the other 2nd Battalion officers again sat down for a briefing. Before them was a large map of Holland, with several towns circled in red. Major Oliver Horton, Strayer's executive officer, stood before the men, a pointer in his hand. Next to him was Captain Clarence Hester, Regimental S1, and Nixon, the S2. "Relax, gentlemen, smoke 'em if you got 'em," Horton said, then pointed to the map. "This is Operation Market Garden. It's a combined air-ground thrust intended to smash through the German lines and get us into Germany itself, and it's a monster. 4 days from now, over 1,500 C-47s and another 450-plus gliders will be taking off from 24 different airfields. They will drop 3 entire airborne divisions behind Kraut lines. The British 1st Airborne, the guys who wear those red beanies." "Berets," someone chimed in. "Whatever. Gets the brass ring." Horton tapped the map with the pointer. "Arnhem. There they will seize and hold the bridge over the Rhine. The 82nd is next in line. They will be dropped around Nijmegen and will take the town and hold the bridges over the Maas River, the Maas-Waal Canal, and the Waal River. Our drop area will be here, between the Wilhelmina Canal, the Willems Canal, and the Aar River. Our objectives are the 6 bridges in that area, the Son Bridge, the bridge at the Willems Canal, and the 4 bridges around Weckel at the Aar. We will also liberate Eindhoven itself. Meanwhile, the British 30th Corps is going to throw everything it has up this road in a rapid dash toward the Rhine. Our job, besides taking the bridges, intact, I might add, is to hold this road open. That's a 15-mile stretch, and if Jerry cuts it anywhere, it screws up the entire operation. The idea is to get to Arnhem and relieve the Brit paratroopers in 2 days." "What's the distance?" Winters asked. "It's 65 miles of 2-lane, hard-surfaced road," Horton replied. "And if you're at all familiar with Holland, you know it's wide open and flat as an ironing board. Like I said, this is a monster." "What's the opposition?" another officer asked. Horton gestured to Captain Nixon, the battalion's planning officer. "We're assured by G2 that the Germans have been seriously hurt by the setbacks of this past summer and are unlikely to be able to put up any type of organized resistance," Nixon said. "Plus, the Brits tell us that the Germans in this area are poorly trained, second-rate troops, either kids fresh out of the Hitler Youth or older men not deemed fit for frontline duty. The consensus is they can be quickly pushed aside." Some derisive snorts of laughter erupted. "Whether you believe it or not," Horton said, "don't count on this one being cancelled. This is the brainchild of Field Marshal Sir Bernard Law Montgomery, and you know how he likes to have his ass kissed. So brief your men Pack your gear and make sure you have adequate ammo and supplies. Tomorrow we leave for our marshalling area, which is the airfield at Membury. You'll brief your companies there." By the next morning, Winters had all his gear packed away. The items he was leaving behind had been sent off to storage to wait his return. The rest was in his duffel bag by the front door of the Barneses' cottage. Now it was time to say goodbye to the family, particularly Mr. Barnes. Plagued by heart problems, Francis Barnes's health had deteriorated with startling rapidity the past summer, and it was plain to see that the downward trend would continue. Winters found his adopted father sitting up in bed. Winters sat beside him. He hadn't told Father Barnes he was heading back to Europe, not wanting to put added strain on the weakened heart. "You're leaving now, Richard?" Barnes asked. "Yes, sir," Winters said. "But it's nothing for you to worry about. Just another of those extended training exercises the Army is so fond of." Barnes smiled sadly. "You're a good lad, Richard," he said. "You're a fine soldier, and you're every bit the man I think my own son would have become. But you're a god-awful liar. I've seen the preparations and heard the trucks rattling past. They're sending you back to the continent." Winters opened his mouth to speak, but Barnes raised a hand. "It's all right. You didn't want to worry the old man. Just make sure you come back. And if I'm not here when you do, you'll be sure to stop in and see Mother, and let her know you're well." "I'll do that, sir," Winters said. "Off with you, then," Barnes said, "and God be with you." Winters shook the man's hand and left, both knowing they would not meet again this side of eternity. After a farewell hug for Elaine, Winters faced Mother Barnes. "Let me know how he's doing." "I'll write," she promised. "Thank you for everything," he said. "I'll be back." "I know you will," Mrs. Barnes replied. "Goodbye, and God bless you." She kissed his cheek. A jeep idled in the street. Throwing his duffel in the back, Winters climbed into the passenger seat and took one last look at the house. Elaine and Mrs. Barnes were watching from the doorway. He waved, then slapped the dashboard with his hand. "Let's go," he said to the driver. "Hitler's waiting." Chapter 6. We took a hell of a licking. September 17th to September 28th, 1944. As the C-47s carrying Easy Company crossed over the Dutch coastline and penetrated deeper into Holland, the paratroopers on board wondered what awaited them over the drop zone. The veterans recalled June 6, when the sky around them was a maelstrom of colored tracers, exploding anti-aircraft shells, and twisting, burning airplanes, and thus anticipated a violent welcome. The new men, knowing it was Sunday and that the drop zones were well behind enemy lines, hoped the Germans might be surprised and slow to respond. But whether they anticipated a hot reception or a cold one, the last thing they expected, or even dared hope for, was no reception at all. Yet that's what they got. The first intimation Dick Winters had that this jump might be easy was when he looked out of the plane's open doorway at the peaceful Dutch countryside flashing by below him. There seemed to be no alarm, no bustle of German trucks or troops, and when the red ready light came on, there was no booming of ack-ack guns, and his hopes soared still higher. The drop zone for the 506th and 502nd Regiments was in a field outside the village of St. Odenrode, and a half-mile north of their objective, the highway bridge spanning the Wilhelmina Canal at the town of Sonn. The 502nd was to head north and seize St. Odenrode, while also sending a detachment to capture the mile-long bridge at Best, 4 miles west of Sonn, in case the former was destroyed. The 506th was to prevent that by taking the Sonn Bridge intact, along with the town itself, and then capturing Eindhoven. All this was on Winters' mind when the green light by his side flashed on. Without hesitation, he launched himself out of the plane, rapidly falling 50 feet before he felt the jolt of the opening parachute. All around him the sky was filled with blossoming shoots. It was one of the easiest jumps he had ever experienced, as easy as any training jump, and better than some. Immediately after touching down, Winters regained his feet and collapsed his canopy. Smacking open the snap release, he shucked his harness and began jogging east toward the highway and the rally point. His biggest fear in crossing the field was not the Germans, as he initially expected, but of being struck by the men who were still coming down, or by heavy equipment bundles, as well as helmets, weapons, and musette bags jarred loose by the opening of the parachutes. "Easy company on me!" Winters yelled above the roar of the planes still overhead, disgorging their human cargo. Despite the ease of the daylight jump, assembly took longer than Winters thought it should have, and they now embarked on the long, dusty march to the bridge. 2nd Battalion led the way, and Colonel Strayer put D Company out in front, followed by Easy, then Headquarters Company and Fox. The troops followed the road, the formation strung out along both shoulders. Initially, it was like a lazy field exercise back in England. No shots had been fired by either friend or foe. That peacetime maneuver-like attitude changed as the bridge loomed into sight. Entering the outskirts of the village, the GIs ducked reflexively as a shell from a German 88mm gun whistled overhead and burst nearby. An MG-42 machine gun began to rattle its own deadly welcome to Holland. Strayer deployed his battalion astride the road, with Easy on the left and Dog on the right. The two companies probed forward cautiously, hugging the houses for cover. The 88 fired again. A bazooka team from Dog inched its way forward and fired a rocket at the gun emplacement, which erupted in a roar of smoke and flame. Picking their way past the smoldering 88 and its dead crew, the GIs continued to take small arms fire from Germans hidden in the village or beyond the canal. Laying down covering fire with machine guns and mortars, Winters urged his men forward. With the Americans still about 50 yards from the bridge, an explosion lifted the span, throwing wood and stone high into the air. The GIs sought shelter as the debris rained down on them. Rising slightly and brushing himself off, Winters turned to his left and said to Nixon, "What a hell of a way to die in combat." Colonel Sink, who had also come up, said it more concisely. "God damn it," he muttered. The loss of the bridge was a bitter blow to the hardened soldier. As soon as the hail of falling bridge remnants ceased, Winters brought his machine guns up to the edge of the canal and opened fire on the German rear guard. His gunners were soon sending a stream of lead across the canal. Winters felt a presence beside him. It was Hester. "Sink's sending 1st Battalion across to get a foothold on the other side," he said. "He wants you to give them covering fire." As Winters watched, 1st Battalion made its way to the canal bank. He saw its commander, Major James Leprade, out in front, tiptoeing from rock to timber to rock as he picked his way across on the rubble of the bridge. In his hand, Leprade was carrying a .45 caliber pistol, which Winters thought, under the present situation, to be ludicrous. "For God's sake, man," he said to himself, "carry an M1 rifle if you're expecting trouble. It'll give you a little firepower and won't advertise that you're an officer." Gaining the far bank, Leprade and 1st Battalion quickly secured the ground. The central span of the bridge remained intact, and within 2 hours engineers, using black market timber that had been hidden in a nearby barn but was turned in by grateful Dutch residents, had constructed a temporary span. Sink pronounced this makeshift bridge unsatisfactory from every point of view, but it allowed him to cross the rest of the 506 with dry feet. By dark, Easy was over the canal. Rain began to fall, and Winters bedded down in the shelter of a woodshed. Next morning, the 506 advanced on Eindhoven. Sink put 3rd Battalion in the lead, followed by 2nd. 1st Battalion remained in the rear to help hold Sun and the road, while engineers replaced the destroyed span with a British mobile Bailey Bridge. In 2nd Battalion, Strayer had F Company take the point. Paratroopers covered the ground rapidly and almost resistance-free, until they reached the outskirts of Eindhoven. There the regiment stopped and deployed in preparation to move on the town. 2nd Battalion led the way, with Easy on the right and Fox on the left. As Winter's men moved forward, an 88-millimeter gun opened fire. Relaying orders from Strayer, Captain Hester told Winters to swing Easy Company to the left and approach the town from the north. Winters directed Lieutenant Brewer to take the point with his 1st platoon. The flat fields approaching Eindhoven were devoid of cover. The 20-year-old Californian, who had joined the airborne under the mistaken impression that they would be used as ski troops, expertly deployed his men in perfect formation with a thin skirmish line out in front. Ahead lay an orchard where Brewer had heard Germans were lying in wait. Setting up a machine gun to provide covering fire, Brewer ordered the platoon forward, but his greenness in battle now became evident. Instead of staying with the platoon, the gangly 6'4" officer moved with the skirmishers. Worse, he stood tall and waved his arms in obvious gestures of command, his map case and binoculars in plain sight. Winters watched in horror as his platoon leader made himself a target. "Everyone knew what was coming," he said years later. "I had told them 100 times in training, don't walk around out in front like that, you'll get it sure as hell." Winters turned to Joe Liebgott, who was toting a handheld SCR 536 radio. "Get 1st platoon," Winters ordered Liebgott. The so-called handy-talkie was a piece of crap in hilly or wooded areas, but here on the flatlands of Holland, it was the ideal radio, light and easy to use. Liebgott raised 1st platoon and handed the set to Winters, who yelled over and over into the mouthpiece, "Get back! Drop back! Drop back!" A shot rang out, and Brewer, struck in the throat, went down like a tree that's been felled by an expert lumberman. "God damn it!" Winters cursed. He was convinced Brewer was dead, but there was no time for pity. Even as Smoky Gordon and several other men, against orders, ran to the side of the stricken officer, Brewer would survive, Winters took over the platoon and pushed it across the field as fast as he could. Sporadic fire harassed the advance, but Easy suffered no further loss. A pair of 88s opened an ineffectual fire, but they were quickly silenced by mortars and bazookas. Some 50 prisoners were rounded up. Easy Company cautiously entered Eindhoven, picking its way along Woenselsstraat. There they encountered a new problem: jubilant Dutchmen. From almost every building, men, women, and children swarmed out to meet the Americans. Kids waved orange flags, men shook hands and offered drinks, women passed the soldiers food and kissed them in joyous celebration. "Quite a different reception here than in France, huh?" Harry Wells said. "There I suspected everyone of being a sniper." "Yeah, but we've got to keep the men moving," Winters said. He gestured for First Sergeant Lipton to join him. Lipton hurried to his commander's side. "Lip, we've got to get through town and take the Dummel River Bridge," he told Lipton. "Pass the word to the platoon leaders. Keep the men moving." As Lipton went about his errand, Winters saw an elderly man drag a pair of chairs out of his house and invite soldiers to take a load off their feet. 2 did, stretching out their legs. Winters ran over to them. "Get going," he said angrily, waving them forward. "This is no time for goofing off. Move it." Chagrined, the men hurried away. As they left, Brewer's image flashed in Winters' mind, so to avoid tempting any lingering snipers, he tucked his map case and binoculars inside his field jacket and pulled up his collar to hide his silver bars. Carrying just his M1, Winters figured he now looked like any other GI. Working his way through the sea of celebrating citizens, Winters stopped briefly by a crowd chanting something in Dutch, while men roughly shaved the heads of several women. The women's offense, Winters learned, was that they had engaged in sex with German soldiers. He understood the people's anger. Still, his own mother had raised her son to have an abiding respect for women, and this spectacle offended him. He walked away very much disturbed. The 506 managed to get through Eindhoven in good order, and the bridge over the Dommel was secured intact. But the loss of the Saan Bridge cast a pall of guilt over the men. That guilt was short-lived, however, as lead elements of the British 30th Corps arrived at Eindhoven by mid-afternoon and halted, the men stepping down from their tanks. Nixon and Winters watched a group of Tommies gather around a hastily built fire and heat water. "What the hell are they doing?" Nixon asked. "What's it look like?" Winters replied bitterly. "A full day behind schedule, and they're brewing tea. So much for this critical timetable we had to maintain." That evening, Winters took out his ledger — men weren't allowed to keep diaries — and wrote, "This total lack of urgency for the need to push on to the Dommel, the 82nd at Nijmegen, and the British at Arnhem leaves us feeling bewildered. I can't understand this lack of concern for their fellow countrymen and the absence of a sense of duty toward the mission." The next day, Easy Company was out in front again as the battalion moved out. "We're heading for Helmond, about 8 miles east of here," Hester said during the briefing. "The Dutch underground tells us it's a major German staging area. We're going to find out. Dick, your point again. You'll have Brit tanks to keep you company." The tanks were 6 ungainly Cromwells. Winters and his men climbed aboard the 27-ton vehicles and made themselves comfortable. Rolling along the flat Dutch countryside, the men made small talk while watching ahead for signs of trouble. Winters glanced to his right, where Popeye Wynne was leaning uncomfortably against the turret, one hand on the 75mm gun. "How are you holding up, Popeye?" Winters shouted above the deep rumble of the 600-horsepower Rolls-Royce Meteor engine. "Well, sir," Wynne drawled, "I'm still a bit weak and my butt hurts, but I'll be fine." "Still wish you were back in that hospital, being waited on by those pretty nurses?" Winters joked. "No, sir," Wynne said. After a brief silence, Winters asked, "What got you into the paratroops, Popeye?" "Shifty did," he replied, referring to Darrell Shifty Powers. "At the recruiting station, we saw these posters telling about how glamorous the paratroopers were, saying things like, 'Don't walk into battle, jump.' Shifty bet me $5 I was too chicken to join up, but I did, and then he had to, too." Winters chuckled. He was glad to see Wynne back after he'd been hit in the buttocks at Brecourt. When he heard the company was moving out, Wynne released himself from the hospital and made his way to the marshalling area, still weak, but ready to go back into action with his buddies. Also making it back in time was Private Rod Stroll, who'd been hit outside Carrington. When Stroll heard Easy was leaving, he slipped out of the hospital and headed for Membury. Winters was amazed when he saw Stroll climb out of a jeep that contained Captain Herbert Sobel. Winters was among the first to greet Stroll. "That your new friend?" he asked Stroll as the jeep pulled away. "No, sir," Stroll said with a grin. "He picked me up along the road and asked me where I was going, so I told him. He knew I didn't have a pass or anything, but he didn't give me hell. He just said, 'You know, Stroll, you don't have to make this jump.' I told him I wanted to, so he brought me here." "He must be getting soft," Winters shrugged. About 3 miles east of Eindhoven, the Cromwells clanked through the small hamlet of Neunen. Just beyond the town, Winters heard someone — he thought it sounded like Private Jack F. Matthews — shout, "Kraut tanks!" Winters jerked his head up and gazed down the road. The dark, squat hulls of German armor began to materialize from a distant tree line, moving toward Neunen. The vehicles belonged to the 107th Panzer Brigade, which was counterattacking from Helmand against the advancing Allied troops. Winters estimated the number of enemy vehicles at about 50, certainly more than he had ever seen in his life. As they spotted the oncoming American column, the panzers began fanning out across the field ahead, infantry moving up from behind them. "Take cover! Take cover!" Winters yelled, jumping down from the tank and into an adjacent field crisscrossed with irrigation ditches. The company rapidly dispersed into the field, hugging the ditches, and began laying down a fusillade of small arms fire. The company's .30-caliber machine guns joined the fray. "Garnier! Get those mortars working!" Winters yelled. The Cromwells began spreading out, but not quickly enough. A German panzer tank fired, its shell ripping into a Cromwell. The crew fled the crippled machine, abandoning one man who had lost his legs. A second tank exploded in flame, shards of hot metal streaking across the fields. Winters saw a German half-track erupt in a ball of fire, men pouring out of it, some with their clothes aflame. A German tank took a glancing shot that severed one of its heavy treads, which snaked out onto the ground, bringing the wounded beast to a halt. All around the men of Easy, bullets whined and tank shells split the air. The roar was incredible, and the firepower coming at the GIs was intense. Winters knew there was only one direction his men could go. "Back!" he yelled. "Pull back!" The men withdrew into the village, firing as they went. Private Robert Van Klinken was reaching for a drop bazooka when he was hit and thrown to the ground. Winters knelt over the fallen Toccoa man, but Van Klinken was dead. Another body lay nearby. It was James W. Miller, a new replacement. Lieutenant Buck Compton fell, hit in the buttocks. Winters saw 3 men, Gonier, Malarkey, and Toy, rip a door off a nearby barn, load Compton on it, then drag the wounded officer rearward. They hoisted Compton up on the rear of one of the 2 surviving British tanks before the vehicles pulled back. The GIs began taking shelter by the houses of Neunen, firing at the advancing armored vehicles and accompanying German infantry. A Nazi half-track was hit and its crew shot down as they fled the smoldering wreckage. Incoming machine gun and rifle slugs pinged off the stone walls of the houses. A tank shell tore through the wall of one house and the building blew apart, the concussion flinging GIs to the ground under a shower of wood and masonry. Men were cut by flying glass. Though tightly squeezed and under heavy fire, Easy held its ground. The Germans did not enter Neunen. As the sky drew dark, Winters, badly outnumbered, finally ordered his men to withdraw. A short distance west of the village, a line of American deuce-and-a-half trucks waited for them, as did Lewis Nixon. He had been with Easy when it ran into the Germans. Knowing Winters would need help, he made his way back to battalion and ordered up the trucks. "Thought maybe you could use a ride," Nixon said to Winters as his friend approached. Exhausted, Winters could only smile and nod. The wounded were loaded on the trucks, and Winters led the rest back to Eindhoven on foot. Approaching the town at about 8:30 p.m., the drone of engines sounded overhead, growing louder every second. "Theirs?" Welsh asked. By way of answer, searchlights blinked on ahead and scanned the night. Then British ack-ack bursts speckled the sky. Stuka dive bombers, each capable of carrying a 4,000-pound bomb, came screaming out of the darkness, releasing their loads of high explosives. From a distance, Winters and his men watched huge orange and red explosions rend the night. After the Stukas had finished, came the heavier sound of 2-engine Heinkels. More anti-aircraft fire arced skyward to meet these bombers as their bomb bay doors swung open and they released their payloads on the hapless town. A bomber was struck. It flamed brightly, then carved a fiery streak in the night as it plummeted downward. The rumble of the detonations reached the ears of the men of Easy. They felt the concussions sweep through the air, and the ground vibrated beneath their feet. Raging fires created a bright orange glow that silhouetted the nearest buildings, and Winters could not help but think about the joyous crowds that had met them in Eindhoven a few days earlier. The Germans now levied a heavy price on the citizenry, killing 227 and injuring another 800. The next day, there would be no happy Dutch faces or orange flags, just sad expressions that expressed disappointment and betrayal. Easy Company reached Tangelre, a suburb of Eindhoven. There Winters bedded down his men before reporting to battalion headquarters. For some reason, the headquarters atmosphere was jovial, as Strayer and his staff enjoyed a pleasant dinner. As Winters entered the house Strayer was using for his HQ, the colonel turned and flashed a big smile in his direction. "There he is," Strayer said. "How did it go today, Winters?" Winters stood quietly for a moment, gulping down the resentment he felt at the spectacle laid out before him. "We ran smack into an advancing armored column," Winters said without preamble. "I had 15 casualties today, lost 4 tanks, and I took a hell of a licking." Conversation stopped in mid-sentence, and the party mood evaporated as Winters departed. The excursion to Neuenen had cost Winters 4 dead: Robert Van Klinken, James Miller, William T. Miller, no relation, and Vernon J. Minns. Plus he had 10 men wounded and 1 missing, but that one was Corporal Bull Randleman. No one seemed to know what had happened to Bull, only that he had been hit and somehow separated from the company. Winters fretted over this. Bull was a valuable man and a good platoon leader, both of which Winters held in high esteem. But that wasn't the end of Winters' lousy night. Entering the small house he was using as a temporary HQ, Winters took off his equipment and helmet and sat down in a chair to relax as Nixon walked through the door. "We can't find Bull," Winters said. "Yeah, well, I got some more bad news for you," Nixon responded. "Punchy Dial's dead." Winters felt an emptiness in his soul as he absorbed this latest blow. "What happened?" he asked. "According to Doc Nevels, the company was attacked by some armor. Punchy tried to take out a tank with a bazooka, but the tank fired first. Direct hit. I'm told there wasn't much left." Winters was silent. "Sorry to be the one." Winters held up a hand to quiet his friend, and Nixon left. Alone, Winters reflected on the smiling face of Dial and remembered the "don't take unnecessary chances" speech he'd given Punchy when he penned on those new lieutenant spars back in Auburn. Winters closed his eyes and tried to sleep. The grim cloud over Winters was lifted considerably next day, when Randleman showed up, wounded but alive. Injured by flying shards from an exploding tank, he had hidden in a barn. There, he killed a German in a bayonet fight and covered the body and himself with hay until daylight. The next morning, Companies A and D made their way back into Neuenen without a fight and found Randleman holding the town single-handedly. On September 22nd, Winters and his battle-weary men hauled themselves back onto the trucks, this time headed for Uden, a small hamlet about 4 miles beyond Weckel. There, according to the Dutch underground, a large enemy force was moving in their direction. Sink dispatched 2nd and 3rd Battalions under the command of his executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Chase. This portion of the road, which featured 4 bridges, was the most vulnerable stretch along the entire 65 miles of what the Americans were now calling Hell's Highway. It needed to be kept open at all costs. "2nd Battalion has the lead," Chase told Winters, "but we're short of trucks. We can take about 1 platoon from each company. Load up your 1st platoon. When more transport gets here, the rest can follow." Winters didn't like this plan very much, but orders were orders. He got the men loaded, then he, Welsh, and Nixon climbed into a jeep with Chase. The small convoy, accompanied by a trio of British-driven Sherman tanks, nicknamed the Firefly by the Brits, and toting a 6-pounder gun in place of the normal 76mm, passed through Wegel without incident, rolling into Uden a short time later. Halting in the empty street, Winters climbed out of the jeep. Standing by a church, he looked up at the belfry. "Shall we?" Nixon said, and the 2 men went inside and quickly ascended the narrow stairway. The church tower gave them a perfect view of the surrounding terrain and a clear view of their rapidly deteriorating situation. "I'll be damned," Nixon muttered. Like Winters, he was watching a column of German armor roll in from the west and cut the highway the paratroopers had just traveled. Winters tapped his friend on the shoulder and pointed. About 40 German infantry were scurrying over the fields, headed straight for Uden. Winters and Nixon ran down the steps to where 1st Platoon waited. "The Krauts have cut the highway behind us, so there's nothing to get excited about," Winters said. "The situation is normal. We're surrounded. Not only that, there's an enemy patrol heading this way. Follow me." Winters led his men to the edge of the village and deployed them. "Hold your fire until I give the word," Winters said as they watched the German approach. Then, "Fire!" The weapons of 1st Platoon blazed to life, toppling several of the enemy. The rest hit the ground and, obviously stunned, returned a feeble fire. After about 20 minutes of this one-sided fight, the Germans slowly pulled back, dragging their wounded with them. A few silent forms remained. Following the skirmish with the German patrol, Chase found Winters and directed him to set up a defensive perimeter around the town. "That's all he said?" Lipton asked when Winters relayed the instructions. "Yep," Winters replied. "Guess he figured he'd done his job, then he went back to his CP, wherever the hell that might be. Anyway, Lip, set up roadblocks at either end of the town. Place the machine guns and mortars to cover the most likely approaches. Put every man you can on the line, including the Brits, but keep a squad in reserve for use wherever we might need them. Get some men to work on Molotov cocktails. Round up some bottles and get some gas or kerosene. Get some Composition C charges ready, too. If the Germans break through and get into the town with tanks or armored cars, we can drop those things on them from second-floor windows. We're holding here, Lip. Retreat is not an option." The ever-competent Lipton did as instructed. He had no trouble setting up the defense where the GIs were concerned, but getting the cooperation of the British was a different matter. The 3 tanks sat idly in the center of town, their crews indifferent to the danger. Informed of this, Winters stomped up to the tankers. "I want you men to get off your asses and get those tanks into position at the roadblocks," he said. "I want 2 at the southern roadblock and the other one at the north roadblock." The British soldiers stared at him. "Move it, now!" he ordered. The drivers kicked over their engines, and the tanks headed for their assigned places. Winters took some time to establish his command post in the home of a family named Van Ur. They were more than accommodating, and moved without argument to the cellar. Nor did they complain as Winters' men repositioned rugs and furniture, converting the house into a defensive strongpoint. Winters liked the family, and the Van Urs were appreciative of Winters' concern for them and their safety. The Van Urs' daughter, Nell, became a long-time pen pal of Winters' sister, Anne. The rumble of the battle now going on behind them began to reach the ears of the men in Uden as the attacking Germans ran into the advancing Americans. Winters feared for the fate of the bulk of Easy Company. Although he didn't know it until later, the rest of Easy Company also feared for the safety of Winters and the men with him. Each thought the other might have been annihilated. Winters and Nixon returned to the church belfry and looked to the south. Although Holland is basically flat, Uden is about 20 feet higher than Veckel in elevation, and the 2 men had a grandstand seat for the battle. Winters gazed in fascination at the desperate struggle raging just a few miles away. He watched German tanks roll forward in battle formation, while Luftwaffe planes strafed the ground ahead of them. The roar of artillery and the incessant rattle of small arms fire echoed across the fields, while tracers blazed through the sky. Moments later, the observers became the observed, as an artillery shell whooshed by the bell tower. Winters and Nixon raced down the stairway. "I don't think our feet touched the steps more than 2 or 3 times, Winters later reflected. Back on the street, Winters prepared the men for a possible attack, but Uden remained unmolested. Nighttime found Winters sitting at a table in the Van Ur home, maps laid out in front of him. Across from Winters sat First Sergeant Lipton, and next to him Lewis Nixon, who was enjoying his favorite beverage, Vat 69, which Winters felt his friend consumed far too liberally. Ever since they had known each other, Nixon had been a hard drinker, and he had taken to hiding his stash in Winters' baggage during moves, knowing that it would remain undetected there. "That stuff's going to kill you one day, Nix," Winters commented. Nixon held up his flask and mock toast. "Here's to that day," he said, and took a slug. He offered it to Lipton, who shook his head. The Van Urs had a radio that Nixon had turned on and was now belting out a Benny Goodman tune. That was "Let's Dance," cooed the female voice on the radio, known to the men as Arnhem Annie. "Wouldn't you just love to be home dancing with your girl right now? I hope you lonely GIs don't miss home too much. After all, here you are, suffering and dying here in Holland, while Eisenhower sits back in London dining on all the luscious foods you may never get to taste again. And speaking of food, some of your comrades are right now enjoying hot meals being served to them by our excellent German army cooks. I will now read to you a list of the Americans we have captured today." She read a list of names. How fortunate they are! Their war is over. They now have hot food and shelter from the rain, thanks to the victorious forces of our Führer. Perhaps you'd wish to join them and end the risk of dying in a cause that no one back in your homeland cares about, especially your president, the Jew, Roosevelt, whose family now runs your entire nation. Always considerate, Annie told the men what to bring in the way of personal gear if they cared to surrender. "Think about that, boys, as you listen to Humoresque by Glenn Miller," Annie said. "And remember, you can listen to our music, but you can't dance in our streets." "Maybe we should get our personal gear together," Nixon said in jest. "Sounds like the Krauts will be here for us soon." "Why should they?" Lipton said. "We're not going anywhere." "Lip's right," Winters said. "Right now they're focusing on the main body behind us and in cutting the road. They can mop us up any time they choose." He glanced at his watch, then rose, placed his helmet on his head, and picked up his M1. "It's 2200. I need to check on the roadblocks. Care to go along, Nix?" "Why not?" Nixon said, and got up. Leaving Lipton in charge at the CP, the two men went out into the darkened village. "You take the roadblock to the south. I'll check the other one," Winters said. The roadblock at the northwestern end of Uden was manned by one British tank and a squad of Easy Company men under Harry Welsh. A large house stood near this roadblock, off to the left, and served as the command post. Across the street was a tavern. As Winters approached, he saw the Firefly tank on guard, but, drawing closer, he saw no men, except for 3 members of the tank crew. They looked bored, and not one was watching the road ahead. Anger flared through Winters. "Where's your officer?" Winters said tersely, barely able to contain himself. A man pointed to the large house. Winters strode up to the house and hammered on the door. A young maid answered. "I want to see the soldier," Winters said, but the blank look on her face showed she had not understood a word he said. "Soldat! Soldat!" he said, pointing to his uniform and then into the house. "Soldat!" Comprehension swept over her. "Die Soldat," she said, waving him inside. "Binnenkom." The maid escorted him through an ornate foyer. "Fok mai," she said, motioning him forward. The maid led Winters along a mahogany hallway to a set of large ornate doors. Opening them, he entered a lavishly furnished living room, where he found a lovely young Dutch girl sharing a meal that included fresh eggs with the British tank commander. The two sat on the floor in front of a huge fireplace with a blazing fire to help fend off the dampness outside. The British lieutenant looked up as Winters came in. "Are my tanks outside yet, old chap?" he asked. Risking a serious setback in British-American relations, Winters blew up. "What the hell's the matter with you?" he fumed. "In case it has escaped your notice, we're surrounded. The damn Germans could walk into this town at any time. What would you have done if I'd been a Kraut? Get the hell out there where you belong!" The lieutenant jumped to his feet, saluted quickly, and ran from the room. Winters looked at the shocked girl, now suddenly alone. He smiled, nodded his head, and left. Outside he saw the tank crew now on alert. Okay, he thought, so where's Harry? The tavern was the only logical choice, so Winters crossed the street and opened the door. Inside, he found GIs sleeping or lounging around. Welsh and a few other men were sacked out on the bar. Winters' entrance roused Welsh, who sat up. Winters gestured for Welsh to follow, then stepped back outside. His executive officer soon followed, the sheepish look on his face making it plain he knew he had screwed up. Jerking his head in the direction of the tavern, Winters said, "Do you think this is a good idea, Harry?" "No, sir," Welsh said. "I'm sorry, Captain." "Get half the men on line and rotate them," Winters ordered. "Then get some rest yourself. If the Germans come, I need you thinking straight." Welsh saluted as Winters left. Winters hated to chide Welsh. Harry was a good man and a friend, but he suffered occasional lapses in judgment. The battle for Veckel continued the next day, with Winters and his men again in the role of spectators. Now, besides the artillery and tank fire, American P-47 Thunderbolts and British Typhoons, all carrying bombs or air-to-ground rockets, screamed in out of the sky to pummel the German attackers. The Americans had been reinforced by the 32nd Guards Brigade, and after a day of heavy fighting, the road was finally reopened, but not before the critical Allied timetable for reaching Arnhem had suffered another 24-hour delay. On September 24th, Winters watched as U.S. soldiers entered Uden, led by the balance of Easy Company. It made for a joyous reunion. Heading up the welcoming committee was Lieutenant Colonel Chase, whom Winters had not seen since the day they were surrounded. Winters wondered where he'd been hiding. Early the next morning, Winters and the other officers of the 2nd Battalion were roused and ordered to the building where Strayer had set up his CP. Winters looked at his watch. It was 3 a.m. Jesus. Stepping out of the Van Uer house, Winters was greeted by a cold, pouring rain that drummed relentlessly on their helmets before running off in steady rivulets. Strayer and Horton were waiting for the officers at Battalion HQ. Horton began. "The Krauts have cut the highway again," the battalion XO said. A moan rippled across the room. "This time south of Veckel. We're attacking at 0830 with 1st Battalion on the right and 3rd on the left. We're Regimental Reserve. Get your men up and make sure they've drawn more ammo. We're leaving here at 0445. The rain had let up in time for the morning attack, but by 1 p.m., 1st and 3rd Battalions had been halted by stiff resistance. Captain Hester called a meeting of 2nd Battalion officers. "We're being sent around the left flank," he said, holding up a map. "The Brits are giving us a trio of tanks. Dick, Easy has the point. 2 of those tanks will be assigned to you." "Fine," Winters said, "but I'd like to poke ahead on my own and pick out the most tank-friendly terrain." Accompanied by Nixon, Winters performed another of his personal reconnaissances, choosing ground he felt would be most advantageous for his men and best suited for tank support. What Winters saw wasn't encouraging. He found a wood line that would provide a good approach for the men and tanks. The problem was that the woods ended about 350 yards from the highway, with nothing but open field the rest of the way. Winters quickly brought his company through the woods to the edge of the field. There he deployed them much the way Brewer had at Eindhoven, spread out with no bunching, a thin skirmish line out in front. Walking with weapons held at the ready, they made it about halfway across the open, rain-softened ground when German machine guns opened fire. With nowhere to go but down, the men dropped and hugged the earth. Effectively pinned down, Winters turned to his left rear and yelled, "Garnier, put that 60mm on those machine guns!" But Wild Bill was one step ahead of Winters. He had already been giving coordinates to Malarkey, who was now the only man in the field not lying down as he worked his mortar. Within moments, Winters heard the dull thunk as a mortar round left the tube, headed for the highway. The shell erupted on target. God, they're good, Winters thought, reflecting on his mortar men. Looking through his binoculars, Winters spotted a new threat, the massive bulk of a Tiger tank, positioned in such a way that only its turret was visible above the road embankment. Winters knew that all soldiers up against a German tank assumed it was a Tiger, but this, he felt, was one. It was the biggest damn tank I'd ever seen, he later noted. It was also in full hull defilade, and impossible to hit from where he and his men were, even if they had something that could penetrate its thick 4-inch frontal armor, which they did not. Even the fireflies back in the woods couldn't knock out a Tiger in a head-on attack. A dull clang to Winters' left drew his attention. Nixon, a stunned look on his face, removed his helmet. A machine gun bullet had pierced the metal shell near the front, deflected, and exited at the side. It had left a burn mark on the left side of his forehead, but did not break the skin. Nixon would be one of the few Easy Company men to go through the entire war and never get the Purple Heart. "Are you okay, Nix?" Winters asked urgently. "Yeah, I think so," he said, mildly dazed and feeling his forehead for blood. Finding none, he put the damaged helmet back on his head. Winters knew he had to get his men out of this field. The nearest officer was First Lieutenant Benjamin W. Perkins, who had replaced the wounded Compton as leader of 2nd Platoon. "We're leaving," he told Perkins. "Tell the machine guns to give us covering fire. Then we'll pull back the riflemen." Perkins nodded and passed the word. "Okay," Winters shouted. "Back! Pull back!" Slithering across the field, the men made their way to the wood line. Reaching the trees, Winters looked back and saw that some of his men crawled on all fours, while others, the married men he assumed, were on their bellies like babies. One of these latter was Lipton, who, head down, bumped into Winters' foot. He glanced up, an embarrassed look on his face. Winters smiled. It was a moment that would make Lipton blush for the rest of his life. "Lip," Winters said, "take Talbot and go back and get more ammo for the machine guns. They'll need it when they get back." Lipton left, and Winters now turned to the rest of Easy. "Covering fire!" he ordered, and the men sent volley after volley at the road as the machine gunners dragged their weapons to the rear. With everyone now safely back, and no one hit except the rattled Nixon, Winters set about trying to do something about the Tiger tank. Retreating through the underbrush, he hurried back to where the 2 British Fireflies sat waiting. Grasping the 6-pounder cannon barrel, he hauled himself up onto the lead tank and hammered on the hull with his rifle butt. A young British officer popped up. "Sir?" he asked. "There's a Tiger tank out in front of us just beyond the highway, but he's in hull defilade. You can't get at him from this direction," Winters said. "Do not pull out into the open. If you can, work your way around to the left and get behind the bank on the edge of the woods, and maybe you can get a shot at him." Winters hopped down off the tank as the diesel engine roared to life. Satisfaction turned to disbelief as the tank, in complete contrast to his advice, pulled straight ahead, knocking down several small trees, and burst out into the field. The second Firefly followed. "My God," Winters muttered aloud. The lead tank rolled into the open, spotted the Tiger, and turned slightly to the left, stopping to line up the shot. The German wasn't waiting. He swiveled his turret, and the Tiger's 88 belched smoke as the first shells screamed toward the British tank. It caromed off the 6-pounder gun, then ricocheted off the turret. The Firefly driver slammed his tank into reverse in an attempt to get the hell out of the field, but the Tiger fired a second round that plowed straight through the steel hull and exploded. The young commander Winters had spoken to just moments earlier was blown out of the turret like a champagne cork, dead before he hit the ground. The second Firefly had pulled up beside the first, its turret rotating for a shot, when the Tiger's third round struck it. The tank seemed to lift off the ground as it exploded. Both British tanks were now engulfed in flames as ammunition stored within began to go off. Pillars of thick black smoke billowed skyward, and the air took on the sticky, sweet aroma of burning flesh and hair as the armored vehicles became crematoriums for their dead crews. "God damn it," Winters said. "Put machine gun fire on that road. Malarkey, crank up that mortar." From his position at the edge of the woods, Winters and his men raked the road with everything they had. Nixon arrived bringing along a heavy 81mm mortar and a crew from Headquarters Company, which added its weight to the barrage. As night descended, the 2 tanks continued to burn, the roar of the flames punctuated by the occasional crack of an exploding machine gun bullet. A heavy rain began to fall again on Winters and his men, huddled miserably among the trees. Winters had stopped firing with the darkness, not wanting to give away his position through muzzle flashes. Sometime around midnight, Winters heard engine noises on the road ahead and the distinct clank of tank treads. He hoped the Germans were pulling out, but he held his line, waiting for daylight. As he listened to the noises, he looked at Nixon, who was huddled next to him. Somehow his friend had procured a bottle of schnapps and was in the process of finishing it off. "Where the hell do you find this stuff?" Winters asked in a low tone. Nixon waved the bottle at him drunkenly and said, "Never underestimate the resources of a man in need." Winters shook his head in disapproval. He would not take this kind of behavior from any other man, and was not sure why he tolerated it from Nixon, but he knew Nixon would be there doing his job when needed. Next morning, with a rainy mist obscuring the dawn, Winters sent a combat patrol on a flanking move around the German left. Giving the burning tanks a wide berth to avoid being spotted in their glow, the patrol crept across the field, jump boots squishing on the soggy earth, and made its way to the road. As Winters had hoped, when the patrol reached the road, it found the Germans had gone. They signaled Winters, who brought the rest of the company forward. There, standing again on Hell's Highway, the men saw firsthand the accuracy of their own machine gun and mortar fire. Several bodies lay abandoned on the road. Winters spotted the machine gun emplacement, its MG-42 ruined, with 3 dead German paratroopers sprawled around it. He turned to Malarkey, who was lugging the 60mm mortar. "Don," Winters said, pointing to the machine gun nest, "good shooting." Then he noticed that one of the dead paratroopers was wearing new jump boots. Winters gazed at his own well-worn boots, the left one still bearing the hole where a ricochet had hit him at Carrington, and decided on a swap. Sitting down on the roadway by the dead man, he lifted the German's foot and put it up against his own. Then he scowled. Damn, just a tad too small. Winters got his men together, and they walked through the drizzle back to Uden. Hell's Highway was open again, and the British relief force for Arnhem was moving forward, trucks and tanks as far as Winters could see. But the timetable had been thrown off another 40 hours. As Easy Company trudged along the rain-splattered road, Winters took mental stock of his plight. The company had lost 3 officers wounded, Brewer, Compton, and Charles A. Hudson, a replacement lieutenant from Able Company. 4 enlisted men were dead, and 15 wounded, and had only been in combat for 10 days. Chapter 7. My luck is still holding. October 2nd to November 25th, 1944. The area of Holland known as the Island is a long, narrow, low-lying stretch of land north of Nijmegen and sandwiched between the Lower Rhine and Waal rivers. The ground is mostly flat farmland, sprinkled with a few small towns and villages. The roads, averaging 10 to 12 feet in width, run along the tops of dikes elevated 20 feet or so above the fields. The dikes serve the dual purpose of holding back the rivers and dividing the fields. The steep banks of the dikes are blanketed with heavy vegetation to avoid erosion, while down on the flat fields, crisscrossed with irrigation ditches, farmers raise carrots, beets, and cabbages, as well as apple and pear trees. The 506th, temporarily attached to the British 12th Corps, had been trucked to the island on October 2nd, following reports by the British that the German 363rd Volksgrenadier Division, which had been badly cut up in Normandy in June and July, had been reinforced and was now in the vicinity and awaiting redeployment. The weather remained dreary, with a mizzling of rain that coated everything and everyone with a wet sheen, guaranteeing that the ground remained soggy, the air misty, and the men, stuck in the foxholes, miserable. The GIs made the best of life under those drab conditions. Easy's cook, Joseph P. Dominguez, tried to get meals to his fellow troopers before the food got cold, while the men comforted themselves by cursing the war, the Germans, the weather, their draft boards, and anything or anyone else they could think of. Winters recalled keeping up his spiritual morale by attending church services held in a barn where, along with the worshippers, cows and horses stood nearby, munching on hay and adding their own special aroma to the worship. 2nd Battalion of the 506 had been ordered to take a position at the village of Zetten, and the next day, October 3rd, hiked to the front to relieve the British 43rd Division. A few days before the regiment had moved into Zetten, Winters and some other officers were sent ahead to get the lay of the land. While they were there, the British launched a major attack on the German position. Standing back from the fight, Winters observed the action with horrified fascination. A carpet of British troops in their soup bowl helmets spread across the field casually, almost carelessly. The soldiers lugged their Lee-Enfield rifles loosely in their hands. The officers kept their arms holstered. When the expected German fire opened up, no evasive action was taken, nor did anyone look for cover. They just plodded on. "What in the hell are they doing?" Winters thought. The spectacle reminded Winters of a Civil War battle, when lines of men moved across open ground under withering enemy fire, despite appalling casualties. It was very noble, but very foolish. Winters shook his head in disbelief at the lack of tactical thought and seeming indifference to losses displayed by the British commanders, especially in light of Britain's dwindling manpower reserves. "I never saw anything like it," Winters later told Nixon. "The Krauts just cut them to pieces. The whole thing made no damn sense." Expected to cover a 6-mile front, now vacated by the British division, with a single regiment, Sink spread the men out, with 3rd Battalion anchored on the Vaal River with its line stretching east 3 miles through Ophoedston to Randwijk. There, 2nd Battalion took over, extending its line east 2.5 miles, ending near the village of Heteren. 1st Battalion was held in reserve near Sink's headquarters at Hemmen. All of the battalions were at half strength or less following the hard fighting along Hell's Highway, so the line was stretched dangerously taut. Strayer deployed 2nd Battalion with Easy on the right, Fox on the left, and Dog in reserve, forcing Winters to cover about 1.5 miles in front with 130 men. To do that, he established a series of outposts rather than a continuous line, even though he was keenly aware that this arrangement left his front susceptible to enemy infiltration. After personally looking over the ground, Winters ordered 2nd and 3rd platoons to man the outposts, with 1st Platoon in reserve. He maintained contact using field telephones and radios, and sent out regular contact patrols to watch for the enemy. It wasn't long before one of these made contact. During one of their first nights on the line, Sergeant Don Malarkey and Privates Roderick G. Bain and Eugene E. Jackson were manning an outpost along the bank of the Rhine when they heard a sound out in the pre-dawn gloom. Moments later, a German shepherd dog materialized out of the midst, trotted up to them, and began sniffing the ground. There quickly followed another noise, and the dim forms of 7 German soldiers appeared, hands raised. "Kamerad," one said. "Come and see here," Malarkey ordered, and the men, eager to get out of the war, meekly entered the OP. Malarkey patted them down for concealed weapons and any papers, while the other 2 kept them covered. "What the hell are we going to do now?" Bain asked. "We got 1/4 mile of open ground to cover with 7 POWs, and the sun'll be up before we get halfway across. And you know the Krauts. If they see any movement at all, they'll toss in an 88. "Well, we can't keep 'em here," Malarkey said to Bain. "Get on your radio. Tell Captain Winters what we got, and ask him to alert the sentries that we're coming in." Bain was soon talking to Company HQ. "We'll be watching for you," Winters said. "But don't goof off. Get back here on the double quick." The men herded their prisoners back without incident. In the dark, early morning hours of October 5th, Private First Class Roderick Stroll led out a 3-man patrol. The enemy had been spotted near Randwijk, and his mission was to see what they were up to and discourage them, if possible, by calling in artillery fire. They never got to Randwijk. Bursting into Company HQ lugging a wounded Private James H. Alley, Jr., Stroll had some serious news for Winters. "We ran into a large Kraut patrol less than a mile from here," he said. "Show me," Winters ordered, indicating his map. Stroll looked at it briefly, then pointed to a crossroad. "Here," he said. "The Krauts tossed grenades at us, and we threw a bunch back." "Jesus, that puts 'em halfway between the company's CP and 1st Battalion," Winters said anxiously. He turned to First Sergeant Lipton. "Stay by the radio, Lip." He next turned to Sergeant Leo Boyle. "Boyle, grab the handy-talkie and follow me." Outside the HQ, 1st Platoon sat in reserve. "First squad," Winters yelled. "On me! Let's go!" As a medic arrived to tend Allie, who'd been hit by grenade shrapnel, Winters' patrol departed. Hunched forward at the waist, the men ran through the darkened field by the base of the dike. As the crossroad loomed ahead, a machine gun suddenly chattered in the night. Instinctively, the paratroopers dropped to the ground, but the gun continued firing, and Winters realized it was not shooting at them. Advancing the patrol to within 800 yards of the sound, he silently held them up. There was supposed to be a Canadian forward artillery observer, whom Winters had hoped to contact in order to call in some fire, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Winters turned to Boyle and told him to hold the patrol in place. Scaling the dike alone, Winters scurried across the road and partway down the reverse slope. Below, he saw a field with a ditch about 30 inches deep running parallel to the road. He nodded to himself, then rejoined the patrol. At Winters' command, the men crossed the dike. After halting to place a 2-man rear guard, he led the others down the reverse slope and into the ditch. Still hunched over, they scurried forward along the ditch until they came to another perpendicular to the first. Still about 250 yards from the crossroad, Winters halted the patrol and moved on ahead alone. Feeling, he later said, like he was living a scene from the movie All Quiet on the Western Front, he reached the point where the roads intersected and crawled silently up the dike for a peek. A cluster of Germans, several in long greatcoats, stood in a knot by the gun, which continued firing into the darkness. It made no sense to Winters. Battalion HQ was in that direction, but was much too far for the Germans to either see or hit with an MG-42. Winters returned to the patrol and filled them in. "There's a bunch of Krauts up ahead," he told them. "They have no idea we're here. Follow me. No noise, and keep low." Aware that he was losing the cover of night, Winters swiftly moved the patrol to within 40 yards of the crossroad. He halted the men and turned to Sergeant Warren H. Skip Muck and his buddy, Private First Class Alex M. Pencala, Jr., who were lugging a 60mm mortar and ammo. "Muck, Pencala," Winters whispered. "Mortar here." He continued forward. The patrol scaled the dike and was now within sight of the Germans. Winters whispered to Sergeant William H. Dukeman, Jr., and Corporal Bert Christensen to set up a .30-caliber machine gun and to fire on the MG-42. He then assigned each of his riflemen a particular human target. Stepping back, he said softly, "On my command. Ready." The men sighted their weapons. "Aim." Corporal George R. Higgins, a former battalion mess cook who got bored with preparing meals for officers and asked to be transferred to a combat unit despite his lack of infantry training, got nervous. "Don't talk so loud," he whispered. Winters ignored him. "Fire." The machine gun fired high, but the rifleman's aim was true. 7 Germans fell. 3 ran. Winters and his men opened up on them. Then Winters said, "Fall back." The patrol raced back along the trench. Unseen Germans fired at them, their tracer bullets streaking by overhead. Muck and Pencala's mortar fire, which they were dropping with fine precision, helped spoil the Germans' aim as Winters and his men took cover in the east-west ditch, 200 yards from the crossroad. "Get on the radio, Boyle," Winters said. "Tell Welsh to bring up the rest of 1st Platoon and to grab Lieutenant Reese and have him bring up a section of machine guns from Headquarters Company." As they waited in the growing dawn, a German rifle grenade burst nearby. A shard of shrapnel struck Dukeman in the shoulder, knifing through his body and piercing his heart. He fell dead. Paratroopers returned fire and killed 3 Germans hidden in a nearby culvert. With the arrival of his reinforcements, Winters crawled some 50 yards away from the men, needing solitude to ponder his next move. None of his choices were good ones. As he saw the situation, he was stranded in an open field with about 40 men, with an unknown number of the enemy beyond the dike road in front of him. To pull out now meant doing so without the cover of darkness. Worse, once the Germans realized that they had the upper hand, they could easily advance along the top of the dike and put down a killing fire on his vulnerable right flank. On the other hand, even if he could retreat, he wouldn't. If this incursion was the prelude to a German attack, the enemy could roll straight down the road and hit Battalion HQ at Hemmen from the rear. God give me strength, Winters prayed softly, and rejoined the men where Welsh, Lieutenant Peacock, First Lieutenant Frank Reese, and Sergeant Talbot awaited his instructions. Winters laid out the situation as he saw it, then told them he planned to attack. "Talbot, I want you to take 3rd Squad to the right," he ordered. "Peacock, you and 1st Squad will be on the left. I'll take 2nd Squad up the middle. Reese, place your machine guns between the columns to provide a good covering fire until we reach the roadway. Then lift your fire and move up to join us. Any questions? Okay. Get your men in line quickly and fix bayonets. Peacock, when everybody is in position, I'll give you a hand signal, and you drop a smoke grenade to signal the jump-off." As they left to carry out their assignments, Winters gathered 2nd Squad. "All right, fix bayonets," Winters said. As the men slid the bayonets from their scabbards and snapped them in place on the business ends of their garands, Winters saw Private First Class Donald B. Hubler, adrenaline flowing, swallow hard, his Adam's apple, making the difficult trip up and down his throat. Winters smiled. His adrenaline was flowing hard, too. He nodded to Peacock, who tossed the smoke grenade. The machine guns blazed. "Follow me," Winters said. The men wordlessly rose to their feet and raced forward. Winters later reflected that he had never run so fast in his entire life. Blood pounding in his ears as he ran, his sole focus was on the dike road ahead, and he unknowingly pulled away from the men behind him. Even the occasional strands of barbed wire strung at shoe-top height didn't slow him. Although he tripped a few times, Winters kept his feet and sprinted ahead. Feet pounding, the men ran hard, each fully expecting to be fired on at any time. Yet amazingly, the Americans crossed the 200 yards of open ground unmolested. The road ahead, running east toward the Rhine, lost height the farther it got from the intersection, so that where Winters was about to hit it, the bank was just a few feet high. Reaching the embankment, Winters leaped up on the road and was suddenly confronted with a German sentry directly in front of him. The man was hunched down below the level of the roadway to avoid Reese's machine gun fire. In that same fraction of a second, Winters also noticed a mass of Germans just to his right, many in greatcoats and wearing backpacks, also ducked down below the embankment for cover. Jumping back down to his side of the road, Winters slipped a grenade from his belt, yanked out the pin, and heaved it at the sentry. The German replied by tossing a potato masher grenade in Winters' direction. As soon as he'd thrown the pineapple, Winters knew he'd goofed. Wary of accidental explosion, he had gotten into the habit of taping down the arming lever, so merely pulling the pin was not going to activate the grenade. Knowing the German hadn't made the same mistake with his grenade, which he had overthrown so that it landed 20 yards away, Winters leaped back up onto the road as the potato masher harmlessly went off. Awaiting the detonation of the American grenade, which he didn't know would never come, the sentry had his head down again. Suddenly aware of Winters' presence above him, the man quickly tried to straighten, but Winters, his M1 leveled, fired from the hip. At that distance, there was no way he could miss. The German, struck square in the chest, was bowled over backward and fell heavily onto the grassy field. But before he had hit the ground, Winters swiveled toward the mass of Germans to his right, and still holding the weapon at his hip, opened fire. As Winters recalled years later, now everything and everyone except himself seemed to move in slow motion. "I was the only one moving at normal speed," he recalled. "It was so unreal." His men, racing up from the rear, seemed to take forever to arrive. The Germans, being fired on from their unprotected rear and following basic human survival instincts, began to flee as Winters emptied an entire 8-round clip in their direction. Ka-ching! The spent clip sounded as it flew from the breech. Winters slid in a second clip and fired off 8 more rounds. The second clip ejected, and Winters slammed in a third and resumed firing. A few Germans had regained their composure and sent a smattering of fire at the lone American riflemen standing on the roadway, but their aim was thrown off as they were jostled by their comrades hurrying away. Then the American was no longer alone. Talbot, with his squad, suddenly crested the hill smack on the German flank. It was, as Winters later expressed it, a duck shoot, as Germans spun and dropped. The GIs could hardly miss. Confused and being raked by a withering fire, the Germans turned and fled across the open field toward a distant clump of trees near an old windmill that stood forlornly on the dike. As the GIs continued to pour a stream of lead into the backs of the retreating Germans, a shout of warning sounded from one of Winters' men. Another entire company of the enemy, which had evidently been on the other side of the crossroad, now poured over the dike on the American right flank and straight into the blazing muzzles of the GIs. Without hesitation, the Americans turned their fire on these new targets. More enemy soldiers fell, while the rest joined their comrades in a confused sprint for the distant woods. They were sped along by Private Roy Cobb, who set up a light machine gun and sent a hail of 30-caliber bullets into the German rear. To Winters' left, Peacock and his men tangled with the German rear guard, killing 6 and wounding 9 before the rest fled. As the enemy pulled back toward another dike road about a mile to the north, Winters hastily consulted his map. Taking the radio from Boyle, he called for artillery fire, shouting the coordinates into the mouthpiece. He also requested reinforcements, saying he was up against 2 German companies with just 1 platoon. Within minutes, the air overhead heralded the arrival of the incoming mail. The bursting shells blossomed among the mass of running men, the concussion of each detonation sweeping across the field. Veteran German soldiers had a deep respect for the accuracy of American artillery, and the pace of the retreat quickened to avoid this new deadly menace. As the bursting shells walked along the field after the Germans, Winters lifted his binoculars. The Germans, he noted, seemed to be rallying along the next road, which ran parallel to the one he and his men now firmly held. He looked again at his map and realized the Germans were trapped between the Rhine and Vaal rivers. Their only escape was to cross the Rhine at a ferry crossing. That ferry, however, was at the end of the road Winters now occupied, putting him closer to it than the enemy. He looked at Boyle. "Once those reinforcements get here, we're going to push down this road to the ferry crossing," he said. "If we take that and hold it, they won't be able to recross the river, and we'll have them cut off." A platoon from Fox Company, which had been in battalion reserve, soon arrived. Before striking out for the ferry, Winters decided to send his POWs to the rear. He saw T5 Joseph D. Liebgott sitting at the base of the embankment. Liebgott, a capable soldier whose being Jewish left him with a pronounced dislike for the Germans, had been slightly wounded in the fight. "Liebgott," Winters said, "get those prisoners back to battalion, then get Doc Nevels to look at that wound." Liebgott rose, clutching his weapon firmly, and muttered, "Oh boy, I'll take care of him." He began walking toward the prisoners. Winters knew Liebgott had mistreated prisoners in the past, an action he personally disapproved of, and suddenly he worried that this group might not survive the 3.5-mile trip back to battalion. Intercepting Liebgott, Winters said, "There are 11 prisoners, and I want 11 prisoners handed over to battalion. Empty your rifle." Liebgott's face reddened with anger. Winters dropped his M1 to his hip and threw off the safety. Liebgott was a volatile man, and Winters did not know how he would react to the order. "Joe, drop your ammo clip and empty your rifle," he ordered. Liebgott swore bitterly, but did as he was ordered. "Now you can put in 1 round. If you shoot a prisoner, the rest will jump you." As Liebgott did as he was told, Winters noticed one of the prisoners, an officer, who had been pacing nervously throughout the exchange. Winters assumed the man could understand English, but when Winters allowed Liebgott just one round, the officer's expression changed to relief, and he sat down. Winters checked with Nixon the next day. Battalion had received 11 prisoners. With the arrival of F Company came more ammunition. Now reinforced, resupplied, and rested, Winters began advancing on the ferry crossing just 600 yards away. To cover the move, Winters set up a base of fire from his machine guns, then sent one platoon forward 100 yards. There the men knelt, weapons at the ready, as the second platoon advanced through them to take up position another 100 yards out in front. In this way, the paratroopers leapfrogged along the road. As he closed the distance on the Rhine, Winters could look across the river and see the rooftops of the village of Rinkum. Another 200 yards, and they'd have both the factory and the ferry crossing. Without warning, the air above them whooshed with the sound of incoming shells that burst around the advancing men. The GIs dropped and hugged the ground to avoid the jagged shrapnel. Winters lifted his binoculars. Unseen until they had made their deadly presence known, Winters now spotted German artillery and mortar men working their pieces on the high ground beyond the river. He had not seen them, but they had been, in Winters' words, watching this whole cockeyed thing from the time he'd driven the enemy from the crossroad until he advanced on the ferry. Not only that, the German infantry Winters had hoped to trap was now moving up on his right flank. In a reversal of fortunes, Winters discovered that he was the one now in danger of being cut off. It was time to get out. Reversing his strategy, Winters leapfrogged his men back along the road the way they had come. All went smoothly until the GIs regained the crossroad, where the German fire suddenly intensified. "Take cover!" Winters yelled. "They have us zeroed in!" Amid the hail of shells, Winters realized the enemy gunners had the exact coordinates of this intersection. The only reason they had not fired earlier was out of fear of hitting their own men. Winters took the radio from Boyle and made 2 frantic calls. The first was for artillery support, and soon 105mm shells from a Canadian battery streaked overhead, on their way to the far side of the Rhine. The next call was to Doc Nevels, requesting ambulances and medics. "How many wounded do you have, Dick?" Nevels asked. "About 2 baseball teams' worth," he replied. "How many is that?" Nevels asked by way of clarification. "Get the hell off the radio, Doc, so I can get more artillery support, or we'll need enough for 3 baseball teams," Winters said, and rang off. A mortar round erupted close behind Winters, and he heard a twang. Recalling Nixon's brush with death, he took off his helmet and inspected it. Nothing. As he replaced his steel pot, he noticed that shrapnel had neatly clipped off the radio antenna at the base. Worse, Boyle had been hit. Winters yelled for a medic while doing what he could for the injured man. Boyle would recover, but his war was over, and Winters had lost the ability and experience of a very good and loyal friend. The barrage was brief but intense, leaving Winters with 18 men wounded. After the ambulances arrived and began evacuating the injured, Winters deployed his remaining men into several defensive strongpoints, careful to avoid placing anyone at the crossroad itself. That done, he drifted off by himself and sat down in a secluded spot, deep in thought. That's where Nixon later found him. "How's everything going?" he asked. Winters turned to his friend and replied, "Give me a drink, Nix. Of water, please." Nixon handed over his canteen. As Winters drank, he noticed his hand was shaking uncontrollably. It was something he had never experienced before. For the rest of his life, he would consider October 5th, 1944, the best single day in Easy Company's history. "This action by E Company is, in my estimation, the highlight of all E Company accounts for the entire war," he wrote a few years later. "This action on 5 October demonstrated E Company's overall superiority of every man, of every phase of infantry tactics: patrol, defense, attack under a base of fire, withdrawal, and above all, superior marksmanship with rifles, machine gun, and mortar fire. All this was done against superior forces, who had an advantage of 10 to 1 in manpower, Plus, the enemy had excellent observation for artillery and mortar support. With just 35 men, Winters had routed 2 companies of SS infantry, about 300 men. Through skilled use of tactics, he had pinned the enemy down with 2 machine guns, while he attacked across 200 yards of open ground. Reinforced by another platoon, Winters then came close to cutting off the enemy and capturing the lot. Winters now took a head count of his men. Easy and Fox companies had suffered 22 wounded, but none killed, in the fight at the crossroad. On the other side of the sheet, the enemy had lost an estimated 50 killed, an unknown number wounded, and 11 who were now prisoners. Earlier in the day, however, Winters had lost Dukeman, a man he had known since Toccoa. Dukeman had been well respected by his comrades. "He was a prince of a man," Winters later wrote. Corporal Christensen told Winters he estimated that he had fired 57 clips, or 456 rounds of ammunition that day. Overnight, after the tension of the fight had been released and while on outpost duty, Christensen guessed that he had pissed 36 times. "I'll take his word for the accuracy on both counts," Winters noted. Later that same day, Colonel Sink arrived. He looked over the scene of the battle, German bodies strewn in the field where they fell, as Winters briefed him on events. "What you did here was very impressive, Dick," Sink said. "Very impressive." "We were very lucky, sir," Winters told the CO. "They were poorly led. There's no other reason that they would have allowed us to lie out there in that ditch almost totally unmolested for about an hour, then attack and take them under fire from the rear. With the firepower they had, they could have come along the road on top of the dike and taken us on the flank, and we'd have been sitting ducks. They could have swept us away. They never should have allowed me to get out of that ditch." "But they did," Sink said, "and you made them regret it. By the way, these fellows are with the 363rd Folks Grenadiers, and while you were taking them on, their buddies launched an attack on our main line. They hit 2nd Battalion pretty hard. Ollie Horton was killed." The news startled Winters. "I'm very sorry to hear that," Winters said. "He was a good man." He was also a hell of a lot smarter than Colonel Strayer, Winters thought, but wisely did not add. Sink nodded. "G2 thinks these 2 companies were intended to cut off our retreat if the main attack had been successful," he continued. "Good job, Captain." Sink left. That evening, thinking of the German sentry he had shot, Winters took out his pocket knife and carved a 7th, and though he did not then know it, final notch in the stock of his Garand. Winters would forever be proud of the accomplishments of that day, but refused to ever take any credit for himself. In his October 17th after-action report, Winters deliberately omitted the word "I" in order to highlight the contributions of each man. On October 27th, Sink issued a citation to Easy Company, commending them for their daring and aggressive spirit and sound tactical ability. Actual nose-to-nose combat on the island subsided after October 5th, but not the danger. German artillery spotters across the Rhine had no qualms about calling down fire on any target that might present itself, even if it was just one man. The only defense was to lay low and remain still. On October 9th, 4 days after the crossroad fight, Sink arrived at Winters' company command post. As usual, the colonel was direct. "Dick, I'd like you to take over for Major Horton as Battalion XO, he said. "Do you think you can handle the battalion?" Winters had never given anything like that a thought, but said immediately, "Yes, sir, I think I could lead the battalion in the field. I'm confident that I can direct tactics and men. But the administrative end of it? No, I don't have a handle on that at all. I'm not an administrator. I've been a field soldier the whole time." Sink nodded. "Don't worry, I'll take care of that. My main concern is that 2nd Battalion be run on a sound tactical basis, and there you are more than qualified." What about Colonel Strayer, Winters thought. He's the commander. But he held his tongue. Then another thought hit him. He'd be leaving Easy Company. "Who will take my place, sir?" "Moose Heiliger is next in line in seniority," Sink said. Winters liked Heiliger and knew he'd do well. A former E Company man, he now led the headquarters mortar platoon. The days that followed the promotion were long and dreary. Rain fell much of the time, saturating the ground and the men. Temperatures began dropping drastically as October neared its end. Despite what Sink had told him, Winters spent much of this period bogged down in clerical and administrative duties. He was ably assisted by the recalcitrant Nixon, who, though competent, was seriously hindered by his drinking. He seemed to have an endless supply of liquor, which he consumed freely. Winters overlooked much of this because of their friendship and Nixon's ability to do the job when real work was needed. One main difference between the two was the hours they kept. Winters was an early riser. He loved getting up early and getting a start on the day. Nixon was a night owl. He did his best work in the afternoon and at night. When they were out on the line, this proved an ideal arrangement. Winters kept tabs on the men during the day. Nixon made the rounds at night. This kept company commanders on their toes, because they never knew when one or the other would show up and expect a status report. Nixon hated getting up in the morning, however, even when it was necessary. On one particular morning, Winters needed Nixon to accompany him on a battalion inspection tour and sent a man to fetch him. The man returned empty-handed. "I couldn't get him up, sir," the man said. "I tried." Winters sent the man again, and again he came back empty-handed. Winters decided to go in person. Inside Nixon's darkened bedroom, he found his friend sound asleep. "Come on, Nix," Winters said, tapping his friend on the shoulder. "Time to get up. I need you." "Go away," was the muffled response. Winters grabbed Nixon's feet, still encased in the sleeping bag, and hoisted them up on his shoulders. "Are you going to get up?" he asked again. Nixon's mumbled response was unintelligible. Spotting a pitcher on the bureau, Winters reached for it and held it over his friend. "Get up now, or I'm going to let you have it," Winters said, and tipped the pitcher. Nixon's eyes shot open in horror. "No, no!" he yelled, but it was too late. It was too late for Winters, too. The liquid was on its way down when he realized the pitcher contained not water, as he'd assumed, but Nixon's own urine. Nixon, swearing and laughing at the same time, burst out of his sack. Both men had been splattered, and Winters, always good at thinking on his feet, suggested a change of plans. Instead of inspecting the troops in search of any military infractions, they drove into Nijmegen in search of the hot showers. On the night of October 23rd, 24th, Easy Company went on its first mission without Winters at its head. Heiliger had been tapped to lead 23 men across the Rhine to rescue members of the British 1st Airborne Division, stranded on the far bank since the failure of the Market Garden operation. Winters attended the briefing at battalion headquarters when British Lieutenant Colonel O. Doby went over the plans with Heiliger. But aside from a few suggestions, Winters was excluded from any direct role. Stuck in his office while his friends crossed the river in rubber dinghies, Winters paced like a nervous father in the delivery room until he heard the men had returned with 125 grateful Tommies. 4 days later, the regiment's defensive line was enlarged to include the area south of Arnhem near Driel, formerly held by the 501st. Colonel Strayer established 2nd Battalion headquarters in the imposing stone gatehouse of a farm at Schoonderlocht, west of the village of Elst. A railroad track ran along the Allied side of the Rhine, and both sides reconnoitered the area by sending out contact patrols. German artillery held the high ground beyond the river and freely dropped shells on anything that moved. Being battalion executive officer became increasingly frustrating for Winters, who craved the decision-making responsibility of company command. Now he was making no decisions, just recommendations, and he was unable to use the skills and instincts he had honed to a razor-sharp edge as a combat leader. Restless to do something, anything, other than sit on his behind at battalion headquarters, on the afternoon of October 31st, he called Heiliger. "Hey, Moose," he said, "I'm concerned about the enemy activity in your area. Besides that, I need to get away from this desk and do something. What say we check the outposts together tonight? Say around 2100. Sure, Moose agreed. Come on down. I'll alert the platoon leaders. At 2100 promptly, Winters arrived at Easy's command post, and the two men struck out along the line. Their first stop was to be 1st Platoon. Harry Welsh had set up his CP in a barn 50 yards west of the railroad tracks, along which the Germans had established outposts. Winters and Heiliger walked along a dirt lane lined, as so many Dutch roads are, by 3-foot-deep irrigation ditches on each side. Instinct told Winters they were nearing 1st Platoon's area, when a voice in the night called, "Halt!" Winters glanced at Heiliger and saw him open his mouth to respond, then stop. My God, Winters thought, he's forgotten the password. Heiliger, generally easy-going and tough to get flustered, had indeed forgotten the password, so he started to say his name. "It's Moo," he began, but before the word left his lips, the sentry's rifle cracked 3 times. Winters saw the winking of the muzzle flashes not 15 yards away, and out of sheer instinct he hit the ground and rolled to his left, into the irrigation ditch. Heiliger never had the chance. Hit twice, once in the right shoulder and again in the left calf, he moaned and dropped heavily. The sentry came forward, saw what he had done, then turned and ran toward the platoon HQ. At first, Winters thought they'd run into a German patrol, until he heard the receding footsteps of the panicked sentry. Crawling from the ditch, he rose and made his way to the wounded Heiliger. Ripping the first aid kit from where it had been attached to the webbing of his helmet, Winters removed a bandage and applied pressure to the leg wound, by far the worst of Heiliger's injuries. Moose was conscious but stunned as Winters tried to stem the blood flow. A voice in the night whispered, "Dick? Moose?" It was Welsh. "Over here, Harry," Winters said. "Moose is hit." Welsh and several men arrived. "Shit," Welsh cursed, then turned to one of his men. "Get back to the CP and order up an ambulance, quickly." They bandaged Heiliger as fast as they could and jabbed him with a couple of morphine syrettes. How many, no one remembered. Then they hauled him to the CP, where the ambulance was just arriving. Suffering from shock and loss of blood, Moose's skin had a white, waxy pallor, and his breath came out in a wheeze. "God, I hope he makes it," Winters said as the ambulance raced off. Heiliger did survive his wounds, but would not return to Easy. On November 7th, Winters received a letter from his friend. "Here I am lying flat on my back, taking it easy," Heiliger wrote from the hospital. "I want to thank you for taking care of me that night. It sure is a stupid way of getting knocked off." Moose said he had lost so much blood that he needed 6 transfusions. He also took time to complain about the treatment he'd gotten in the hospital. "Jesus, Dick," he wrote, "they put the cast right over my wounds, and it smells as if a cat shit in my bed. I can't get away from it." Winters never got over the Heiliger incident, not just because of the loss of his friend and a competent officer, but because of how close he himself had come to death. "But for the grace of God, that could have been me," he said years later. "We were side by side." Winters did not blame the sentry for what happened to Heiliger, and has even forgotten who fired those 3 shots, or at least says he has. "I tried to forget it," he said in 2004, "and I've done so convincingly." He did hold Harry Welsh responsible, although never outwardly. Inside, though, he felt Welsh had failed in his job of alerting the sentries of the inspection. Heiliger's replacement was First Lieutenant Norman S. Dyke, who was blessed on Winters by General Taylor and transferred from Regimental HQ. As was his custom, Winters interviewed all incoming officers and enlisted men when time allowed, taking the measure of each man in order to get a feel for his strengths and weaknesses. A Yale graduate, Dyke came from the well-to-do family of a New York attorney. He was, Winters recalled, very well spoken, with a military bearing that was deceiving. This, Winters felt, gave Dyke the air of a man who believed he had leadership skills far beyond what he actually possessed. Dyke did not impress Winters as a combat commander, capable of making quick decisions, but he was stuck with him. Winters would institute 2 other changes a few weeks later, both on battalion level. Clarence Hester, Strayer's S2, had been promoted to major and moved up to regimental G2. Winters, with Strayer's acquiescence, moved Nixon from S3 to S2 and plucked Welsh out of 1st Platoon of Easy to fill Nixon's spot. Peacock assumed command of 1st Platoon. As November deepened, so did the miseries suffered by the men on the line. Aside from the Germans lobbing random shells, plus intermittent patrol actions, every day seemed to bring a cold rain. The ground grew saturated, and foxholes became wading pools. Leaves had fallen from the trees, with the result that natural camouflage was gone. Trucks, jeeps, and tanks moving along rain-swamped roads pushed up waves of mud like the curl of a ship's wake. The Dutch countryside, once a scene of pastoral tranquility, was desolate. The people were gone, and most of their houses had sustained some degree of damage. Walls had been knocked down and roofs blown off. In the meadows, dead horses and cows lay bloating, their legs often sticking stiffly up in the air, which itself was permeated by the sickly odor of decaying flesh. Winters used this period of inactivity to catch up on his letters home. He sent his sister Anne a package containing German and British military insignias to stick on her junk coat. This was a jacket she had festooned with items captured or traded for, and sent home by her big brother. He wrote to Mrs. Barnes, whose husband by that time had died, and he reflected on his own good fortune at having come so far relatively unscathed in a November 14th letter to Dieta. "My luck is still holding," he wrote, "and by now I am just a little superstitious that it's your dog tags that hold the charm. I lost my own dog tags the first day, and since receiving yours, I've been wearing it. Hope your folks aren't informed some day that you're missing in action." As the days and weeks dragged on, looting by bored, miserable GIs increased. In his job as Battalion XO, Winters' duties included presiding over the courts-martial of men who had been caught stealing. He hated the job. He knew most of them, and respected them as soldiers and friends, yet he had his orders from on high. "This looting must stop," Strayer told him. "Lower the boom on them. If they're caught, sentence them to 6 months in a stockade and deduct 2/3 pay." On November 25th, the 101st Airborne was finally relieved after 72 straight days on the line. The stay in Holland cost the 506 804 casualties, including 176 killed, 565 wounded, and 63 missing, out of 181 officers and 2,429 enlisted men. The division was loaded onto trucks, headed for a rest area at Mourmelon-le-Grand, France, and men began to compute how much leave time they had accumulated. Winters guessed he had 45 days coming. He was looking forward to a long, well-earned period of rest. Chapter 8. Here we go again. November 25th to December 31st, 1944. Arriving at Mourmelon, just 20 miles from the famous Champagne town of Reims. Wasn't as good as checking into a 5-star hotel, but it was still heavenly for men straight off the line who'd spent weeks living in waterlogged foxholes. The former French army post featured low stucco barracks which, although in need of repair, were at least warm and dry. Each barracks contained individual rooms that once housed 12 French soldiers. Predictably, the ever-space-thrifty Americans used double bunks to cram 24 men into each room. Perhaps best of all were the indoor toilet facilities, meaning the men no longer had to brave the cold outside to answer the call of nature. Weapons and equipment were turned in for repair and maintenance, and the weary men rejoiced at the news that training would be limited to close-order drill and calisthenics. Kitchens served up hot food and plenty of it, and gripe as they might about Army chow, it was still better than living out of the can, as the men had done for more than 2 months. Field rations during World War II, the diet for men in the field, came in several different varieties, none of which were favorites. The D ration came in a small box and was to be carried in case the men were cut off and resupply was not possible. Totaling 600 calories, it consisted of a 4-ounce chocolate bar made from sugar, skim milk powder, cocoa fat, oat flour, vanillin, and artificial flavoring. This bar could also be dissolved in hot water and used as a beverage. The C ration was packaged in 12-ounce smooth, gold-toned lacquered cans. The M unit cans consisted of meat and beans, meat and vegetable hash, meat and vegetable stew, spaghetti and meat, ham, eggs, and potatoes, meat and noodles, meat and rice, pork and beans, franks and beans, ham and lima beans, or chicken and vegetables. The accessories, or B unit cans, held potatoes, dry onions, carrots, white beans, tomato juice, and spices, 5 concentrated biscuits, 5 pieces of assorted flavors of hard candy, 3 sugar cubes, a container of soluble coffee, jam, crackers, powdered drinks, and cereals. 6 cans, 3 M units and 3 B units, constituted one day's ration. The one most remembered by the men was the K ration, which came in 3 varieties: breakfast, dinner, and supper. Each was packaged in a waxed 6.5-inch long box. The breakfast ration contained biscuits, ham and eggs, a fruit bar, soluble Nescafé, pressed sugar tablets, and Wrigley's chewing gum. The dinner ration consisted of biscuits, pork luncheon meat, processed American cheese, malted milk, dextrose tablets, concentrated bouillon, lemon juice powder, a D-ration bar, and Wrigley's gum. The supper ration contained biscuits, veal luncheon meat, a can of cheese or potted meat, or more commonly, a 2-ounce ration D-bar, sugar, orange, or lemonade powder, and gum. To heat their meals in the field, soldiers carried pocket paraffin heaters or candles. Each meal included 4 cigarettes, usually Camels, Chelsea, or Old Gold, and a book of matches. On occasion, the food prepared in camp was worse than what came from a ration tin. In late November, the men of the 506th were served a belated Thanksgiving dinner that not only tasted bad, but was evidently prepared under questionable sanitary conditions. Consequently, men suffered from what Easy Company's Sergeant Robert Rader called the Aztec two-step. Medics treated sufferers with codeine paregoric to stop the bowel spasms. Yet more than hot food, real beds, indoor crappers, and occasional bouts of diarrhea, Mourmelon offered the war-weary troopers recreation and a chance to unwind. Red Cross clubs were established and athletic equipment was issued. Regiments formed football teams and set up game schedules. The men of the 506th and the paratroopers of the 502nd scheduled a champagne bowl to be played in Reims on Christmas Day, and bets were already being laid down. The USO visited Mourmelon and surrounding camps, and men flocked to the shows to see stars like Marlene Dietrich and Mickey Rooney, or to talk baseball with Mel Ott. Lastly, between football games and USO shows, there was plenty of gambling, with men exchanging money over poker and craps. With the 101st encamped for the foreseeable future, its commander, General Maxwell Taylor, was ordered to Washington, D.C. by General George C. Marshall, Roosevelt's chief of staff, to discuss airborne operations and their effect in battle. Brigadier General Gerald J. Higgins, Taylor's executive officer, was in London lecturing new troops on the lessons learned in combat. In the absence of both, Taylor turned command of the division over to his chief of artillery, Brigadier General Anthony C. McAuliffe. Men with far lesser rank than Taylor and Higgins also began thinking about passes. In early December, Winters was one of several officers packed off for 3 days in Paris. Ever cost-conscious, he checked into a Red Cross hotel to ensure he got the cheapest rate, then posed for a group photo near the Arc de Triomphe before going out on the town. "The last time I saw Paris, Her heart was young and gay, he wrote Dieta. What a town that is! Boy, it really is all they say about it. Even after taking into consideration the fact that I hadn't been around civilization for some time, it's still some town. Went on a tour and found about how many people were beheaded here, and how many nuts and bolts in the Eiffel Tower, and all the rest of the worthless information. Took in a couple of good shows, bought some clothes, and best of all, got to sleep between two sheets on a bed with springs. Yep, and I even had a hot bath. Boy, what a time! Curiosity lured Winters into the Paris Follies. The smoke-filled, raucous club was packed, he recalled, and he had difficulty getting a seat, but admittedly enjoyed the show. On his second day of playing an American in Paris, Winters heard a voice call his name. "Captain Winters?" the man said. Winters turned to find Private Alley, who had been wounded by 17 pieces of grenade shrapnel at the island on October 5th. "Alley," Winters said, amazed at finding one of his own men in the crowded city. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine, sir," Alley said. "I got 34 holes in me, but I'm ready for duty." "Were you looking for someone?" Winters asked. "Yeah, you, sir," Alley joked. "In truth, I don't know where the division is. I was wandering around, hoping to find someone to point me in the right direction. I certainly never expected to find you." Winters laughed and told Alley where the regiment was encamped and helped him arrange transportation. Eventually, though, even the City of Lights bored the socially reserved Winters. Deciding to spend his last night of leave alone, he boarded the Paris metro in the center of the city, intending to ride it to the end of the line and back. Unfortunately, when the train reached the outskirts of Paris and he was asked to step off, Winters realized he'd taken the last train of the night. He would have to walk back to his hotel. Lost in thought, Winters strolled pensively through the city, along the famed West Bank, past Notre Dame Cathedral, and along the Seine. Traffic, much of it military, moved around the Arc de Triomphe, and lights winked on the steel framework of the Eiffel Tower. "I spent the rest of the night walking through Paris," Winters recalled 60 years later. "It was the best medicine that I could have had. I could relax, and it gave me a chance to reflect and be alone." Back in camp after his Paris excursion, Winters was informed by Colonel Strayer that he was temporarily being placed in command of 2nd Battalion. "I'm returning to England to attend Colonel Doby's wedding," Strayer said. He had befriended British Colonel David Doby during one of his London leaves. "Word is we're to be here until spring at least, so there shouldn't be too much to do." Strayer's departure meant Winters and Nixon were the sole battalion officers remaining in camp. Nixon spent much of this time quenching his thirst for Vat 69, his beverage of preference, of which he had a never-ending supply, while Winters caught up on letter writing. On December 13th, he wrote Dieta that he had a piece of white parachute silk he planned to send her as a Christmas present to be used as a scarf. Apologizing that it would be late, he added, "Next year it'll be a grass skirt, so don't complain." He ended by saying he was going to spend some time reading his Bible. "Nothing like a war to make a believer out of me." On Sunday, December 17th, a messenger entered 2nd Battalion HQ. He handed Winters a memo, saluted, and left. Winters looked at the paper. "What's it say?" Nixon asked, sitting in a chair, feet propped on Winters' desk. "The Germans have broken through in the Ardennes," Winters told his friend. "We're being put on alert and ought to get ready to move out." "Jesus Christ, Dick, nobody's here," Nixon complained, sitting bolt upright. "That's not the problem," Winters replied. "Our problem is that most of the equipment sent for repair hasn't come back yet. Plus, the men have no winter clothes, and there's little ammo in camp. But we've no choice, Nix. Cancel all leaves and get back any men who are gone. Alert the company commanders, especially Dyke, to get ready to move. Have them grab all the clothes and equipment they can find. I don't care how. And ammo, whatever they can get. Oh, and tell the men to remove their shoulder patches. For some reason, G2 was worried about the Germans finding out what unit is coming in, as if it matters." The two men exchanged long looks. "Here we go again," Winters said. The order to move came the next day, December 18th.